Professor Massimo Buonomo. It is my distinct honor to introduce our esteemed speaker, Professor Massimo Buonomo, a highly regarded professional in the fields of artificial intelligence and blockchain. Professor Buonomo has served as a global expert in artificial intelligence, metaverse, and blockchain for the United Nations, demonstrating his profound expertise and global recognition. In addition to his work with the United Nations, Professor Buonomo is an international AI expert specializing in ethics in autonomous and artificial intelligence applications at the International Electrotechnical Commission, a specialized think tank on ethics in AI. His insights and contributions to the field have been instrumental in shaping ethical guidelines and practices in AI. Professor Buonomo's experience extends beyond academia and research. He is a trust board advisor and consultant for international organizations, startups, central banks, and corporates, leveraging his extensive knowledge to guide strategic decision-making process. Before embarking on his journey in academia, Professor Buonomo spent 20 years working in international finance markets, gaining invaluable experience and insights. Following this, he served as an international finance university professor in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Turin, Italy, and Wuhan, China, sharing his knowledge and expertise with the next generation of leaders in the field. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our distinguished speaker, Professor Massimo Buonomo.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Very kind of you. And today we're going to talk about an issue that is quite relevant these days because we are going to talk about legislation in AI and also a particular aspect about ethics in AI and the dangers of AI. So what we're going to focus on is all these aspects combined. This is myself. I'm a former United Nations global expert in the field of AI and human rights, and we're going to talk specifically on these issues. Now, we want to have an overview of what happened in the area of AI in terms of legislations all around the world. So we're going to just give a hint about AI in respect to legislation in the US, and then we're going to go into details about the European Union. So as we know, in October 2022, the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy published a blueprint on AI of Bill of Rights. That is quite important because this bill just addressed the issue of AI in details, but at the same time gave an overview of what's going to happen in the United States, which is the most dynamic country in terms of AI. Some issues are quite relevant. First of all, this is a non-binding roadmap. Non-binding means that it's not a mandatory roadmap, although it gives some hints that are going to be followed by all the companies in the United States in the area of AI for the responsible use of AI. I stress these words responsible because since the outset, AI comes from far away, but in the last year and a half, it has had an acceleration, and sometimes we have got some doubts, and we're going to talk about that, about the responsible use of AI. First of all, in the AI Bill of Rights, there are 5 core principles to guide and govern the effective development and implementation of AI. The point quite relevant to mention is that there is an exclusion of law enforcement actions, which means that basically these are just some suggestions, but if an AI company in the US doesn't follow these suggestions, there is no punishment for that. Now, there are 5 main principles, which are safe and effective systems, then algorithmic discrimination protections, data privacy, notice and explanation, and human alternatives, consideration, and fallbacks. That means that basically all these issues are going to be addressed according to these principles. Now, because what we talk about today is more on the European side, because this is the first official law approved by the European Parliament, we're going to switch immediately to that side. I wanted to mention this point in the US about no law enforcement. That means basically that there is excluding law enforcement of those principles that we mentioned before. And that the danger of this approach, different from the European Union, is that this exclusion may continue to the over surveillance of certain populations, communities, and individuals under the guise of public safety and national security. And that will not necessarily reduce the history and manifestation of rampant discrimination against people of color and immigrants. That is one of the main dangers of the use of AI. And that was the main criticism in the US, because if law enforcement were included in the blueprint provisions and guidance, the protection for individuals left with little recourse when misidentified and scrutinized by existing emerging AI technologies would have been much stronger. And this is an issue that we're going to see also in the European Union legislation. And in fact, when we talk about EU Artificial Intelligence Act, we are talking the first legislative act of this kind in the world. This is the first in the world. That's why it's so important, because it's going to be used all around the world as a global standard for AI regulation in other jurisdictions, in other countries in the world, just as GDPR has done the same in the past. What are the main features of the Artificial Intelligence Act in Europe? First of all, there is a specific approach, which is a risk-based approach, which means the higher the risk, the stricter the rules. This is a flexible approach. That means that basically we're not going to over-regulate the whole area of AI, but we're going to regulate specifically those areas that have a higher risk. And that's why the AI Act focuses on high-impact general-purpose AI models, because they can cause systemic risk in the future, as well as on high-risk AI systems. So two ways: one on the general-purpose AI models, and then on high-risk AI systems. Now, there is a uniform horizontal legal framework for AI that aims to ensure legal certainty. It's not fragmented approach, but is horizontal, that ensures legal certainty. And there is a revised system of governance with some enforcement powers at EU level. That's the difference with the US. There is the provision for law enforcement powers at EU level. Now, AI systems that are placed on EU market are used basically in the European Union because they are safe and respect existing law on fundamental rights and values. So there is a stress on fundamental rights, human rights, that is to be followed by EU AI systems. Now, where does the AI Act does not apply? The Council's text definition of AI is in line with the approach which is being proposed by OECD. And the regulation in the European Union does not apply to areas outside the scope of EU law, and therefore should not, in any case, affect member states' competencies in national security. That is an important issue, because when we talk about national security, AI Act does not apply. So there is, as we said, the exclusion of national security, defense, military purposes from the scope of AI. And also, there are some other areas not related to national security that where AI Act is not applied. Basically, AI Act should not apply to systems and their outputs that are used for the sole purpose of research and development. So if we are a university, for instance, and we do not have a commercial project related to AI, the AI Act is not applied. Also for people, senior people that are using AI for non-professional purposes, like for instance, myself, if I work if I do not work using AI, but I use it for my pleasure, so the AI Act does not apply to myself. There is also an exception for transparency obligations. Now, what are the main features of the Act? First of all, there is an extension of the list of prohibitions, but there is this is a very important issue and we're going to address later on in my presentation. There is a possibility of use remote biometric identification by law enforcement authorities in public spaces subject to safeguards. What does that mean? That remote biometric identification can be used only by police, law enforcement authorities in public spaces, but also if they respect specific safeguards. So the display and also deployers of high-risk AI systems to conduct a fundamental rights impact assessment prior to putting an AI system into use. What does that mean? That there must be a fundamental rights assessment before using AI for high-risk AI systems, even if it's used by law enforcement authorities. So generally speaking, there are two main approaches here. If there is a limited risk, as we said, high risk, higher obligations. Limited risk, AI systems will be subject to light transparency obligations. Those AI systems must disclose that the content was AI generated so that users can make informed decisions on further use. If I use, for instance, I'm using a chatbot with a company or just for informative reasons, I have to know that this is a AI-generated chatbot. It's not that I interact with somebody and that I don't even know that it's an AI-generated chatbot. While high-risk AI systems must be authorized. What does that mean? That means that they are subject to a set of requirements and obligations to gain access to the EU market. I cannot just produce a high-risk AI system and come to Europe and use it. I have to respect the requirements, otherwise I will be banned in Europe. So there must be technically feasible and less burdensome requirements for stakeholders to comply with, exactly referring to the quality of data, and also technical documentation that should be drawn up by SMEs to demonstrate their high-risk AI systems comply with the requirements. If it's a small size enterprise, of course, they have lower requirements compared with big companies, and they have to show where the data come from and also technical documentation that is being used. But also, we have, they are to some extent lighter requirements. Then there are the so-called unacceptable AI systems. Those systems are banned from the EU. We cannot use them. And which ones are they? First of all, cognitive behavioral manipulation. I manipulate, and we're going to see it later in my presentation. I manipulate the behavior of the person that I'm interacting with. Also, untargeted scrapping of facial images from the internet or CCTV footage. Facial recognition, we have a specific section on that because this is a very important system that can be used in some cases only by law enforcement authorities. Also, emotion recognition in the workplace and educational systems in the schools, universities, at work, there cannot be emotion recognition. And we're going to see what that means. Social scoring also is prohibited. Biometric categorization to infer sensitive data, such as sexual orientation or religious belief. There cannot be AI systems that, from what I'm giving to as in terms of information, it can infer my sexual orientation or religious belief. And also some predictive policies for individuals. As we said, there are also emergency procedure introduced allow law enforcement authorities to deploy a high-risk AI tool that has not passed the conformity assessment procedure in case of urgency. So what the private actor cannot do, the public actor can do in case of urgency, which means that the law enforcement authorities can use a high-risk AI tool that has not even passed the conformity assessment procedure if there is an urgency, a national urgency. Also, a specific mechanism has been introduced to ensure that fundamental rights will be sufficiently protected against any potential misuse of AI systems. There is also a specific focus on fundamental rights, human rights. AI systems cannot break human rights. So what are the tasks for the Commission, the European Commission? There's a specific AI office within the European Commission. It's been created, and the task is to oversee those most advanced AI models. They contribute to fostering standards and testing practices and enforce the common rules in all member states. Because every member state in Europe does have different standards and practices, testing practices. So there must be uniformity of these rules, and the AI office in the Commission does just that. And also there's a panel, a scientific panel of independent experts like myself, which advise the AI office about the GPAI models. So those models, general AI models. Then there is also the AI board. What is it? What does it do? It contributes to the development of methodologies for evaluating the capabilities of foundational models. What does that mean? It means that there are some methodologies that are the basis of these models, foundational models. And those methodologies determine the output of the AI, and that's why the AI board intervenes just to contribute to this development of methodologies. Also, the AI board advises the designation and the emergence of high-impact foundation models. It intervenes before those models come to the market because they must be the company that wants to use those models must send them to the AI bot to analyze and say whether that is follows the rules or not. And that's also the monitoring of possible safety risks related to foundation models. So you can see that the AI bot has an active role, intervenes actively to regulate it before the model comes to the market. And also we comprise model member states representatives, and they're always a coordination platform and advisory body to the Commission. And then we said the advisory forum for AI board, because the AI board is made up of officers of the European Commission, but the advisory board forum is made up of stakeholders such as industry representatives, SMEs, startups, civil society, academia, and they will all participate to provide technical expertise to the AI board. So experts like myself can participate and give an input, as also I do it with startups, international organizations, or governments. They ask me about how and what is the impact of this high risk model is, and I myself give advice just to give some tips and not to push to the market some projects or models that may be wrong and may be excluded by the European Union. There is also a complaints tool that a natural or legal person can raise. So if I myself as a person want to make a complaint about the relevant market surveillance authority concerning non-compliance with the AI Act, I can do it. So if I feel that the AI Act, the AI system is violating AI rules, I can make a complaint to the European body, and I can even expect that such complaint will be handled in line with dedicated procedures of that authorities. So that means that I have a protection, and I have a serious tool that can give obstacles to the implementation of a high-risk AI system if it violates the EU rules. So there is a fundamental rights impact assessment. What does that mean? If I have a company that is producing an AI, high-risk AI system before this high-risk AI system is put in the market by this company, by the deployer, there must be this impact assessment to evaluate whether it follows the EU rules or not. Public entities also will be obliged to register in the EU database for high-risk AI systems. So it's not only the private companies, but also public entities must be registered in this database. And the users of emotional recognition systems have to inform natural persons when they are being exposed to such a system. You can't use the facial recognition system or an emotional recognition system without telling me about it. Also, there is an exception, as we said before, for the law enforcement authorities. So anybody except the law enforcement authorities cannot use these emotional recognition systems. This is a technology that analyzes the facial expression, we're going to see it, from both a static image and also from videos in order to reveal information on one's emotional state. If there's a camera that is facing me and sees that I'm sweating, for instance, is recording my emotional state, and that's forbidden. So one problem about the AI Act is that it comes into force 2 years after it's been approved, which means in just last month. And there are some exceptions for specific provisions, but generally speaking, 2 years after, you start wondering if it should come right away into force in European Union. But that's one of the problems with AI. It goes at an unbelievable speed, while the legislators are a little bit slower than that. Now, there's a problem of transparency for the affected person. Why? Because certain users of high-risk AI systems that are public entities are also, as we said, obliged to register in the EU database for high-risk AI system. An obligation for users of emotion recognition system to inform the natural person that they are exposed to such a system. And we're going to see a case in the United States where that is not that obligation does not apply, because as we said, in the US there is a different those guidelines that we said before are just guidelines, while here there are enforcement provisions. So as we said, a natural person can make a complaint, and a complaint might be handled in line with the procedures of the EU authority. Now, what are the GPAI systems, general purpose AI system? Because there is a difference between specific AI system and general purpose AI system. The EU text clearly defines those ones. Those are systems, AI systems, that can be used for many different purposes, not just one purpose. This is a specialized AI system, but for many purposes. And then where this general purpose AI technology is subsequently integrated into another high-risk system. So that means that, for instance, many general purpose AI systems like ChatGPT is used as a base for specific AI systems that some other companies, AI companies use. For instance, ChatGPT or GPT-4 that has more advanced AI system as a source for the data, to refine those data through the fine-tuning process for their specific AI system. So as we see, the general purpose AI system is used either directly by me and myself as a natural person, or by some companies that are in the middle to give me some specific AI services. Now, technological developments like the rise, as we said, of ChatGPT played a role in disrupting the AI Act discussions, because it was not covered by the original proposal. And that was why there was an adaptation of the AI Act to the new developments, and that's why there's this concern of 2 years before the AI Act come into force. And maybe in these 2 years, some other AI, general purpose AI systems, I'm sure they will be developed, and maybe the AI Act will be already old when it comes into force. That's why there was a request in the European Parliament for stricter risk regulations. So these general purpose AI systems would have to support their compliance effort by providing non-commercially sensitive information. So there are some certain requirements for high-risk AI systems that apply to general purpose AI systems in such cases. That means that the categorization of a high-risk AI system includes some applications of general purpose AI systems. However, instead of direct applications of these requirements, an implementation act would specify how they would be applied in relation to general purposes AI systems based on consultation and detailed impact assessment and considering specific characteristics of these systems and related value chain, technical feasibility, and market and technological developments. That means that when we come to the market as a company to use a general purpose AI system, we have to do in Europe, in a consultation, a detailed impact assessment that's necessary before going to the market. And that's why the AI companies consult specialist advisors for that, because otherwise they would fail into the European market. So that is a necessity for the companies. Now we come to some specific cases that are related to what we just said. Biometrics, identification, and authentication. Biometrics are used to identify and authenticate a person using a set of recognizable and verifiable data unique and specific to that person. So in biometrics, there are two main issues: identification and authentication. Identification answers the question, who are you? Authentication answers another question. Are you really who you are, you say you are? So you can say that you are somebody. I say I am Massimo Buonomo, and then if I'm identifying, but I have not passed the authentication question because I have to prove that I'm Massimo Buonomo. And that's the biometrics identification process, as you can see. First, there is a capturing of the face, then the extraction of the face into the system, the comparison of the face with the other faces, and then the matching. And that's the identification first, authentication after. And then there is the issue of facial recognition. Facial recognition is the process of identifying and verifying the identity of a person using their face, just what we said. It captures, analyzes, and compares patterns based on the person's facial details. The face detection process is an essential step in detecting and locating human faces in images and videos. In the case of facial biometrics, a 2D or 3D sensor captures, as we said before, captures the face, 2D or 3D, and then transforms that into digital data by applying an algorithm before comparing to images captured to those held in the database. It's just exactly what we said here. These automated systems can be used to identify or check an individual's identity in just a few seconds based on facial features, geometry, spacing of the eyes, bridge of the nose, the contour of the lips, ears, chin. They can even do it in the middle of a crowd and with dynamic and unstable environments. And we're going to see it. Look at that. Just with this system, they scan who this guy is, who the other guy is, and the other guy is immediately. We are being spied. So why face recognition then? Because facial biometrics continues to be the preferred biometric benchmark. That's because it's easy to deploy and implement. There's no physical interaction with the end user. Just do it while I'm in the crowd. And facial detection and face match processes for verification identities are quick, immediately. Through this photo, they know who I am, where I am, and what I'm doing. You can see it immediately. But the use of real-time remote biometric identification systems in publicly accessible spaces is allowed in Europe. only where such use is strictly necessary for law enforcement purposes, and for which law enforcement authorities should therefore be exceptionally allowed to use such systems. They cannot do it just because they say, oh, it's an emergency. They have to prove it. In the case of victims of certain crimes, prevention of genuine, present, and even foreseeable threats, such as terrorist attacks, and search for people suspected of the most serious crimes. So it's strictly regulated, but it's allowed. And then US. Let's see the facial recognition system used and allowed in the US. The Madison Square Garden Entertainment, the owner of the Madison Square Garden, the arena, has put lawyers who represent people suing it on an exclusion list to keep them out of concerts and sporting events. So a private authorities is doing that. Madison Square Garden's use of facial recognition to enforce an enemy list in brackets caused a legal battle and growing scrutiny of the deployment and technology itself. So if I'm a lawyer that is defending an employee who's been fired by the Madison Square Garden, I go with my wife to the Madison, they look at me with the scan and they say, you cannot get in. And that is not allowed in Europe, but is allowed in the US. Attorneys barred from the Madison Square Garden and other ventures owned by the same parent company are arguing that a law against theaters refusing entries to critics also precludes the ban against them. So the New York State Representative Tony Simone says that he was even a New York State representative, said he was disinvited from an event by the Madison Square Garden as well, after criticizing the hospitality group's use of face recognition. He was disinvited, just kicked out. The facial recognition deployment could harm free speech and non-discrimination rights. And then there is social scoring. That's what you see in this photo. Each of us has a vote, like just at school. This woman has 2.5, the other one is 4.5, the other one is 1.8. We are all being scored. This is prohibited in Europe. It's a system evaluates citizens' behavior through online and offline parameters, assigning a score based on individual actions. But that's used in China. So the social scoring defines risk profiles of individuals based on control of their behavior, such as criminal or financial activities, and then penalizes low-scoring citizens by denying them access to essential public services. If I get 4 in my social scoring, I cannot even go to the doctor in some cases. The Council's text extends to private actors. The prohibition of using AI for social scoring in Europe, and the prohibition of the use of AI systems that exploit the vulnerability of persons that who are vulnerable due to their social or economic situation. If I can't pay the rent because I'm unemployed, I get a low score and I cannot go to the doctor. That's crazy, but that's what social scores does. So the Article 17 of the AI Act states that AI systems providing public or private social scoring may violate the right to dignity and non-discrimination and the values of equality and justice. The basic idea behind the nationwide social credit system is that everything from people's ability to use public transportation, even if I want to go to take a bus, if I have a low score, I cannot get a bus. To future jobs, they can receive is based on social single score. In doing so, the score becomes an entire basis for a person's social standing. So social scores is even worse than facial recognition because I get a score for all my life. Unless I improve my score, I'm always banned by public authorities, and even in some cases, private authorities, if I apply for a job. So Italy became the first European country to implement a social credit system that is government-sponsored the program was applied in Bologna, and citizens will begin rewards in form of cryptocurrency if they use public transportation and recycling things in the right way. So the citizens have a wallet, and they get some rewards in the wallet because of this social credit score. And then there is this case of Louisiana, the facial recognition. Louisiana authorities' use of facial recognition technology led to a mistaken identity arrest of a Georgian man on a fugitive warrant. Randall Reid, 28 years old, was jailed in late November in Georgia. Authorities erroneously linked Reid to pursue thefts in Jefferson Parish and Baton Rouge. Reid was even arrested on November 25 and released in December 1st. Reid had never been to Louisiana a day in his life. Another case I want to show you, this case is this one. This guy, Nigel Parks. The first photo is the facial recognition. The second photo is his own photo. This guy, the second one, was arrested based solely on these photos, matching his photo with the facial recognition of the robber, the first one. There was no additional evidence. Then he was released, but this guy spent time in prison just because of this photo. This is crazy. In New Jersey, US. So the last words are on general AI ethical issues. What are the questions we must ask? Might AI algorithms infringe fundamental human rights, from privacy and data confidentiality to freedom of choice? How can we ensure that social and cultural stereotypes are not implemented in AI when it comes to gender discrimination? How can we ensure accountability when decisions and actions are fully automated? How do we ensure that AI is developed in a transparent way? Also, image generators can create, as we saw before, lifelike images, which raise concerns about artistic integrity and abuse. AI has been accused of propagating human biases, namely because of AI technologies are trained using data coming from humans. And also the phenomenon of AI hallucinations, as you can see, hallucinations and measures to implement strict safeguards to prevent such errors. What is hallucination? It's a situation where a system, particularly an AI system or machine learning system, generates and perceives something that is not based on actual data or reality. In the context of AI hallucinations, AI hallucination can occur when a machine learning model generates information that is entirely fabricated and not supported by input data. They just go crazy, the AI systems. They give us wrong information or even harmful consequences for us because of these hallucinations. So when an example of this hallucination, and when the AI system creates sentient machines, when they receive a prompt, chatbot analyze the patterns to predict what a human would be most likely to say in that situation. So their responses are financed by human engineers, but the end result is a realistic simulation of human conversation. But the main difference between chatbots and autocomplete is that ChatGPT will write longer sentences. But even with these powers, chatbots are far, far away, like the professor yesterday, the Jamaican professor said at this conference, from the human brain, which is always, I think, and I hope will always be the best. Thank you very much.
Congratulations for the most charming, beautiful lecture. Scary in a way, very scary. And we see that the rights of AI, it protects the rights of women, human.
Exactly.
So we protect us. And I didn't catch when you talk. Did you talk about deepfake?
We didn't speak about deepfake because the presentation was a bit long, but deepfakes are exactly the same as the concerns are exactly the same as we mentioned before about facial recognition, because deepfakes are alteration of the face based on AI systems. So
And the voice,
you have a photo, you cut a photo, you put an actor photo, and you are that guy immediately. So this is crazy.
I am so happy my face is asymmetrical, because deepfake is difficult to
Oh,
do.
they can do it
It's
even with
completely
your
another
face. Nobody is free from that, I'm sure. I'm sorry.
God, oh my God. So do you think we are in trouble? Like, do you think a lot of crimes would happen because of this AI stuff?
I think everybody is subject to this risk. Now, the problem is whether the legislation in Europe is more difficult, in the US is easier. That's the difference.
The legislation is easier.
In the US, yes, because there are no law enforcement rules, while in Europe there are some specific rules and penalties even.
Oh. But now the world is international, and the internet and everything can come from anywhere. Doesn't matter
Yeah,
anymore.
but if I am an American company that does what I do in the US, or a Chinese company that does what she does in the US, in Europe, they get penalized, they get penalties, money. They have to pay money to Europe, or they can even be banned. While in their own countries, they can do whatever they want without penalization. That's the difference.
Ah. It's good to have some rules, isn't it? It's good to be
Yeah,
strict about protecting people,
exactly. Exactly.
from what do you think, Tony?
Well, I mean, you know, I'm not going to go too far into this now, because it's not the topic of my presentation. But you know, to be honest, I already said that before. I've been in this online compliance and offshore banking world since 2001, and if I'm in the practice, and I've been responsible for implementing all these kind of legislations, US, European, in practice. And to be honest, I mean, we learned one thing is that you can't regulate the internet. And I'm going to give you a very practical example. You were talking about American companies. If you have an American company in Delaware, there's no way that you're going to find the persons. And if people are offshoring their data sets or their applications, I use 80 AI-powered apps. They're all worldwide in the cloud, and you cannot find anywhere where anything is. So what my personal opinion is that you know, you have to look at all this kind of legislation from practice, yeah, and not from theoretical stuff. I was a separation manager for the whole of ABN AMRO in 2008 to you know, in KYC and compliance, yeah, and we had to look at all offshore entities, private companies, legal entities, and we just couldn't find anything. Yeah, so I think it's really important not to say to people that things can be done that in practice cannot be done. Yeah, we chased Al Qaeda money after 2001. I had a lot of travels all over the world, a lot of sunshine, and we couldn't find anything. Yeah, so I think that's my opinion. So it's practice. I've been both sides. You know, I'm a professor also, but I looked at if something is actually applicable or not. Yeah. And for the rest, I'm fine, you know, with what people are saying. I just think that it's not, you know, it's not applicable. And so, yeah, why are we doing it?
Well, there are always rules, but then, of course, if you violate the rules, you are subject to being penalized. But then it's up to the authorities to apply the rules, not to us as a persons.
Yeah, but the thing is that I just give you the little examples from after 2001. Most of the AI stuff nowadays, just like IT in general, by the way, is offshored. Yeah, and it's in virtual networks online. So the thing is, we're never, it's not me because I'm married to a judge, so I'm fine. But I mean, it depends on your own ethics. And neither the European Union nor the local legislators nor the local national banks have the capacity nor the resources to actually do this. Yeah, so that's the only thing I'm saying. So I respect what you're saying, but I look at the practice since 2001, you know, so that's all.
Well, that's okay. I prefer rules, but it doesn't matter then. In the end, what the practical application is more important, yeah, of course.
But I think in life it's like with everything is that, AI is technology, yeah, and it's about who is using it and for what, yeah. And for me, that's why also ethics is something personal, yeah. It's just like fake news or the things that you were said, most of the things that I read in newspapers or look at, watch on television or hear on the radio is fake news.
Yeah,
it's not correct. Yes.
That's more philosophical question, I would say.
It's practice, and then the last one, but I don't want to. Yeah, everybody's talking about the face changing stuff. Yeah, we had these apps online 2 years ago. Yeah, and people were already doing it with Adobe 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just like, it's again, I'm a practical person, so I'm the practical scientist.
The UK guy, it's normal to be practical.
Thank you.
I would like Dr. Ross here. I'd like to speak to that point, and I believe that the answer lies in between exactly what both of you guys are saying. There is theory, but then there's actual practice, right? And most times we notice that when you put the theories into practice, it never goes exactly the way you imagine. And we learn a lot from real case scenarios, right? That's where most of the real answers come from on how to fix the system. So we have to put things into play. And I say that to say, everything you spoke about as a research scientist, that's a very touchy subject, right? Because you think about all these things, facial recognition, emotions, and things like that. Well, we have devices that can detect these things, can detect brainwaves, state of mind that can help even predict and prevent seizures, right?
Yeah.
Without the ability to research and to do that, these things will never get into the actual practice and improve quality of life. So if we stay scared and regulating everything, we're going to miss out on a lot. So we can't fearmonger, but at the same time, as the things come into play, we have to have a better system on how to enact almost like a Bayesian experiment, how to enact the changes and the results that we get in more real time. That's what we should be focused on. How, when we learn something in the system, can we enact what we have learned into the system, and it doesn't take 2 years, right? Because the same problem is happening in practice, in education, in finances, and health, across the board. We figure out something tomorrow, and it takes a year and a half to even come to consensus, and then we have to decide what we're going to do about it, and then we have to put it into play. How many things have changed since we acknowledge the problem? So thank you. That was my comment.
Okay, can I make just one small comment? And I think it's really relevant what you're saying, because you're saying we, yeah. And one of the reasons why I quit the corporate world and the world of traditional universities is that I already found out in 2001 that the changes and the innovations online worldwide are going much quicker than corporate dinosaur regulators and watchers are actually seeing it now. So I'm talking about the death of the dinosaurs. It's not something which is new. It's something that came up in change management, like already in 2001. Yeah. And so what I'm trying to do in what I'm doing is saying, okay, we're all in our online comfort zone, but if you look at the web in general, yeah, then things are going much quicker and much faster. So prepare for that. And then going to the topic that Dana has at heart, I think that we have to teach our children the reality of life. and and not teach them things that are irrelevant already today. Yeah, it's so that's my mission, to say, okay, we all together online are much quicker and much faster than people in traditional environments.
I fully agree on that, and in fact, I do exactly that.
Yeah, but that's true, and then so I think that it is our job as as real experts to say to people what's actually going on.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that our politicians, or whoever is involved, don't do it in time. Yeah, that's something out of my circle of influence. I vote once every 4 years, and then afterwards, it's up to them.
That's true.
Can I quickly say to Tony, what you just said is very important, right? We have to talk to them, especially the children. I want everyone to think about kids now. They're growing up in a digital world. They're being born in a digital world.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
what we have to realize, because we've uncovered that full immersive learning, the brain is adapting and we're discovering new complex ways of learning, right? And now new ways of teaching and giving information from reception to perception. And it's fascinating stuff. These kids are growing up in that world and we have to adapt, right? Because we grew up in the older world. And if we're trying to teach them from a world that is developing, right? So we have to, in our own mind, think forward and be able to adapt in our teaching for that. And the important point I wanted to make was kids are very smart. They see what's happening. If our words aren't matching their experience, that's where we're losing the youth, because we're telling them stuff that's not matching. We're saying, you can't do X, Y, and Z. They jump on the dark web and they can do X, Y, and Z. They're not going to listen to you anymore. That's where we're losing the kids at.
And that's really, I think it's really interesting what you're saying, because I'm teaching in higher education already for 20 years. Yeah. And my students, and I'm helping them to start a company that actually doesn't go bankrupt. Yeah. And my students are telling me that their traditional professors, yeah, what they're telling them and what they're teaching them is irrelevant in their world. Yeah. So I avoid conflicts. So what I try to do is, tell these people that, how it works in general, and I can't do more, I mean, it's that's the way it is. So my thesis is that we are actually not teaching them, relevant things, but we call that in knowledge management false expertise. Yeah. And following up false expertise in any case makes huge damages, also economically. And we already know that since 1985. So, but I can't do more about that. We can do together with the people that want to do is say, okay, we have to teach the children things that help them in the world of today, not of the world 10 years ago. That's my personal opinion.
And also, if I can add just one little thing, I do. I have a non-profit organization. I go to schools and explain these issues to youngsters and explain specifically, and their questions are much smarter than ours. If I can add that.
Yes, I think I would probably agree more with Dr. Gates a little bit, finding a middle ground, because you can't have innovation if it's heavily regulated. But at the same time, too, you have precedents. If you realize that something is leading to it, that is what the government is for. That's for legislation. There always has to be a first. So if someone doesn't, so when it comes to basically looking at trying to enforce law, they draw reference. Does the entity maybe perhaps have an entity in that country? Then that country can actually file a lawsuit if that has a breach of ethics in some regards. So there are precedents in place that could probably establish these things. But again, you have to find a middle ground, because you can't have innovation if it's heavily regulated. Because from personal experience, when I wanted to explore LNCAP cells, for instance, processing, I actually have to deal with the with mice. So I actually have to follow certain rules and certain guides. And those are in place for a reason, so that you don't breach certain ethical concerns. But middle ground, I think we have to have a middle ground. But there are things, because if it is that we don't regulate it, you're going to run the problem of people just doing what they want at the same time.
I have a more practical question because I'm on now. Is it a good idea to start that we go on with the discussion after that? Is it okay?
Yes, sure.
I have to run away, and I thank you very much for inviting me. It was a great pleasure to meet all of you online, and I look forward to meeting you again. It was a great pleasure. Thank you very much.
Well, let's connect on LinkedIn if you want. Anyway, let's do it.
Thank you,
Sure.
Professor. That's a great presentation.
Thank you.
It is my distinct pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker, Dr. Tony Debris, a seasoned professional with an illustrious career spanning multiple domains. Our speaker holds an MBA and is an experienced online trend watcher, digital strategy and change management consultant, AI entrepreneur and AI speaker. In addition to these roles, our speaker is a best-selling author of numerous management books and ebooks. Our speaker has dedicated 26 years to global financial services at ABN AMRO, serving in a wide range of functions and roles. This experience has provided our speaker with a comprehensive understanding of the financial sector and its intersection with technology. Our speaker's academic credentials are equally impressive, holding a double university degree in history and economics, an European Executive MBA, and a PhD in business administration. Further enhancing its expertise, our speaker holds a certificate in customer experience, a certificate of fintech from MIT, and a certificate for ICT members of Board of Advisors. In 2011, our speaker made a pivotal decision to become an independent business owner, demonstrating his entrepreneurial spirit and commitment to a balanced life and work approach. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Tony Debris.
Thank you. Okay, you have to help me a bit because I'm not used to so much with Zoom, so I'm going to try to share the presentation. So help me if it's going okay. Okay. Well, so the first thing that I would like to say is that thank you for taking the time to attend this this meeting. I'm always a bit restless during these events. Why? Because I'm an entrepreneur. Yeah. So when people customers are calling me and all that kind of stuff. So I really try to be there regularly today and yesterday, but I just don't manage to do it all the time. So I apologize for that. Now the presentation of today has to do with what we call right skilling. So if you look at my CV, you know why I call it like that. And if you want, I'll also send you the PDF of this thing because it's fun to talk together and to meet each other like this. So the theme of the presentation is right skilling for the AI-powered economy. Now, all the images that I use in all my presentations are always AI generated. Yeah. And I learned to do this kind of stuff 2022. And for instance, this is an image that I made for students in the center of Holland, which is called, the town is called Utrecht. So you see the canals and you see the laughing people, and they're actually for me the most important target group in my life. Yeah, that's the way it is, and that's the way it goes through the presentation. Okay, well the agenda is rather short. Short introduction of me. It's not about me, but it's just about what I've been doing. The second one is the death of the large organizations. Again, it's not an insult, but it's something that has been used by professors in management consulting and management since 2001. I'll gladly give you the link. The great layoff, online AI trends, online right skilling trends, the future of your work and income, and Tony's personal tips. Now, the theme of this webinar is, and also about yesterday was, to make a journey around the AI landscape. I purposely focus only on the online landscape. So I'm not going to say anything about large companies and Forrester and Gartner, because I'm just looking at what's going on outside and actually trying to do it and learn from it. Now, a short introduction. The students always ask me, what are the most important pivots in your life, Tony? Well, the first one is that my father went bankrupt in 1978, and I didn't get any money and I wanted to study, so I had to take up a lot of different kind of work stuff, you know, to actually to pay my fees and to earn a living. Then from 1978 to 1985, I learned how to design and program e-learning. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we already did that in 1982, 1978, and afterwards. And that's why I was headhunted by ABN AMRO and AMRO Bank, in this case, in 1985. Yeah. Well, then I was working for the board of ABN AMRO in 2001. And I started to earn money online as side hustles with ebooks. You can look at the topics in my LinkedIn profile and you're going to be flabbergasted because it's the same thing as now. In 2011, I left the corporate rat race and I never regretted it 1 second. And then in 2022, I actually had to change everything again because of what happened in 2022, which we call the democratization of AI. And I'll talk about that in another time, I think. Okay, well, the death of the dinosaurs, and this is really interesting, I think, for all the digital transformation and management consulting and change management professionals, is that actually what we discovered already in 2001 is that technology is actually disrupting organizations. Yeah, so the way things are organized. Now, I won't go too much into that this presentation, but we already started to use hybrid working, online working, and virtual teams in global companies in the beginning of the 90s, including in my own departments. Most of the people that were working in my departments were already working at home, and they were already working remotely during the beginning of the 90s and in virtual teams. So nothing new, and let's learn from all the experiences. Now, in 2022, you got ChatGPT, DALL-E, Stable Diffusion, and Midjourney, and that meant for us online that all business models and all revenue models, actually, you could throw them, you know, in the water. They were all gone. Yeah. So we had to change really quickly our what we call into an AI-powered business model. Now, what also happened is that the existing strategy models and business models were actually also useless. Now, again, this is really interesting because most of the people know the 10 types of innovation framework that is used all around the world. But in our experiences, actually since the beginning of the 90s, what we forget is model innovation. Yeah. If you look at the models that are used in corporates, including my old company, I mean, also all of them are outdated because we're living in a different world. So that also meant that in that period, the growth of online learning platforms not being from universities and business schools actually exploded online. And the other stuff is that actually the large dinosaur events, they are also for us, you know, if you look at the speed and if you want to see what's going on and experience what's going on online, I mean, they're not relevant. So it's not negative, it's just something that what people say is not relevant for us because it doesn't help. Yeah. Now, so it was quietly disrupting what was called the large dinosaur world. Yeah. And it all has to do with relevance of knowledge and experience. Now, the great AI layoff, and this is also really interesting again, because yesterday I heard a number of speakers again in this webinar that said, you know, that it wasn't so bad about people losing their jobs and all that kind of stuff. It's not true, because there is a lot of research done online and even now by McKinsey that says that most people with a fixed job in marketing, writing, publishing, finance and accounting, translating, and even in high tech and IT are already losing their job because of the application of different types of AI. And the interesting stuff also is that in the UK there was a big report coming out of the UK Ministry of Labour, and they concluded that also in management consulting there would be a lot of layoffs because what they're actually doing can be done better, cheaper, and quicker by other people than these large companies. Yeah. Now, the digital substitution in economic terms is the main trend online. And this has been going on actually after 2001. So if you take something from this presentation is that it is not a fad, People are already losing their job. Look at what Amazon is doing. Look at what other companies are doing. They are actually laying off a lot of people, including in IT. Yeah, so that's reality. But there's an online other trend is that people are talking just like my distinguished predecessor in this presentation on ChatGPT 3.5 and 4. Actually, there is a tsunami of AI-powered solutions online available, which includes OpenAI, Google AI, Microsoft AI, and I even have tools that combine the three. Yeah, and they don't cost a lot of money. They hardly cost anything. Yeah. The other big stuff is what we call the AI-powered company, online platforms, virtual corporates, startups, scale-ups, and SMEs. I mean, it's going on. And the democratization of AI online means is that all these tools are innovative and changing all the time. You know, I now have 85 and I can't keep up. Yeah. And it changes everything, you know, and most of it has to do with digital substitution and with virtual organizing. Now, during my executive MBA in 1996, I had a course from Jay Galbraith, and some of you might know him. He's deceased, unfortunately, and he is one of the big professors on organizational design. And he said in 1996 that the future of the organization would be the virtual organization. Yeah, so without a head office. Yeah, so we know that's going on, and it's going on in a very high pace. Yeah. Now, so real leaders in the platform economy use innovative strategy, change, and transformation models because we don't have the time. Yeah, it has to be simple. You have to be able to do it quickly, or else, I mean, you will not survive. Yeah, unless of course you're working in the government. I always make as a joke because then you can't be sacked, at least not in the Netherlands. What are online right skilling trends? Why do I say right skilling trends, by the way? Is that right skilling means is that you learn the soft and hard skills that you need personally for your career. And it doesn't have to be in your current career. So if you talk about AI skilling, you know, or upskilling or reskilling, it means in general that you do it in your current job and in your current environment. I learned in 2001 is that most of the diplomas I had from the corporate world were irrelevant to become successful online. Yeah. So that's why we call it, and it's called right skilling. Yeah. Now, what are some of the big trends already, you know, for a few years? Mobile learning, focused soft and hard skill AI right skilling, fast virtual online learning and e-learning, on-demand personal learning, non-diploma certificate online education. So the online education world, and I wrote some statistics about that in one of my last ebooks, is that the non-certificate online education online is booming. Yeah. So apart from the traditional online education from universities and business schools, now one of the advantages is that there you have thousands of instructors, yeah, who are actually, you know, rated, and that take a very short time in teaching you and learning you to do things. Now, another thing online is digital strategy and business model innovation. Short, yeah, fast, new, yeah. And the aim is also, and what I'm doing every day, 2 or 3 hours a day, you know, is lifelong personal right skilling. I mean, you have to do that if I want to survive, yeah, and if I want to help my customers to survive and grow in this exciting but very fast new world. Now, the future of your work and income, I always say, well, you know, you've got the great layoff in marketing, writing, finance, high tech, and management consulting. And this goes in particular for people that are working in traditional large companies and in some of the high schools, universities, and business schools. Yeah. At the same time, we have fast growing online gig economy and a declining number of fixed jobs in a lot of areas. You know, even McKinsey now has concluded that in a year ago. Yeah, so it's going on and at a very high pace. Fast growing AI gigs on online gig platforms. Fast growing AI skilling, skill-based learning on online learning platforms. You know, I stopped going to any corporate university or whatever a long time ago. because it takes too long, it's too expensive, and it's not something that can help me in my current life, and not my students either. Yeah. And again, the focus is on fast learning, and fast learning, personal right skilling, soft and skills, yeah, and hard skills. And that's the trends that we see going on online for already a few years, and even more after 2022. Now, here are some personal tips, and I added these images especially for our extinguished chairman Dana. So I added some children from Africa. I added some ladies in saris also, and I added again the people that I put, the young people that I put on the first image of this presentation. Why? Because they are my immediate public. Yeah, that's the personal vision and mission that I have in life. Yeah. Now, personal tips: the future of work and income with you is now. Yeah. So don't spend too much time on the future of or this kind of stuff. I mean, it's just going on now, and it's going on in exactly an incredible fast pace. We're living in an extreme competition environment. There's an online shakeout going on. Yeah. And it's going on at a tremendous pace. Why? Because there are hundreds of millions of people worldwide that are actually working together and doing it. Yeah, so it's exciting, but it's also a bit frightening because it goes so quick. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we have to learn all the time and unlearn things all the time. Yeah. Now, don't automate the old, but make the new. Be yourself, choose your own path, and pivot in time. Yeah, so I had some big discussions with people that are using the lean startup globally, yeah, and they're talking about pivoting once, twice, whatever. We're in a world that, as a company and as a person, you have to pivot all the time, yeah. It's not a one-time thing, and then you can sit back and relax. It's not true. I always advise people also to follow online AA trends for entrepreneurs, yeah, and again. When I was working in the bank, we were looking at Forrester and Gartner and what IBM was doing and what Microsoft was doing. I mean, it's the real world is the world of the open AI teams, and there are hundreds of these kind of people and teams virtually all the time around the world. Learn new non-corporate models, methods, and tools. Remember what I said when I started to work online, making money as side hustles. I discovered that all of my diplomas were actually useless. Yeah, I mean, it just went too fast. I had to do other stuff. Focus on continuous personal soft and hard right skilling, and what we have to do is stop talking about systems. It's about who uses them and how you use them. Yeah, it's just like with Google search. Most of the things that you see online when you get it from Google search, it's from the big companies. Why? Because they have they are the most important already in the big world. Yeah. So we have to use technology for the good. And the last one, and again, this is special for Dana, is that and it's also fun. Yeah, we're very productive and creative with all kinds of AI tools. I'm an AI artist. I can't draw, but I can make really nice things, according to my friends and my wife, with AI. And it's also just fun. It's so this is the one I made for Dana. I really like Dr. Bob from the Muppet Show, and so I made this image yesterday evening, especially for her, because she has a lot of experience in the medical environment and and lasers and that kind of stuff. So I made this image of Dr. Bob in the veterinarian hospital, operating on one of the brothers or sisters of Kermit using AI-powered lasers. Well, this is a bit what I was trying to discuss with you today, and I hope this was a bit interesting. And now I'm open for discussion anytime if you want. And this is my information. I do most of my stuff on LinkedIn. We started something new, which is funny. It's the virtual business school. We do that with people online and just trying to share on the platform all kind of different stuff that we find every day. By the way, we are using a lot of AI in the next few steps to do a lot of stuff. And one of the most interesting, I think, digital disruptions that that I went through a few years ago is that I stopped writing best-selling management books, because I discovered already a long time ago is that, you know, the trend is short. People want to do how-to things, and you know, that's the thing that that we can do. So I'm only writing short stuff on demand of customers together with others, and some of the things that I discussed today are in the right skilling for the AI powered economy book. Yesterday I learned for $8.95 how to use the new functionality of Zoom, and you know, this is just a way to help more people, you know, to make the right choices for themselves. Well, thank you for that. If there's any questions, I'm ready.
Thank you, Tony, for the most beautiful presentation, as always. Such a great joy to listen to you and learn from you at all times. So you say you're making money online. How do you do that?
Well, you know, the interesting stuff is that, so the first thing that you actually have to do, and again, this is something has to do with strategy, is that we already discovered in 2001 that, you know, looking at the online platforms, that kind of stuff. Now, I finished my PhD on Amazon in 2001. Yeah. So what we did was we looked at strategy models, and what I do and what we do is that we focus on digital blue oceans. Yeah. And digital blue oceans are people that, you know, that are online, and that you know, for whom you can actually create value. Yeah. So an example was that when I started to make money online from home and as a digital nomad, I started to I had at a certain moment in time 12,000 customers worldwide, and all these customers were, and you're going to be interested about this, Dana, is that most of these customers were women. And a lot of them were working during the night. And I wrote ebooks, maximum 40 pages, at their request. And that's the way I made money. I mean, my organizational costs were zero because I was doing it on my own. Yeah. And I only made and sold or gave away for free things that they actually helped them. Yeah. Now, so this is something that we discovered a long time ago, is that it's not about markets, it's about people with whom you are related and that have the same values as you and yourself. Yeah. So, and you avoid competition. So I'm not in competition with, you know, regulators or with corporates or with business schools. No, I am trying to help people that want to be helped and that trust me. And my reputation is that, you know, he is sometimes very direct, but he really wants to make things happen and change. Yeah, so we know that online actually you have to relate with people that have the same values and norms. So in my case, it was with short ebooks. Yeah, and the topics were, yeah, and the 4 topics were making money online, online marketing, working at home, and online freelancing. Yeah. And that's the only thing I did, and I'm still doing that. Yeah. So you avoid competition and you try to help people worldwide, independent of color, you know, race, age, or whatever, in actually, you know, surviving and thriving in this world.
How did you find the buyers for your books? How
do I get? Well, the thing is that I started to sell them again myself. Yeah. And I'm also using online ebook publishers that are asking me to write a book about something and share relevant experience and write something within 2 weeks. Yeah. Now, so I already knew from 2001 is that if I sell 10,000 ebooks for $4, yeah, pre-taxes, I earn more than, you know, selling 1,000 for 25 euros, and I'm only getting $1 per book. Yeah, so that's digital economics. You know, it's just like I said on online courses. I'm following tutorials online, you know, since I think 2005, and it takes me, you know, 2 hours to learn something that I have to pay 1,500 euros for in an educational center here in the Netherlands. You know, learning ChatGPT in the Netherlands can cost for 1 day up to 1,400 euros, subsidized by the Dutch government. So, and I learn new functionality all the time, and it takes me 1 hour, and I pay maximum of €8 or $8. And then it becomes interesting for people worldwide, because if they don't have money but they have mobile phone, you know, why spend 1,500 euros if you can do it for 7 in 1 hour? Yeah, so
In the surgery world, we say, see one, do one, teach one.
yeah, sure.
You
Yeah.
see a surgery, you do one, and then you teach it.
Yeah. And I think I think the question is really good, because again, you know, I think really cooperation online is not about, you know, competition between each other. Yeah, it's about, you know, trying to learn together. Yeah, the collective knowledge of all of us worldwide is much bigger, with all respect, than what I learned at universities. Yeah, and that's normal. I mean, you know, I can ask you a question tomorrow morning about lasers. Why do I have to follow a course? You're an expert, I'm not. So I've got another thing, by the way. I refuse every connection request online when somebody has the word leader or expert in their title. Because for me, it's putting yourself somewhere where you shouldn't be.
Yes.
But it's my opinion anyway.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, we have to be modest, like you are, you know, and we have to look at people and children, and, you know, not put ourselves on high pedestals, because, you know, we're irrelevant, you know.
Yeah.
But so what I do is that, you know, I just don't look at it. I don't read it. People ask me all the time, "Did you read my management book?" I said, "No. Why should I?" And then they tell me, "Well, if you don't read it, you can't have an opinion." I said, "You know, look, you know, what is this? You know, the only thing we have as human beings is time and health and happiness, and the rest is, you know." We have somebody that helps us cleaning our house, and she's from Morocco. You know, I've been in the Middle East a lot during my career, and she says to me, "Tony, the only one who knows when we're dying is up there." And then I tell her, "Yeah, and the problem is he doesn't tell us, you know." So every day we have to be ourselves. I've been in the Middle East a lot, in Lebanon, in the West Bank, in Gaza, and everywhere. So I know where I am. You know, I'm with people, and I don't care who they are. If they're black, white, beard or not, you know, old, young, whatever. You know, but it's the way I was brought up, and I'm happy with it. But that's me, you know. It's not everybody should be like that. You know, it's just like that.
I have a question for you, Tony.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Dr. Ross. So I'm working on with the group a reentry program for formerly incarcerated individuals, and
Oh,
we're
nice.
working to make education should be free. It should just cost you motivation, right?
Yeah.
Is our motto. So with that, we're working on a virtual academy that teaches vocational
Yeah.
skills. So I'm wondering if we can connect somehow,
Yeah, sure.
because as you speak about the global access, right? That's
Yeah.
what we're working toward, is
Yeah.
where education and information has been decentralized. And you talk about these dinosaurs. The universities are these dinosaurs as well, because everything that you
Yeah,
said,
sure.
you can lay right over academia, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Once the information has been decentralized. So yeah, I noticed you have some things in place, and I would definitely like to talk about
Yeah.
how we can collaborate to provide those type of resources. Like you said, globally, as long as you have a cell phone or access to a digital device, which we do train orientation to digital devices and things like that, then it's just up to the individual to be motivated to take advantage. So with that, we have over 300 certified courses through eCornell that's offered at a discount. And so, yeah, we'd like to add on to that because there's so many things that are outside my area of expertise. I'm a neuroscientist. I'm into brain trauma. Not everyone is, but we're able to offer like from cybersecurity, social work, all these different fields. So anyway, I won't belabor the point, but I love what you're doing. Thank you for the realistic point of view on a lot of these topics, because sometimes we get off into the fantasy as we discuss some of these things, and we have to be realistic if we want to actually have a lasting impact. So thank you.
I think, just to give you a quick reaction on this, I think there are several things that you're saying, and I agree with you. Thank you for that. I did a project on behalf of the Ministry of Justice in the Netherlands, and that was exactly the topic of what you're doing, Now, so here comes an interesting point: is that in the Netherlands there are very expensive programs, to reintegrate people that are in prison back into society, And what we also know is that none of these work. Now, the interesting one is that the people that started the guys that started a startup that I helped actually were helping people in backstreet areas of a town in the east of the Netherlands, And what they did is that they developed an app in street language, and they asked the guys in prison, what's your problem, And what they discovered is that most of the time they didn't even understand, the terms, Now the sad thing is that when we actually, we made something, we had this app designed by the guys from prison, And the ministry actually didn't roll it out because there was a huge objection from the people that were doing the reintegration courses now. And so my idea is that, okay, the interesting stuff is that don't fight these people because they're earning a lot of money on it, and and they're very highly influenced. But we try to offer this kind of stuff to the people directly, the young people themselves. So
yes,
you avoid competition.
That it seems like the program was a success and they didn't like that.
Exactly, because they are actually getting hundreds of millions of euros, to facilitate courses inside prison that don't work. So they got angry with me, and I said, don't be angry with me because I don't care less. By the way, you're spending my tax-paying money,
Right.
So I object to that. But I'm not going to fight them. You're going to try to do things together with other people that actually work, and you reach the people concerned on their mobile. You avoid again competition. That's the idea of the digital, blue oceans.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
So just give me a connect. We'll see what we can do together.
Absolutely. LinkedIn is my office, so I'm sure we're going to connect from here.
Right.
And yes, so thank you for your presentation.
I hope it helps. I hope it helped. It was a bit interesting for you. That's the most important thing. Any other questions?
Thank you, Tony. That was wonderful. Talking about education, you're thinking you go to school. I finished school at 41, right?
Yeah.
Plus, then I had another 1 year with the Academy of Distinguished Educators when I became professor. So guess what? All my time in school, 4 years of master, 7 years of PhD, all my time in school to become a doctor. And then it helped when I got robbed.
Yeah, okay.
When somebody tried to steal my paintings, paintings, I
Yeah.
got them back because I was knowing what I'm doing, and I learned statistics and stuff.
Yeah,
And
sure.
I need to write a letter, and I knew to chase until I found everything needed, and I got my paintings back. Somebody stole 25 paintings only because of the education,
Yeah.
only because of my education. If I wouldn't have gone to all that research work, because once you got the research, then you can research anything.
Yeah,
Once
sure.
you know research.
No, but what you're saying is really interesting because, you know, to take an example is that everything I do, yeah, I use a number of AI powered tools, and you know I can research online whatever I want, yeah, and so it means that also researching is going much quicker, yeah, now than when you and me did our PhD or you know did business analysis or market analysis, whatever. So it really helps, yeah. So again, for me, the idea is not, you know, should we use IE or not? But the good thing is that it's just like, you know, it can be a tool. And if you know what you're doing, yeah, then it's fine. Yeah. I can come back a bit to what we were saying about compliance. You know, the stuff is that, again, you know, you've got crooks in the world, you know, and some of them are actually democratically elected. Yeah. But I can't, you know, you can't do anything about it. My wife is a judge, you know, and she has to do with the dark web, yeah. And so there are crooks everywhere, and the internet is a limitless world, and we can only change ourselves, you know. That's what I learned after my first marriage, by the way, is that you can only change yourself. So.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, Tony,
So,
there is one more question for you.
yeah.
Mr. Shad,
Or it's not so much of a question, it was more of a comment. But what I would like to see as well, because I live in Portugal,
Yeah.
and it's still very much, although it's part of Europe, it still has a lot. Quality of life here is a
Yeah.
lot different. But coming from a country that's a developing country, we don't have as much resources as a lot of other countries, and
Yeah.
education
Where are you
is
from? Where are you from?
expensive. I'm
Where are you
originally from Trinidad and Tobago, and
Okay.
I actually have dyslexia and ADHD.
Hey.
And growing up, that is difficult. I mean, like I'm good at statistics because I've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I have to learn differently. And even when looking at the landscape for people trying to make it in a world now, it's so different. And they don't cater for people who learn differently. Because
Okay.
even when it looks at courses, they're still very much targeted. You want to sit down for lunch time, but I don't know most, but I definitely cannot sit down for long periods of time
Okay.
and just.
Can I make a suggestion? Because we're doing this, we're doing this with my students. So your digital blue ocean, yeah, it's people like you. Yeah. So I had I was helping a startup with people, you know, of students of mine, IT students in the east of the Netherlands last year, yeah, and they were coming up with a lot of crap, to be honest, yeah. And you know what? And I said, look at yourself. They said, what do you mean? I said, well, most of you are dyslexic. I said, what, and what's the problem in your world? And they say,
You
well,
don't.
my parents had problems to find the right schools, and we have problems to find the right education. I said, why don't you start a startup about that? So choose a digital you know, strategy of people like you.
Yeah.
So we made jokes. You know, I had a guy in the group who was wearing a cap, and some of them with tattoos, and some of them were black or white or whatever. I said, you know, so your target group is people of your age with tattoos on their face, wearing caps,
Yeah.
being under 18. Yes, that's your target. Our best target group is people like us. You know, you're sharing relevant information. I stopped working in the corporate, so I know what it takes. You know, I know what it felt. I know what I did. You know, so we are not selling books. We have to share relevant experiences, not information, experiences. I want to know, you know, what it meant for you, you know, going from your islands, yeah, to Portugal, yeah. One of our football trainers actually was a trainer in your country for the national team, you know. So we have to be really interested in ourselves, and we are each other's target group, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree because I have cousins, and they didn't go to school, and it's not because um it's purely because circumstances didn't allow it, and they had to go to work in the farm or go to work.
Yeah, sure.
So like we are exposed to different. I was fortunate. My mom was a teacher, and she just made sure that, you know what, you learn differently, so we work with that. So
Yeah.
I was fortunate, but not everyone's that fortunate.
But I think, and that's why I think again the internet's come into play, because the thing is that, you know, that's a fact. Yeah. I was helping in Rotterdam girls that were living on the street to answer, you know, to start their own company. Yeah. And they said to me, Tony, two questions: where do you get the energy, and who do I have to believe? Yeah, which is interesting. And I said, you know, I'm a positive realist. Yeah, and I've been like that you know, since I was born. Every morning I wake up and I say two things to myself. First thing is, well, that's good because I didn't die in my sleep. Yeah. And the second thing is, what am I going to do today, Tony? Yeah. And I said, and they said, yeah, but you know, we always take the wrong exits in life. You know, this is interesting. Talk. And I said, you know what? It's just like on a motorway. If you take the wrong exit, you know, go back on the motorway.
Exactly. Yeah.
So,
Go back on your motorway.
and I think, you know, this idea of generation learning, I really like that. You know, so we're part of generations that actually listened to older people and shut up. Yeah. And a lot of young people nowadays, they think that they already know everything, and they're better, and they want my job and whatever. Fine, you know. We're for generation learning. When I was starting to work at the bank, I started at the bottom, not at the top. You know.
Oh, no, it's the
Yeah,
same.
yeah. So, you know, it's not getting into useless conflicts or whatever. You know, I get insulted on LinkedIn all the time, you know, and I just block people. And you know what they say before I block them? I say, you know, you can say anything you want to me except that I look like you. You know, we have to avoid conflict, you know, and put the energy on people that we actually can work together with. You know, it's
Yeah. No, I definitely would like to connect because
yeah,
I
sure.
work in SMEs. So basically it's
Yeah, you
trying
know,
to work. So trying to develop a lifestyle,
yeah,
especially when you
Hey,
yeah.
can I add to this conversation, Chad? This is Dr. Ross. I just wanted to say, I'm very sensitive and in tune to what you're speaking of, and we're actually putting together a collective that's related to the spectrum and neurodivergency. And I've been speaking with Victory XR, which makes fully immersive digital twin universities, because I teach using their technology, but I've also have suffered 2 minor concussions and a mini stroke myself.
Okay.
And now using that technology, being in that immersive environment, I quickly learned that I can only do 15-minute bouts
Yeah, great.
within
yeah.
Yeah.
right? And
Same
still
as
have
me.
my
I could only
cognitive. Yes, go ahead, go ahead.
But
sorry,
you know, the
yeah, it's the
interesting
same as
stuff.
me.
Yeah.
Small bouts.
Yes,
Yeah.
but I could be very like in tune, but I have to do it in bouts and take breaks. And so I spoke to them about, and I'm, putting together and getting together creators, individuals that build out that space that need to be sensitive to this. Because when you look at the numbers of individuals that are, you think just on the spectrum of neurodiversity and understanding, how do you deliver information with this technology taking over the world? If you're a person who is divergent and you have to deal with this now in finance and in your everyday life, in business, at work, there have to be a integration process, and they have to be designed in a way that's works with how your brain works, how you operate. So more on an individual basis. So I say that to say there are individuals out there that's actually looking into this, and we have communities, and that's something that's very strong on the plate of what we're doing, because I go into these communities where I'm dealing with individuals who are impoverished communities. Some are prematurely born and have developmental issues and these kind of things. I bring all of this fancy technology, and it's almost a waste of time because it's not adapted for them.
Yeah. And I think what you're saying is really relevant. You know what? I think this is one of the big online trends already for a long time, and the trend is short. Yeah. So it's for all of us, but it's not just for young people. I mean, I'm really restless. Yeah. I'm saying to young people all the time, it's just like a bit, and I apologize if I make a Dutch joke, I'm saying always to my students, I said, at the end of the day, it's just like, you meet, you have a date, you meet a person of your life, and what is the question, that will always come up one way or another, if you meet a girl or a boy or whatever you want. So what's the question that comes up? You can go with her or him to the cinema, to the restaurant, or whatever. What's the question that will come up always?
What do you do?
No, are we going to do it or not?
That.
And you know what one of my students said the other day? And he raised his hand, and I said, yeah, what? He said, that's why I always ask it right away. Not to waste our time. And again, time is I'm getting restless. I hate talking, and not doing it, especially in this kind of periods. It's like I'm going to be 67, yeah, and I've been like my life all the time like that. Yeah, it's just we are wasting our time, but we're doing it ourselves. I'm not in any community worldwide talking about learning, because I'm getting crazy. It's about opportunity costs in time, energy, and money. But in time and energy, people drain me talking about it. They're telling me things that I already learned in 1978. Come on. I prefer to be on the beach with my wife, or or be with people like you sometimes, than talking. It's.
But
yeah.
You know what annoys me a lot of times, because I work in the field of data science, notoriously because I have ADHD and I'm dyslexic. I need more time, and they always give me a timed exam. They don't. A lot of times it's like, what do you want me to do with this? It's like, if you give me time, I can analyze different approaches, but you literally putting me in a box with people that could probably do a certain task. It doesn't show any sort of creativity.
No. This is really interesting.
It annoys me, so I just stopped doing them. I just stopped doing it. It's like, you're wasting my time now.
No, but you're really interested. Again, coming back a bit to the compliance stuff, I had to separate all data from ABN AMRO worldwide, when we were sold to 3 companies. Yeah. And you know what the big issue was? Yeah. In all big companies, including in government, our IT systems and data systems are a mess. Yeah. It's one big problem. Yeah. So saying, so we had to clean this stuff before splitting up. We didn't manage, So my big boss said to me, he said, I have to sign this paper to the Dutch regulators, stating to them that we separated everything and that our data is clean up. And he said to me, would you sign this? And I said, well, you know what? You put a PS under it, and you say that it's yes according to your management consultants. And he sent it in.
Yeah.
Sorry
what I was going to say is, this is why I like to present tools on statistics, so it gives you a different perspective of how to do certain maths or how to incorporate it, because a lot of times when you read these things, it doesn't include certain aspects of it, and this is where we need to try to improve, and which is why I do this as well, to try and get people into different perspective. That's
Yeah, and I think that's really that's why I like these smaller conferences. Why, you know, it's I'm sometimes a bit nasty, because people are also on LinkedIn. They want to have the maximum number of connections and the maximum number of likes. Yeah. And I always say, you know what? Hitler had a lot of followers, and you know how that ended. You know, it's not about how many followers or likes you have, but it's about who follows you and with whom you have connections. You know, why having the most followers or connections on LinkedIn? You know, why? It's horrible. Yeah, I don't want to be. I just want to be connected with people that that are okay.
Or the question, why do you want to work for me? It's like, dude,
yeah.
job. I need to pay bills. Why do you?
We were making a joke the other day. Is that I think when you're applying for a job, if you really want to do that on LinkedIn, the first thing that you have to ask yourself: do I want to work for you? Yeah. So I look at pictures on LinkedIn, and I say, no. I get, red stains in my neck the moment I get into the head office of a big bank or of government. So why should I do that? I was in an advisory commission the other day about AI for the Dutch government, for the parliament. Yeah. And most of the things that they were told were not true. It was led by Microsoft, and they're laughing their heads off because they're selling open AI powered software to the government, right. and they want the government to decide to block ChatGPT. It's a waste of time. So I said what I thought would be okay for the parliament, the members, and I left. That's the way it is. Any other question?
Tony,
yeah.
That's wonderful. Well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker, Mr. Tosin Shobukula. With a career spanning over 15 years as an enterprise architect, Mr. Shobukula is a dynamic tech leader renowned for driving impactful digital transformations. His expertise extends across diverse domains, including data analytics, cybersecurity, cloud governance, and digital transformation. Mr. Shobukula's global expertise encompasses collaboration with top organizations across 25 countries, where he has navigated complex technological landscapes to align solutions with organizational goals. Especially in the areas of data and AI, his passion lies in inspiring change, fostering inclusive workspaces, and sharing insights that propel the ever-evolving tech landscape forward. In addition to his professional pursuits, Mr. Shobukula is also the founder of Analytics Africa, a social enterprise set up to foster the growth of knowledge around analytics in Africa. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our distinguished speaker, Mr. Tosin Shobukula.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much again for that warm introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Professor Donna. Good afternoon, all protocols duly observed. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's my pleasure to be here today. Please let me know when you can see my screen. So today, I'll be talking to you on the title, The Role of AI in the Future of Work and Jobs. And it seems like I've been set up because this previous speaker spoke on something similar. But I guess it's something that we have to talk about because whether we like it or not, AI is here, and the job requirements for the future is changing rapidly. I have a lot of slides, but I'm going to try to be as quick as possible just to make my 30 minutes count. And I'm going to take questions once I'm done. Please let me know when you can see my screen. Okay, so the agenda, we talk about the jobs responsible for, the factors responsible for jobs in the future. We talk about AI, there are 4 factors. We talk about AI, how AI affects the workplace. We talk about robotics. We talk about the remote work. And we talk about the gig economy / contract economy. And then we talk about the new approaches and how we can leverage a human-centered approach. because at the end of the day, humans need to work because they work, they get paid, and then they are able to fend for themselves. And then we look at how humans can collaborate with machines, and how machines can augment the jobs of humans. And then we see how organizations can go and adopt the new approach, because typically the way to do it is to send everybody home or fire everybody. But there's a need for a strategic approach whereby we reskill and we upskill. And of course, we look at how to finish this quickly. Okay, so the concept of work is undergoing a transformation because a lot of economic things are happening, societal norms are happening, technological advancements are happening, and organizations are faced with the challenge to adapt. Just a few years ago, though it's certainly 4 years, we were all shut in by the pandemic, which is COVID, and changed a lot of things that we do and the ways in which we did stuff. Some people will never have worked remotely, but now everybody has a remote option. Today, we are all gathered together in a room, and we are all in different locations, and we are still having our conferences. And these technologies have made work easier, life is more efficient, and there's a concern that as technology begins to streamline operations, people are going to lose their jobs. And just as we were settling into the new technology, AI got to the inflection point. And what that means is that people are still going to lose more jobs. Now, we have to find a way whereby humans and technology can work together so that the new roles that come with the advancement of technology can be created. And what this means is that we need a human-centered approach to technology integration, because if we don't think of the humans first, we will focus on the benefits that the machines give us. We will focus on the complexities and everything. And at the end of the day, the humans are going to be sent home. However, if we take it from a human-centered approach, we would put our workers first. We will put their mental health and balance first. And then we're going to have a very dynamic, diverse workforce. Now, in the jobs of the future, there are 4 main things that are driving this. The first thing is automation and AI. The second one is, in no particular order, the second one is remote work. Then the third is diverse, inclusive workforces, because people now need to be working from home, but we need to ensure that there's a balance when they are working from home. And lastly, we now have the contracts economy, or what we call the gig economy. Now, what are the factors? Those are the 4 factors I've mentioned. And the impact of AI is because of the inflection point where we have generative AI, and more discoveries are happening. And now companies are beginning to incorporate AI technologies. For example, a simple ChatGPT has caused the loss of jobs for script writers, has caused the loss of job for content writers, and artists are beginning to lose their job. We can also talk about the gig economy, whereby people and companies are now deciding whether they want to spend time hiring someone full-time, whereas they can get someone who will do it without the pains of a full-time employee, paying his taxes, paying his benefits, and all that. You can always go on Upwork, get somebody who will deliver. You get on or Fiverr, you get somebody who will deliver. And then sometimes globalization makes it possible to employ somebody from the other side of the pond, and you are still able to get all the results that you want. The other thing is that as companies begin to work long hours, there's also the need for diversity. And of course, there's the concept of women empowerment, whereby we want to make sure that ladies are there's gender bias, there's gender equality. And then of course, we need to ensure that people are reintegrated either because they leave the workforce for one reason or the other. And more than that, we need to ensure that it's a muster role of everybody's skills and everybody's capacity. Now, not one person is going to have all the skills, but we're able to blend with each other and bring out the best out of each other. The last one is remote work, whereby people can work from wherever they want to. And we see that for some employees, because they don't have to drive to work or they don't have to take the bus or train, they're able to perform better. And then this now impacts you because you can rise out of bed to your laptop, and then you never close. And then you're working 18 hours nonstop, and then that begins to affect your mental health. Now, What are some of the ways in which we've seen AI and robotics in the workplace? The first one is automation. The automation leads to increased efficiency, reducing manual labor, repetitive tasks are eliminated. And because we have now seen more efficiency, we're able to think and get more ideas. Before it was querying ChatGPT that we were able to do. Now we are querying PDFs. Now we're not just querying. We started with Google queries. Now we've moved to ChatGPT query. Now we are querying PDFs and URLs. And now we are using ChatGPT to write books. And it's just endless. And when you begin to see these simple ideas, you begin to scale them, and there's a lot of beautiful things that can happen. And of course, sometimes the robots will never get sick. They will never come late to work. They will always deliver. Now we're able to innovate and get more things done. Of course, there's also the part of augmentation through robotics. And what is augmentation? That is, the humans still do their work, but the technology makes them work smarter, makes them work faster, makes them do things better. A simple example is the way in which we have more accurate assembly of cars, more accurate assembly of computers, more accurate professional writing and all those kind of stuff. And of course, and then robotic process automation that we begin to see in our organizations. All those boring stuff has now been made easy with augmentation. So robotics has three ways. It has automation, it has innovation, and it brings in augmentation. Now, we are beginning to see some changes in the roles of the future, and we begin to see this. This is from the World Economic Forum document, where they sampled the roles that are key for this new transformation across about 5 or 7 locations. They did try to do it across continents, but they broke some continents down, e.g. Asia to South Asia, North Asia. Africa was broken and combined with the Middle East and all sorts. But this is the one for Europe, which kind of, the difference is not so much across board. We begin to see that as businesses are beginning to transform, some roles are beginning to lose relevance. Like we can see in this chart that we have here, as we can see in this chart that we have here, some roles are getting more and more required. So we are beginning to have a lot of requirement for data scientists and data analysts, project managers, business development, because those are the guys that do the innovation, not the sales. And then we begin to see that assembly workers, data entry clerks, administrative secretaries are losing their jobs. Everybody now can operate a computer. You don't need a secretary to type your letters. You don't need a messenger to go deliver your mail. You can do everything by yourself. So these roles here are beginning to disappear. And then we are beginning to see that the other roles are beginning to take more cognizance. So, and as technology begins to have impact, we are beginning to see some technologies, which is just a continuation of what I was showing the last slide, whereby big data, encryption and cybersecurity, because whenever you talk about data, you have to talk about security. Whenever you talk about security and data, you have to talk about digital platforms. And all this requires a kind of education. Now we begin to see that as these things begin to happen, they are creating more and more jobs. But the most significant disruptor here is artificial intelligence, which is displacing jobs the most. It's displacing a lot of jobs. Its impact is good, but it's also displacing a lot of jobs. So these technologies, and they are impacting job creation, and we will continue to see more and more of that happening. Now, the skills that we needed in the past from the Stone Age used to be a lot of physical activities. And in the industrial age also used to be a lot of physical activities. If you are working in the mines, if you are working in the car assembly point, you needed all those kind of skills. But now you need a lot of thinking. Today, now we've been here for 2 days. It's a lot of thoughts. It's a lot of ideas. It's a lot of concepts. Nobody had to run 20 kilometers to get in here. Nobody had to walk 600 kilometers to prove that he's the best. Rather, we are engaging in intellectual conversations, and we are engaging in strategic conversations, and a lot of things are being done to make sure that the world is a better place, to make sure that things are better. People are thinking about how to improve the life of others. People are thinking about how to make money. And all this happen up here. Now, we are seeing that these core skills are beginning to become more important. Before, you could be grumpy, you could be a solo learner or a solo behavior person, and you could survive. But today, now you need to be very, very cohesive with other people. You need to engage with other people. You cannot even, I mean, if you're in business, if you don't engage with people, who's going to buy your processes or buy your products? So these new skills are beginning to take more impact on the organizations that we see. And we can see that that is where the reskilling focus is going to happen. Yes, we have the tech skills, but they are just a component that goes into the analytical thinking. There is this iceberg picture of AI, for example, that says, oh, AI is beautiful, AI is amazing. But the bottom of it is a lot of machine learning, deep learning, and all that stuff. But the value, which is the top of the iceberg, which we see and appreciate, is the business, is the opportunities, is the insights, is the wonderful things that AI allows us to do. And that also still comes and boils down to analytical thinking, AI and big data, creative thinking, lifelong learning. Technological literacy is second nature. It's as good as you cannot speak English if you do not know technology. So we begin to say that a lot of thinking, a lot of thought processing, the economy of thought. Bill Gates wrote the books, Business at the Speed of Thought. That was about 20, 30 years ago. But that is exactly what we are seeing today. A lot of thinking processes and descriptive ideas and a lot of lifelong learning, just like the last speaker said, at his senior age, he's still learning. And we also keep learning. And all the things that we learned in the university is old. And even before we leave this meeting here where we are talking about AI, a lot of technologies that we've spoken about in the next 2 days will be old. So learning and learning and learning is a very, very critical skill that we need for the future. Now, I'm not going to waste too much time about remote work because I've mentioned it and I've mentioned it, so I'm going to skip this. But we know that it brings cost savings, it brings flexibility, it allows you to get talent from locations that you would not have imagined before because they don't have to commute, and a lot of good things are happening. Of course, there's the challenge of remote work because sometimes we are humans and we are social beings. We need to see each other, but thank God for video. But sometimes, again, it's not as perfect as you'd like it. And of course, well-being, which is very, very critical. You work from home, you meet from home, you do a lot of things from home. If care is not taken, you're not going to be able to put a line to divide your work and your personal life. And that's a very, very critical issue. Now, what are the things that organizations can do? We are going to talk more about this, but the first thing is organizations can begin to invest in training programs, skilling their employees. They should be able to create flexible work arrangements. I think I see this a lot in the UK, where today they tell you, oh, this job is based in London, but you don't have to come to the office every day. You have to come to the office twice a week, and then the rest of it is 3 days at home. We are beginning to see a lot of that. I've not seen it in many other countries, but I've seen it a lot in the UK. And then, of course, people are now beginning to say, if we need a graphics, if we need a logo, or we need a website, we don't need to have a full-time employee having a website. And if he's going to build us a website, it has to be a content management system. So we don't have to call him every time. So we call him in, he builds the website, 6 weeks, project finished, we pay him, he goes, we have our website, and we hand it over to somebody local, and the person manages it. So a lot of contract arrangements. Some people say if the person is not facing customers, he's not going to be a full-time employee. So we are not going to have him full-time, and he can be let go at any time. And a lot of strategies for remote work or gig workers for contract work, and gig worker models, we are beginning to see that happening today. I'm going to skip this now, investing in training programs, because I have some things there, but I'll just mention it. Organizations need to look at a lot of skilling for their people, because if you just adopt the technology and send people home, we're going to have a lot of issues all over the world. It has to be reskilling, it has to be upskilling, and it has to include the new technologies that are evolving. Yes, I've explained this. I'm going to skip this because of time. I'm going to skip this. So what are some of the things that we are going to need to do? They need to design deliberately. When I work with organizations, a lot of companies think it's just about the configuration and the deployment of the technology. But I take a lot of time to focus on the adoption. And that adoption usually involves scale-up trainings, reskilling, and ensuring that the people are able to use whatever you deploy. And that is exactly what we need to do here. Though we have a lot of AI, we have a lot of new technology, the plan has to be really, really deliberate for them to be able to learn the new technologies. And of course, we talked about key skills earlier on. The analytical thinking, digital literacy, adaptability, lifelong learning are very important. And the organization needs to have it in place. It doesn't have to be sending them to university or sending them to another school. It has to be in place. There has to be apprenticeship. There has to be rotational assignments. There has to be mentorship programs, which we see today, but it's not mainstream. Only a very few large-scale multinationals are doing this, but this is the way that people are going to learn quickly, hands-on and rapid learning, not a 5-year course, not another 2-year program, not another MBA, not another PhD, with all due respect, but accelerated learning, exactly the same thing that the previous speaker mentioned. And we now need to have a human-centered approach. Like I mentioned, humans are the biggest assets in every organization. And we need to ensure that humans are well taken care of while we do this evolution, because we cannot just focus on the technology and throw away with the humans. They are still critical, they are still necessary, and we need to take care of them. Okay. Now, we need to, and what are some of the things that help us to do this human-centered approach? We need to focus on the humans first, think about the employees first, rather than thinking about the technology. We need to make sure that they have better experiences. So augmentation should be well considered. We should not just design augmentation or automation or process enhancement. We need to ensure that these things cater for the way people think, cater for the way people work. We're not trying to make people to work for the machines. It's the machines working for the people. And people need to be able to align, and machines need to be able to align and make life easier for people. We need to make sure the environment is inclusive. We need to ensure that people are going to be sensitive. People are going to be afraid. People are going to be defensive. But we need to ensure that whatever we do has to take them into cognizance. We need to respect their emotions, and we need to make sure it is landed properly, not drive it in quickly and send them away approach. It has to be properly thought about, and it has to be smoothly handled. And then the human-machine collaboration refers to how they work together to ensure that there's a lot of collaboration, we get the best out of both of them, and employees are able to focus on high-value tasks while machines can do the repetitive activities. And this allows us by enhancing productivity, combining human and machine capabilities. Humans contribute the creativity that they have, while machines offer the speed, accuracy, and the ability to process a lot of data, a lot of machine parts, a lot of all those stuff. And of course, when we are able to have them working together, everybody and the humans are going to achieve higher performance levels. They close earlier, they have time to spend with their families, and they're able to do better things. And of course, decision-making is better because now things are done better. Human beings are not spending a lot of time doing manual or repetitive tasks, and then the quality of delivery is expected to be better. And of course, problems are going to be solved quicker and better. And organizational adoption for the future, like I mentioned, change management is critical, clear communication, stakeholder engagement, training programs for employees are critical. And what are the things that we need for a very solid change management process? We need the leadership support, we need employee engagement and buy-in. Sometimes employees are going to be stubborn, they're not going to agree, but we need to be able to meet them in the middle, and we need to be able to help them repurpose. Because as we typically say, AI is not going to take anybody's job. It's someone using AI that is going to take people's jobs. So we need to let employees see that, hey, AI is not landing to take your job. It's another person like you using AI who's likely to take your job. So you are better skill up or reskill so that you would not lose your job. You'd rather be the person who is getting paid more or who is able to do better. And what are some of these challenges? There's the resistance, like I mentioned, and then opportunities are going to be discarded. A lot of people are going to say, no, it's not going to work, but we need to find a way to make sure that people can work together and people can get all the things done. Yes, and in conclusion, we've talked about AI, we've talked about robotics, we've talked about remote work, we've talked about a diverse and inclusive environment. We've talked about having a human approach to ensuring that AI doesn't chase people away, And we've also tried to say that there has to be a collaborative human-machine interaction so that humans can do the more creative thinking, which is what is going to be happening in the future. And then the adoption of this process has to be well thought out and well planned. And of course, when we do this together, it's going to be a better place and everybody's going to be happy. Thank you very much. I'm Tosin Shobukola. You can meet me on LinkedIn, and you can also send me an email. It's wonderful being here. Thank you, and I'm now open for questions.
Thank you, Tushan, for the great presentation. Are we have any questions?
Where would you find funding for what you explained, this conversion, if you have an existing, say, nonprofit or for-profit company?
Can you please, I heard a nonprofit. Where would you find what, please?
Where would you find funding if you're a startup, a nonprofit or a for-profit startup? Maybe where would you find funding for this? What you explained is adaptation, right? Integration of a new system, and that costs money, right? Technology isn't free. How, if you're a small company and you want to begin down this process because you understand exactly everything you explained, how would one go about finding funding resources or the ecosystem to support this transition?
Oh, beautiful. Thank you for that question. Well, I always like to think of solutions, not from permit me to say, I always like to think of solutions based on what is possible and what is not possible, and then think about the money last. Because if I think of the funding first, I'm going to get a mental block, and then that's going to block everything. So if I was going to do it, I would start with an assessment. I would look at what is available and where we stand and where we need to get there. And then I'm going to build a roadmap to say, I know I'm not a Fortune 500. I know I don't have 5 billion, but this needs to happen anyway. So what are the things that we can do within the confines of the affordability that we have? Yes, that's the first things I'm going to do. And of course, if it's a for-profit, there are ways of generating money. You do business development and you find new revenue or grow your revenue. If it's a non-profit, then it means that you need to go search for a grant that is going to encourage or enable this thing. But first of all, I would start with an assessment. And this is one of the things I do for people. I help them with an assessment. I start with an assessment, look at where you are, and then we give you a maturity model. Are you down here or are you near up? I call it an AI readiness assessment. And when we discover where you are, we now do a roadmap for you based on whatever it is. So the roadmap for nonprofit A is different from the roadmap of IEEE that has all the funds, and it's different from the roadmap of NASA, who has all the government funds, and it's different from the roadmap of the startup, who is just in the incubation hub. And when we build that roadmap for you, you now decide on the budget that you need, and then we are able to now decide on how to go about this. Question answered, Dr. Geddes?
Yes, thank you very much. And can you put your business information in the chat, please? Excellent point and conversations that you brought up. And I'd like to say thank you for reiterating the human factor, because it's so important, the human factor in this. So we heard you loud and clear, and thank you for your expertise and your time.
Thank you, Dr. Geddes.
It is my great honor to introduce Dr. Rami Ayub, a visionary leader whose extensive experience and unwavering commitment to technology have left an indelible mark. With over 18 plus years of executive level expertise, Dr. Ayub has consistently driven strategic technology planning and achieved remarkable enterprise goals. Let us delve into remarkable facets of Dr. Ayub's distinguished career. Dr. Ayub spearheads Spark Information Technology, a dynamic organization dedicated to developing innovative solutions that addresses the challenges of modern business. His leadership has propelled the company forward, making an intangible impact in tech landscape. With a wealth of experience in the technology industry, Dr. Ayub boasts a proven track record of successfully leading critical projects and high-performing teams. His ability to navigate complex landscapes sets him apart as a forward-thinking leader. Dr. Ayub's forward-looking mindset extends to embracing cutting-edge technologies. He has fully integrated artificial intelligence and machine learning into his organization, driving innovation and enhancing productivity. Beyond the corporate realm, Dr. Ayub's passion extends to the cosmos. As a founder of Astrotech Hub, he conducts groundbreaking research across various aspects of the universe. This involves designing experiments, analyzing data, and publishing research papers. His theoretical models shed light on the behavior of celestial objects and phenomena, often employing mathematical equations to simulate diverse scenarios and predict outcomes. Dr. Rami Ayub's blend of leadership, innovation, and scientific curiosity makes him a true luminary. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ayub, a beacon of knowledge and inspiration to our webinar today.
Thank you, Kiran, for this introduction. I'm today really happy to see the experiment and the experience from the participant in different area and different location, background, how they are leverage AI within their career and their journey in technology, and using this emerging technology to improve our human life and the impact on us directly. And I really enjoyed from the previous slides, by Mr. Tossen, when he talked about the jobs and how AI can improve the creativity. So the concept here is not to replace the human efforts or human engagement. It's here how to make them more creative, more efficient and productive as well at the same time. And here where we need to put a spot in this form, that's always technology. It should take about human satisfaction, not a robotic satisfaction. So we are trying to improve our lifestyle. We're trying to make it more easier to use it. How we are ready, especially like in what happened in the pandemic in the past 3 years, how AI helped us a lot, and this emerging technology merged together and collaborate to improve and bypass this pandemic. So I'd like today also to put a focus about how AI can support our digital transformation journey. So before I go to that topics, we already, Mr. Karen explained and introduced me. So I will go briefly about myself. I am working currently as a CIO of SparkTech Information Technology. So we are an innovative and creative firm that we are trying to bring value to corporate, to firms itself in all sectors, from healthcare, education, oil and gas, and industrial as well. So my focus is always based about the strategic plan, how to make a strategy and put a roadmap for the corporate themselves, the organization, identify their needs, what they are today and what they are trying to be in the future, by addressing the right tool before they start their journey in digital transformation, and to convert all the entire processes to digitization. And on the top of that, to put a governance to secure these needs and to put a form of control while they are moving and while they are adopting this technology to their firm themselves. So it's very important to understand that need, understand what they are looking for before they move, and adapting to the new changes that's happening to them. So digital services is very important. We are now talking about the new era, in digitization, not like the traditional way that we used to do about if the service is on or off, we have access or no access. Today, we are using this technology as a partner for us, as a strategic venture that we can capitalize our profit with it and move forward. So it's very important that to address it what exactly we are looking for, the new products that we are going to harness it and adopt it to our firm. So before I start, we need to understand what exactly the AI can do in our journey. So digital transformation is a nice story that heard and held by several environments that we are talking about. We need to move to digital. We need to convert the current manual processes to automation, to digital things, okay, with paperless, with minimal human interface. So AI, the top of that, can play a good role, okay, by understanding these things, by adding a flavor while you are moving to the digital transformation, by addressing the right element, the data required. We are talking here about the new soil that we have it, okay. Information should be addressed there. Information should be analyzed and should be cleaned. We have to make a story about this information and how we can train AI to read this information and give you the outcome and the predictive model that help you while you are doing this journey. So AI plays a critical role, okay, by driving digital transformation to the maximum needs, okay. So here we are talking about taking the right decision, okay. Today, as you see, okay, before we move to any projects or to any implementation or analyzing the current market, so what we are having in our spot, what we have to do, what is the right decision should be taken before we enter a new task that can be delivered to our end customer. So taking the right decision in the right place and the right moment is make a huge difference, okay, by understanding what is the current demand, what the capacity you have. So we have to address that things, okay, while we are doing digitization as well. So data analytics, building the right algorithm, okay, that can be applied to the huge data set of information, analyzing them, putting the right parameter to identify and classify your data. So AI, it should be in that area that can understand and can analyze what information without any gap, without any missing. Okay, it should be a proper way that you stored your information, linking the frames, the tables together in the right way. Okay, making sure that you have not the duplicate information, duplicate data that's in the place. So you can have a clean things that you can analyze it and you can produce the right forming and information to be produced to the decision making. Also the automation things, okay. Today with this huge number of transactions that happening all around the world, okay, we are talking about the big data moving around us. So we are talking about the velocity, the volume of the data itself, the transaction, how many data are performing. So automation help us a lot to minimize that effort, to minimize processing these activities by using a human interface instead of studying at each stages what information, what confirmation getting from the previous steps, what the information should be moved to the next level or to the next point between department, between stakeholders. So automation with the right parameter applied can support that and move forward and accelerate the requests and the activities in terms of orders. And very important point here about personalization. AI at the end is a techniques, is a technology. Okay, so personalization is very important point that we need to understand what is the personal experience that happened from our stakeholder, our customer. How we can start our marketing by understanding the behavior of our clients, the movement, the trend over the country itself. So personalization is very a critical point that AI should be adapt with it. So they can implement the right model that when they are moving by producing a new campaign in marketing, by producing a new product that should be into the market. So personalization points is very accurate, should be accurate point that can be addressed and traced on the regular basis. And also here, AI in general, okay, it should be predictive model, okay, it should optimize and utilize the processes itself, okay, by analyzing the current KPIs, what we need to achieve, what we need the productivity in which scale should be. So AI should be aligned with this requirement. It should enhance also the customer experience, okay? So the customer should not feel that he talked to non-responsive platform. It should interact with the customer by understanding what exactly, how we can support, how we can fulfill their requirement and what they are looking for. So also while moving, okay, AI at the end we need a human interface, with human flavor. So when we are applying this technology, we should identify very carefully what risk can be produced by leveraging this technology, by implementing the right resources and the right platform. That we should look what is the dependencies and what is the other processes that link while you are applying certain application, while you're applying a certain model that should move as per to the objectives of the firm or of the business unit itself. So risk management should be calculated very well, should be identified and addressed. We should assign the right processes while we are implementing this exercise, calculating the risk. What is happening if misimplementation or misunderstanding how AI or the other platform respond to certain triggers. So very important here to apply in the top of these features of what we are getting to from AI, the risk itself, okay, and how you can recover immediately to keep continuing, maintain your reputation and credibility while you are engaging with the other stakeholders. So overall, AI is a powerful tool. It should be utilized in the right way. It should be maintained. We should understand, okay, our current objectives, what we need from these tools, how these tools can support us, working as a strategic partners, moving forward to our vision that we need to apply it. So very important things that utilizing these tools to support us, to make us more productive, efficient, and at the same time, to maintain our credibility while we are dealing with other stakeholders. So all the firms, they have competitors, okay, that they are aiming to gain new customers, trying to move a customer from one firm to another firm by attracting their services. So they are studying the other customer behavior, other competitors, what they are working, how they are satisfying, and learning from this mistake and applying to them firms. So here we are talking about very competitive tools that should be designed in the proper way that you can maintain and make customer retention. So I would like to move here, okay, to other part of my subject in regard the role of AI in digital transformation. So today we see that technology is rapidly improving. is rapidly exceeding and spread over all around the world. So as the latest events that we have, everyone faced that what happened when we are facing the pandemic, the COVID-1, when people suddenly they have to change their entire working model, their entire lifestyle by isolating, by working remotely. In such events, very critical point, how you maintain your productivity, how you maintain your efficiency, you're interactive with other parties. So we still need to communicate. We still need to connect to each other. So how you use this rapid movement, okay, and taking the advantages of this fast-moving technology, okay. Today we are talking about, we have cloud services. In the past 20 years, we are investing a lot by building an environment of data centers, bringing very huge with high processing servers, high bandwidth internet connection to link between each department in different regional offices and with other countries. The accessibility to the information itself within the intranet, local network and outside the network. So it's created huge challenges, okay, how to bypass these obstacles and moving forward to other modernization, to make easy, to make a virtual life, okay, virtualization by producing like such rooms from VR, AR.
I should say that to you. How long have you lived here?
Yes, sorry again, someone asked.
No, they have unmuted. Okay, please go on.
All right. So artificial intelligence play a very critical role here and very important role to support this movement, to support this modernization, modern life. So across virtual industry, each industry has a specific requirement. We're talking about educational industries, okay? They're concerned how to deliver the right information in the right time and in the right way to be received by students. Also, when you are talking about health sector, how to monitor the patients, okay, to see their life, to health style, to trace time to time, minute to minute, their health conditions, what the right medication they are taking. Okay, if you are not having that interaction and you have that someone monitoring them in 24 hours, or the demand is more than the capacity, you don't have the right number to support this number of patients. So AI can play that role, okay, to work in your behalf based on the right structure, how to understand the triggers, the input taking from the end machine. And here, very important things and model by harnessing the IoT, okay, Internet of Things, by connecting these devices to the net and capture this information and processing them. So AI can play that role in behalf of the human themselves by triggering based on your instruction that you need. Okay, maybe we are busy in certain processes and certain tasks. Okay, might not be that priority, but AI push the trigger and alert you that you need to take attention and you need to take action in the right place and the right way. So while we are doing this journey, we should address that one. We should put it in our consideration how we can building the right platform that's supporting this demand and these needs. So one of the key important points, okay, and unfortunately I need to move forward with the bullet points. So everyone heard about, when we talk about AI, we talk about machine learning, okay? This is the second level after AI umbrella itself. So machine learning, and this is very critical point here, that's when we're training the machine, okay, we should give him the right structure, the right information. It should be clean, okay, because if you have that strong, wherever how you're building the infrastructure and the right software or algorithms, if you don't have the right soil or fuel that feeding this platform, you are ending with useless information, useless insight of what you have exactly and running around you. So machine learning is one of the key ways that is used by AI, okay, to learn from your current transaction, the number of information that move and processing within your firm itself. So machine learning, it should be implemented in the right model, okay, by applying the right structure. So when we are talking about machine learning, we have different model from decision trees, binary recognitions, and other model. So which one should be applied in which data? So here we need to consider it in the right way. We need to consider it how I can use the right model to satisfy in this direction. Also here, you see when you're entering many platforms or web portals that to reduce the human interface themselves, applying chatbots, for example. So chatbots is very important point, okay? That's what is the pre-entered information that you are feeding. So when the client or the customer or the other user entering your portal, so you should understand how I should answer him to capture his information that he's looking for and train your data that not in this time, in the next time, this information is requested. So your chatbot should be corresponding to such inquiries. Also, in many platforms, they are adopting the NLP. We're talking about the languages itself. So you have various number of clients, various number of customers who are seeking and looking to your products, to your portfolio. So understanding these languages, processing these languages is making a significant change, okay, while you are corresponding and get back to your stakeholder. So by enhancing the customer experience, okay, and create customized offers, okay, like for example, when I'm entering a telecommunication portal, I'm seeking for certain services, broadband services with a certain bandwidth, with certain speed, and so on. So here, I'm customizing, I'm trying to meet the requirement for my customer of what he's looking for him, and direct correspond and processing, doing entire homework to customize the right need and right what's supposed to be offered, what is the product is required. Maybe I have products in the shelves, they are not moving because it's not promoted in the right way. So linking these things, your demand to your entire products, is here you leverage the customer experience, understand that he coming to the right place and he find the right needs of that things. So why I am moving here, okay, with this transformation, why I'm moving to take my services to the next level. Here, very important things that we need to address is about the security. Okay, so security is playing a significant role that's what type of information should be moved, what type of information should be presented to be shared, how I can protect my information to be attacked, to be threatened from outside. Okay, we heard about the last decades that many cybersecurity companies they have a huge investment to develop.
Hi,
their-
Dr. Rami. Hello.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. Just wanted to inform you that we have got 5 minutes left for the presentation.
Yes, I'm ending. Okay, so cybersecurity is very important tools that we need to find it, we need to address it. So AI can play that, can help you to understand these threats, to give you the right action, to put a triggers by threat protection. Okay, what is the current threat in the moving around us? What the current breach is happening in certain firms. It's learning from them and warn you earlier stage before that attack come to you. Also here, utilizing the AI power by automation, very important things that to minimize the processes. So such chatbot can handle customer inquiries and the processes in the meantime before waiting to the agent to respond and correspond to your needs. Okay, also AI by data analytics, which can predict and give you the right action, what you should do, give you the insight for your information, and you play a role and take the right decision based this information that processed and analyzed to you through dashboard, through business intelligence, and give you the current KPI, the current movement for your entire things. So also developing new products that help you by understanding the market and the current need and the current trends. So this analysis can help you to improve and develop or produce new products for yourself. So as a total and as a summarize for this journey, digital transformation and AI is working together. Okay, so many organizations, they are spending millions in this technology. They are spending a lot of effort, a lot of development, try to move, try to see that what is the future, how we can improve our efficiency, how we can return of investment that it is utilized and put it in the right places. So I'd like to end with this summary that we need to be careful when we are using these tools. Okay, we need to design it in the right way. We need to take and study all the aspects that can support us. And at the end, we are looking for customers and human as a total satisfaction. We need to satisfy our need. We need to satisfy our lifestyle and to secure our objectives and goals. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank to the organizer for hosting me. And I hope that I produce a useful information can support in this conversation and this webinar. Thank you, and I hope to see you in the near future.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to introduce Ms. Maya Sherman, a visionary leader whose extensive experience and unwavering commitment to technology have left an indelible mark. AI policy researcher and ethicist, Maya's deep understanding of artificial intelligence and its ethical implications positions her as a thought leader. She serves as a scientific council member in the Israeli Association of Ethics in AI, where her insights contribute to responsible AI practices. Advisory board member at Fidutum. Within the tech community, Maya holds a pivotal role as an advisory board member at Fidutum. Her strategic guidance influences critical decisions in technology and innovation. AI consultant at Karo Sambhav. Maya's impact extends globally. As an AI consultant at Karo Sambhav, she provides strategic counsel on AI policies and digital transformation, specifically in the context of waste management services across India. Recognizing her exceptional talent, Maya has been selected as a biennial fellow for tech development by the American India Foundation. This prestigious fellowship underscores her commitment to advancing technology for social benefit. Academic pursuits and scholarships. Maya's academic journey is equally impressive. She earned her MSc in Social Science of the Internet from Oxford University, where she explored the intercultural dimensions of digital ethics and governance during crisis. Meritorious achievements. Prior to her Oxford tenure, Maya obtained her BA Hons from Richmond University and her MA from Tel Aviv University. Maya Sherman's unwavering commitment to ethical technology, scholarly pursuits, and global impact exemplifies the very essence of leadership. Please join me in welcoming Maya, a trailblazer who inspires us all.
Thank you so much for this wonderful introduction. It's wonderful to be here. So thank you, of course, for the organizers. I'll be sharing my presentation in a moment.
Yes.
So again, I guess from a bit of a different perspective to the different slides and presentations, I'll be speaking a bit about AI ethics and fairness for SMEs and how generally businesses are supposed to perceive the concept of AI and the intersection between technology and businesses, and what it's all about when it comes to responsible AI. Was briefly introduced before. I've been in the space for over a decade, working on everything connected to AI ethics and governance in both the government space, private sector, and different continents. Currently, I'm logging in from India. I moved to India 6 months ago to lead different initiatives in the space of climate AI and waste management. Some of the initiatives are in coordination with the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence established by the OECD. And on my other capacity, I'm with the American India Foundation. So as we discussed before, when we are thinking of AI, we are speaking about the ability to mimic human conduct and being able to create an algorithmic perception and understanding of what AI is supposed to be when it comes to mimicking us. And that's, of course, a big philosophical question, understanding how non-human creatures and devices can say what is our conduct and what is supposed to be us. So this has a lot of different dimensions. And as technology progresses, we are able to see different aspects of what an automated version of us is supposed to look like. ChatGPT, of course, accelerated the entire process we are seeing today, that the ability to automate human tasks gets us a bit closer to this vision of human-machine teaming and more automated version of ourselves as a society. I will say briefly, and when we're speaking about AI, we also need to understand there is a very strong sociocultural dimension and setting in which technology thrives. When we're thinking about the COVID-19 pandemic, COVID-19 misinformation, conflicts, these are all triggers that AI acted in different ways in them. So if we're thinking about the more technical aspects of machine, deep learning, all presented before, the different aspects ethically, I do want to emphasize that we are also living in times that requires us also to understand the ethical implications and the social implications in which AI works. And I want to speak a bit about AI for good. And when we're thinking about AI and specifically about the options of AI mimicking us, and especially for businesses, we do need to understand that that AI can be beneficial for many different aspects of our life, also for businesses. And the question for us is also to understand how we're actually advancing with it. Oh, just a second, let me reshare the presentation. So I want us to speak a bit about the concept of, again, AI has also some interesting aspects to the intersectionality and the fact that we as humanity, we have different components of our identity that are connected. And that's why when we're speaking about AI and the digital transformation, especially when we're thinking of the intersection with businesses, we do need to understand that there are a lot of ethical and cultural aspects in which shape the way that AI impacts society and generally ourselves as humans. So when we're thinking, especially for businesses, it is important to understand that there are still a lot of sociocultural limitations to AI. So if we spoke about, again, generally the technical implications, I do want us to understand that there are still issues when it comes to the cultural aspects. There is still not enough, I would say, efficiency when it comes to the linguistic coverage of AI. Still, the data sets and most of the tools work better in English. One of the biggest goals, especially for ethicists and businesses out there, is trying to create this AI-driven engines that can actually be more representative and more diverse and being able to accommodate more languages. I would say from the Indian perspective, especially working here on climate AI, there are pioneering initiatives that, of course, try to account for all the official languages in the country when it comes to developing AI tools. This is something that is coming and is still being tested, but it also represents the fact that AI is not just technological, but is also social and needs to accommodate a large portion of populations, of businesses, and it's not just a technological product. We have seen different cases in the last few years showing the issues in the cultural adaptation of AI. We've seen this primarily in the AI-driven content moderation in Brazil and Myanmar, in which problematic translations led to physical clashes. We are seeing the acceleration of deepfake across communities using AI. So there are a lot of very different aspects that shape how AI is perceived in society. And that leads, I think, to the more interesting aspect of AI today, which is the ethical aspects. So we're speaking a lot about digital transformation, the different technological stages, what AI can and cannot do. It is important to understand that there is a very strong ethical setting which AI is sitting and operating on, and we need to understand how we're working best with it. So especially when it comes to the business sector, we still are saying there's still divide. Not all populations, not all groups in society are able to work with AI. This, of course, has implications on marginalized groups. And this is important as we are seeing a much more digitally saturated reality in which ChatGPT controls so many aspects of our lives. We need to make sure that no one is left behind. A lot of the work being done today, and it is important to acknowledge this, addresses the need in AI literacy and fluency programs for groups and societies that are not used to working with technologies, either due to age, religion, ethnicity, gender. There are various factors that impact our adoption of technology. And this is something that we should take into consideration, because in many ways, when we are creating a much more AI-driven reality, there are many groups that might be lagging behind and won't be able to do what they want to do, either in terms of jobs, as presented in the slides before me by the other speakers, or just, again, in terms of just being and not being part of different public services that might be run by AI. So this is something that should be taken into consideration when we're speaking about that. And this leads to the very core issue with AI, and that's the fact that AI relies on us. AI replicates human biases. We are speaking about gender biases, demographic biases. Everything can be a bias. And when we're thinking about it more concretely, bias in its basic form, we are addressing towards human tendency of a certain side. Bias is the fact that sometimes, because of this tendency to prefer something and not be indifferent in our choices, we might do things that will harm the choice that we didn't choose. And as in all the time, it's the road untaken, and we can choose different things in life, and we have the autonomy to do so. But what if certain public services that will be run on AI will not be accommodated to certain populations? And this is one of the considerations that we as ethicists and practitioners should always take into consideration, because AI reinforces some of the human biases that we have in society. We've then seen this quite substantially in the business sector when it comes to recruitment. Many female candidates are not able to submit to tech positions. I used to work in the past and designing D&I tools and diversity tools to make sure that all the candidates are able to reach to the interview stage. So AI can be used to tackle this as well. But still, this is a loophole, and it's part of the consideration that product designers and generally business today do need to consider when they're developing AI-driven services and understanding how AI can be incorporated in different lifestyles and choices, broadly speaking. So here again, it's a different aspect, but when we're thinking about AI, we should think of it as an extension of ourselves, as an extension of humans. And this is the reason why a lot of the action that AI is taking, a lot of the services that we are seeing will be impacted by us. And that's for good and for bad. So there are a lot of good things that we can replicate, but there are a lot of negative things that we need to know how to moderate their consequences. Out of shortage of time, I'll move a bit more to something a bit more concretely from the policy landscape. These are thrilling times when it comes to AI. I would say from the European perspective, that usually most of the AI regulation came from Europe. It took a pretty big amount of time till we were able to see the approval of the EU AI Act, and probably the most rigorous document trying to classify the different levels of harm and danger that certain AI-driven services pose. There are different actors today that are also trying to foster certain regulation, but of course with the GDPR and other European regulations, Europe still had this kind of dominance in the space. Again, from the Indian perspective, toward the election, it's clearly an exciting year in the country. There is a very strong push when it comes to regulating AI, but specifically from the deepfake perspective, we're also seeing this from other countries, that when it comes to the threats of AI, there is an urgent need of countries and generally actors to see how we can moderate the impact of automated generation of content, which is a great feature of AI as a tool, as a technology. And yet it can lead to disinformation, to deepfake, and to the harm of certain marginalized communities. One of these examples, just to show this a bit more on a global scale, we have seen the impact of deepfake in elections in Slovakia. We actually had in the recent election process in the country, there has been usage of deepfake videos of one of the candidates that seem to be affecting actually certain results. And this is a very big fear, because when we are thinking of deepfake in elections, we are actually realizing that we are putting one of our biggest assets of the public trust in the voting system, and AI can jeopardize it. And in the end, we are speaking about the people leading certain countries, leading nations, leading policies. So we need to make sure that we're also able to moderate some of the implications. When we're thinking a bit backwards, we've seen this kind of risk of electoral interventions in Cambridge Analytica in 2016 in the campaign of Trump. And when we're thinking of all of this, we're seeing the power of technology, and particularly AI, to distort some very critical decision-making in our lives. So it can start with critical, deepfake, critical decision-making processes, such as elections. It can move to pandemics, it can move to conflicts. We're seeing this also today with climate misinformation and generally the spread of automated content, but it can go also to sometimes our day-to-day life, and the question of what's critical and what's not. It's a complex one, but generally speaking, when we're thinking of it the same way that we're defining critical infrastructure, I would like us to think of critical deepfake, in which AI is actually able to distort, impact, and reshape certain opinions and situations of critical decision-making, impacting large sums of populations. And elections is clearly one of them. Of course, as I spoke a bit, so currently in India, we are seeing also very interesting usage and attempts to moderate the AI usage, and trying to see if we can limit a bit the usage of AI for deepfake purposes. This is also true, of course, for businesses and for other sectors, as we're trying to understand how AI can still help us to enjoy the benefits, but in the same time, making sure that certain populations won't be harmed. And when it comes to deepfake, we will see that most of the populations that will be harmed are marginalized communities. So if you can see here, you will see that the targets of AI-driven deepfakes and generally a lot of the more problematic implications of AI will be women, will be sometimes vulnerable ethnical communities. We are currently also seeing this, I would say, in the Bollywood and Hollywood industries, in which again, women are targeted when it comes to deepfake and the creation of AI-driven content that are fake and sometimes lead also to pornography. And this is something that is very crucial to understand. So we have a very technological phenomenon called AI that has very strong sociocultural roots and very similar to a lot of other factors in our life. The first one that might face the harms and implications of it will be those marginalized groups that either don't know how to use the technology, or in many cases are in a certain position in society that will hijack them and won't allow them to be in center. And this is something that is very important in product design and understanding of the new businesses, of how we're supposed to shape AI to be responsible, how we can make sure that the use does not harm those marginalized groups while creating automated videos. And we can actually enjoy the fact that we have this automated extension of ourselves, which is quite useful. So now I'll move a bit more to the policy considerations of AI, which is quite important. First of all, we need to put a lot of emphasis when it comes to AI on how to create the right debiasing tools and mitigating the digital divide. Digital divide is still here. Not all populations are adapted to use AI, and this is also the responsibility of the business owners, the policymakers, and all those involved to create these collaborations and understanding how we're promoting AI fluency and generally digital literacy. We are lacking a bit when it comes to local mechanisms of content moderation. So when we are thinking of the issues of AI, when it comes to automated content generation, we need to make sure that we're able to enforce regulations and we're able to protect users from possible cyberbullying, pornography, any kind of harm online. But there's still a gap between the policy and the enforcement due to the size of the phenomenon. And this is something that we will be able to see in the upcoming time with the approval of the EU AI Act and other regulations. So it'll be very interesting to see the space and how we're able to enforce this. But possibly the more interesting parts are everything connected to the multi-stakeholder collaborations and policy prototyping. We're seeing some initial routes for this. We're seeing the ability of certain companies, academia, and public sector to collaborate and create new options of work and responsible AI guidelines. And this is something that should continue as the ecosystem of AI is composed of different players and different actors out there. And we have, of course, everything connected to AI literacy and fluency and critical thinking, which is probably one of the most interesting and important skills that we need to see when we're speaking about the phenomenon of AI, and generally of understanding technologies and how we're supposed to address that. So to sum it up, when we're thinking of AI and the future of AI, so the main point of my talk today was to just first of all to show that AI is a technological phenomenon. However, it has substantial sociocultural aspects that we need to consider when we are building and designing businesses, creating new services, and generally trying to see how to protect certain communities online. And to do that, we need to think more towards human-machine teaming. We need to promote awareness and literacy. We need to think on the future of work, how people will be adapted to the new future of work, the new generation of skills, and make sure that everyone is included in the discussion. So this is my talk for today. Again, this is just kind of like a brief insight into the world of AI, a bit towards the different aspects of it, technological, non-technological, and just to give a kind of a glimpse toward the world that we're about to live in, which is very interesting. It's a world that is semi-automated, a world in which the human definition can be undermined in a way. And still, it's a world with a lot of opportunities. So as long as we're able to enjoy the benefits and moderate the harms, we're going into a very exciting space using these tools. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and also to the organizing team, and of course available for questions.
And it is my distinct honor to introduce Milena P. Zivkovic, a remarkable scholar whose contributions to the field of physics and radiation science have left an indelible mark. Born on September 1st, 1995 in Kragujevich, Serbia, Milena's academic journey has been nothing short of exceptional. During her undergraduate studies, Milena achieved an outstanding 9.49 GPA, consistently earning recognition as a top-performing student at the Faculty of Sciences and Mathematics for an impressive 4 consecutive years. Her unwavering commitment to excellence has propelled her to new heights. Currently, Milena is pursuing post-graduation studies with a specialization in physics and maintaining an impressive average grade of 9.67. Her dedication to advancing the field is palpable, evident through her extensive publication record and active involvement in research projects. Notably, she is a key contributor to the Ministry of Education funded project titled Experimental and Theoretical Research in Radiation Physics and Radio Ecology. Beyond her academic achievements, Milena serves as an editor for the esteemed journal Imaging and Radiation Research and contributes her expertise as a reviewer for radiation science and technology. Her impact extends further as one of the authors of the monograph, Application of Monte Carlo Programs and Phantoms in Dosimetry. Through this work, she showcases her profound understanding of dosimetry, cementing her reputation as a prominent figure in the realms of physics and radiation science. Please join me in welcoming Milena P. Zivkovic, a beacon of knowledge, dedication, and scholarly excellency, to our webinar today.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, before I start, I would like to say one big thanks for Kieran's organization and opportunity to be here with you today. So please tell me, do you see my presentation?
Yes, we can view that.
Okay. My area of expertise is radiation physics, and I've used a program that can determine cell dose, the dose in cells. However, I currently work manually, so idea is to use AI to help me with this. I will show you practically how it looks like. And as you can see on the title, idea is to optimize the parameters for PhotoLPVox program. We wanted, to AI to find the most suitable parameters for our simulation. So I need to say that there is a possibility that our algorithm will enter clinical practice, so we can stand near the AAA algorithm for Eclipse systems. It's a system for planning system for radiotherapy. Well, as you all know, the artificial intelligence has its potential to be applied in radiation oncology, and it was found that the prevention of errors in most effective when data transfer processes were automated and operational decisions were based on logical or learned evaluation by the system. What that means? It means that if we have, for example, 200 or 300 patients with breast cancer, we can teach AI to recognize the tumor cells, or with the CT scans, it can really easily recognize the tumor, and it can deliver a dose. We need to be sure that the healthy tissue remains healthy. It can also improve the efficiency and the accuracy of all the operations in the treatment system. First of all, I would like to introduce our software. It's PhotoLP and PhotoLPVox. PhotoVox is only a modification of Photolp, which works with voxels and CT scans. But Photolp is a general purpose code which use Monte Carlo technique to for tracking the particles. It can be used in dosimetry. It can be used to find the energy that is absorbed in the body parts. It can also be used in radiotherapy as well and radiation damage objects assessments. So this program works in geometry of 3D, and it has a parallelepiped which can be used in different geometries. As you can see, the field of particles can be from the energy ranging from 1 keV to 1000 MeV. And we use the probability of particle change from the last to the coming state of phase. So it prepares, like we have an input and we prepare the FabDat program. You can see in the simulation, I will show you how our program works. And after that, it is all prepared for the final Photolp program. We wrote that in Fortran language, and now we translated PhotoVox in Python, and it seems easier to work with Python because Python has a large bibliothèque for DICOM images. So I think I would prefer Python rather than Fortran, even though we all know that Fortran is very good for numerical simulations. And after this, the particles created are treated according to the model, and we use the same physics and in physics in Penelope code. Those who work with like MCNP, Penelope, Giant, and so on, it's the same physics beyond the program. But if you ask me why our program is different than the great MCNP, is because when we work on MCNP, we need like so many processors to do the simulation. If you have 10 on 8 like billion electrons or photons, and here the simulation is done in maybe 6 or 8 minutes because we use virtual voxel, and that virtual voxel can replace all of the voxels in one CT scan. So that's the reason that we save so much memory. As I mentioned, we modified this Photolp program, and we got the PhotoVox program, and we simulated the particle transport and interactions in radiation therapy. It's traditional methodology where one person adjusts the parameters for input, and that's why we need AI to help us maybe even tell us where is the range of that parallelogram. I will definitely need to show you right away how the program looks like. So here is the interface, and give me a second to go to program. Do you see the interface of the program? This is the interface of our application. The code the code is in this AvoxMat, FabDat, and PhotoVox Monte Carlo simulation. It's just visual in Delphi. When you click start, you will start the simulation. The user can open a DICOM image from some patient, and after that you can go through slides, and you see the green outline. It's the place where you can set the parameters for the input. So you put the first slice, last slice, left, right, x coordinate, top and bottom y coordinate, and if you move this green outline, the coordinates will accordingly change in the body frame. And also with this tool, I can put the center of the center of the tumor. So you also can change the beam geometry. It can be circle or rectangle, and you can also change the radius of the beam. This CT scan on the slide is just an example, because as you can see, it's too much to have like 5 millimeters of depth of the CT scan. So we have a newer one, but just for example. You can also adjust, like if you want to do with photons or electrons. I mean, we can adjust to put a protons, like proton therapy is very, very common in the world. But here in Serbia, we don't have a clinical center with the proton therapy, so I didn't put here in my simulation, because I cannot have a CT scan from proton therapy. You can see you can change the beam direction and center of the tumor and so on. Like you can also change these parameters, and when you're all done, you can click on to start CT data conversion with Hounsfield numbers and cross-section interaction probabilities, photo box, and after that you will have a tumor dose. It's for users. It's an interface for users. When you will have like just a number, the dose in mauve or gray, whatever you like. But we would like to have to see the output from this simulation, and we also made a program in Python to calculate the dose in the tumor and calculate the dose in the tissues around the organ that has like cancer. So what's the problem here? The problem here is that user can do this, but user can also do this. User can do this, user can do this, and so on and so on. And there are so many ways, and you will ask me, okay, so which one of these examples are the more suitable to cure the cancer? So there's a place for AI to find a most positive income of this radiation, and just let back to the presentation. And the main problem is finding these input parameters, and when you're done with the simulation, you can adjust the dose in those slides, and there's just a palette in Vox View, so the different color is represents a different dose in some organs. We use, for example, the melanoma of the eye. There is an input parameters, and it's located in the bottom of the eye. So we created a therapy plan by PhotoVox software by the mean energy of 10 MeVs, and so on and so on and so on. So we did a therapy plan. And how I did this, I got the mean tumor dose, and I adjust the input parameters, as you can see in my application. And it took time. It took time to find, for example, 60 grays as they got in a clinical center. So it took me like maybe 2 or 3 days to adjust all of these input parameters, and it is so also easier to use AI in this situation, because we need to get as similar as possible to VMAT technique, because VMAT is commonly used for melanoma in the clinical center. And here's results by PhotalVox. I mean, when person manually set the input data, and I can tell you that with AI, when you have melanoma, when you have CT scan and you can see the tumor, we can calculate the mean dose, we can calculate the maximum dose, and we also can calculate a dose in every voxel. And what will be the best scenario? The best scenario will be if you have, like, for example, if you see on this slide, like, I will round and say 60 grays for mean dose in melanoma. And the best possible case is if you have in every voxel of this melanoma 60 grays. But that's not possible with AAA algorithm. So in one voxel you have 58. In one voxel you have 17, one voxel you have 62, and so on. So the mean dose is 60, and the best possible way for this melanoma is if you have in every voxel 60 grays. So we've got by PhotalVox, by doing with when one person are putting parameters by their own, 62.5. And you can see that for some things there is some greater values or the less values. And also I need to say that even if I adjust the parameters, we meet the clinical requirements. So our program is good, but it also can be better by using AI. So on this picture is just a standard dose volume histogram. It can be used to evaluate the clinical treatment plan. This is for this case, for the melanoma of the eye, and you can also see the organs on the head who got the dose from this from accelerator from curing this patient. So let me speak now a little bit about AI in this process, on this example or any other examples. It can focus on maximizing the tumor efficiency, but minimizing the risk to those organs that are organs at risk near the organ who is getting treatment. It also can be really used on this program, because as I told you, if we did a good job, this algorithm can be meet the requirements of the clinical practice. It can easily enter the clinical practice. We used bias optimization and genetic algorithms, and the results were better if we used the genetic algorithms as the main tools to adjust, to optimize the parameters, input parameters. And it can also improve the strategies for this problem. It is also very interesting about the results. We got, of course, better results than when we adjust the parameters on our own. But I also need to say that genetic algorithm was better in this case. it easily identifies the tumor coordinates. It's also what was really interesting is that it save us time so many times, and it also can choose which is the most suitable particle type. So if we continue to on this topic, to research this topic, maybe we can make a software, an algorithm that can, if you put a patient and put a CT data, it can choose, do you want a brachytherapy? Do you want a gamma knife? Do you want what type of therapy is the best for this case? What type of particles is best for this case? To minimize the dose in organs at risk, to increase the dose in the tumor. So it would be very useful for a patient. So if you are in a clinical center, you cannot experiment. But with this software, you can experiment and find a best solution for this patient and for the melanoma tumor they have. So it's also very important because you don't have two same persons, two same tumors, and so on. You need to track all of these parameters as a general health, as a position of the tumor, and everything. So I think it would be very useful to use AI in this process to find the best solution for every patient. Okay, that will be it. Thank you so much for your attention. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Milena, for the great presentation.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce Martis Knox, a distinguished figure in the world of technology and marketing. Hailing from the vibrant city of Chicago, Martis brings a wealth of experience, seamlessly blending his digital acumen with an entrepreneurial drive. Martis Educational Foundation was led at Robert Morris College, where he pursued business management. However, it was in the dynamic realm of digital marketing and machine learning that he truly left his mark. His journey unfolded through pivotal roles at MLLE's Construction and Third World Press, where he honed his skills and made significant contributions. In 2012, Martis co-founded Creatively Smart, an agency that disrupted the landscape of experiential marketing. Their innovative approach caught the attention of major clients such as ADT and Vivint, solidifying Martis' reputation as a visionary. Fast forward to 2023, and Martis embarked on a new venture, BakedBot.ai. This foray into machine learning propelled him into the esteemed circles of the BLK Tech founders and the PIROS Accelerator at 1871. With over 2 decades of unwavering dedication to innovation and leadership, Martis continues to shape the future of technology and marketing. Please join me in welcoming Martis to our webinar, a true trailblazer and a beacon of inspiration.
Thank you, Nika, and thank you, Karan, for having me today. First off, is everyone able to see my screen? Okay. Okay. Should I take that as a sign of yes?
Yes, we can see that.
Okay. Today we'll be looking beyond algorithms, how autonomous agents predict and adapt to consumer behavior. All right, so the evolution of autonomous agents and consumer behavior prediction. Autonomous agents initially began with rule-based systems, right? So we weren't using large language models to predict and to drive consumer behavior. Before, it was based on RAG-based systems, right? So key milestones include, along the way, the introduction of chatbots, personalization algorithms, and recommendation systems like RAG. This has been enhanced in the AI-driven marketing strategies. Advancements in natural language processing, sentiment analysis, and neural networks have revolutionized autonomous agents' effectiveness in consumer forecasting. So what is the significance of bringing these autonomous agents into our marketing fold? Well, they're able to enhance consumer engagement by millions and do this at scale on a one-to-one basis. These are providing personalized interactions, and it's tailored to each individual's preference. So there's no more one-size-fits-all approach. Autonomous agents revolutionizing marketing strategies by predicting consumer behavior and adapting messages over time. What this does is it creates a more dynamic and responsive approach to your marketing messages. The goal, though, it's always to balance that automation with the human touch, right? You don't want to leave the human touch out or the human touch points. You don't want to think, you want to think through those touch points to make sure that everything all aligns and the experience go together. So what are some of the future trends in autonomous agents? Well, we can expect emerging technologies like machine learning and natural language processing to continue enhancing the AI capabilities of marketing strategy. So think more Gen AI, right? But when it comes to the autonomous agents, we'll also see more planning, right? As more agents come online. So who is Big Bot and what do we do? Well, we're building autonomous agents that are learning to adapt to consumers, their purchases, their history, demographic, whether they're baby boomer, millennial, Generation X. We're using all that data to give you, the owner of that data, unparalleled insight. So, one of the key things that we look at is being able to adapt. One of the unique selling points we look at is being able to provide predictive analytics so that businesses and business owners are able to accurately forecast inventory changes, right? As well as adaptive campaign optimization. So if you're running programmatic ads, for example, we want to be able to use these autonomous agents to help you optimize your campaigns so that you can get better costs at better scale. So one of the key strategies for a big buy is being able to not only personalize those messages based on, but we also want to boost that engagement and your overall conversion rates. In other words, we want to be able to keep customers coming back over and over again. How does this different from what the status quo and what the current is, right? Currently, individuals have to do this, without AI, right? You're looking at a ton of data and you're trying to analyze this data ultimately to get, better responses based on market trends and different things that are going on, right? What we do is we integrate human creativity with AI efficiency. And ultimately, this fosters innovation and delivers overall unique customers experience at scale. So some of the challenges when using these autonomous agents is making sure that they integrate seamlessly within your current workflows, right? The idea is not to sort of come in and override what you currently have. It's more or less to work alongside. So think of autonomous agents as your new employees, if you will. One of the goals that we have is addressing data privacy and ethical concerns related to the collection of that data. So in the case of Big Bot, all of the customer data is encrypted from the point of it's collected. And we don't use anything sort of be able to identify individuals on an individual level, right? So it's all anonymized. So there's a challenge. We want to maintain a balance between, automated processes, human interactions for enhanced customization, but also keeping that data safe. So one of the things that we look at is being able to monitor regularly and update to ensure your agent's accuracy and compliance with data privacy. So there have been situations where you have generative AI tools that have been known to hallucinate, for example. When you add in autonomous agents, the chances of an agent hallucinating becomes less likely, right? Because you're using other agents to also check against the accuracy of what the data that it's providing. So one of the things that we focus on is training your staff and making sure that they understand that this is more of a collaboration and not a situation where the autonomous agent is coming to take over their jobs or, you know, to do basically all of the hard work and the hard lift. One of the things that our stakeholders and myself have been focusing on is how do we build AI systems that allow for ethical decision making, right? And then being able to, you know, put that information out there to key stakeholders and decision makers so that they understand the implications of the decisions that these are making. So these advanced technologies empower businesses to make informed decisions and rapidly adapt to different market trends. Okay. So Baked by AI is currently working with almost 30 to 40 beta testers. What we found in using our tools is that customer engagement has been increased by 30% over baseline projections, meaning human written content. Baked by AI has also been able to optimize programmatic ad spends for cannabis companies by 25% overall by dynamically adjusting these marketing campaigns in real time, right? So we're looking at things like creative, we're looking at your copy, we're looking at click-through rates, we're looking at a number of things and bringing all that data to optimize and deliver better advertising campaigns. To that end, we've been able to reduce overall CAC, customer acquisition costs, by 15%. And we expect as we get more data and as we learn more about our customers, we expect to be able to decrease the customer acquisition costs by even more. So how do we use autonomous agents, right? Well, as one of the thought leaders in the space, we use it to, you know, predict what's coming next, right? Not just with our cannabis customers, but also with our, you know, dispensaries and other B2B customers in the cannabis space. We've been embracing AI advancements in consumer behavior, and this has allowed us to stay ahead of market trends and stay adapting proactively. So we encourage innovators to embrace autonomous agents for cutting-edge consumer engagement strategies, right? We feel that if you're only using generative AI, you're only getting a part of the equation. By using autonomous agents to deliberate, right, and to go back and forth, what you can get is a bigger, a more wholesome picture of, you know, your marketing campaigns. So inspire exploration of new possibilities by leveraging autonomous agents to revolutionize consumer interaction and to drive business growth. So we've only began to scratch the surface of what autonomous agents can do. We expect that, you know, autonomous agents will continue to help us build human-centered design interfaces that enhance the overall experience and the connection between human and these AI systems. So right now we're using AI to analyze data patterns in addition to market trends. So we're driving innovation using these AIs. I'm sorry, guys. There is an issue with my screen. All right. So what does the future landscape of autonomous agents look like? Well, for one, we see increased personalization, right? More real-time interaction at the point that the customer actually makes the sale as opposed to some post or some email or some text going out after the fact. And there'll be more targeted content based on demographic profiles, right? Whether that person is an older individual, male or female. And again, some of the challenges include ensuring data privacy, maintaining ethical AI practices, and integrating diverse consumer preferences. Meaning some folks will like to engage with chatbots. Some people will, engage with just prompts. So there's a number of opportunities across the customer experience. Overall, this will lead to efficient marketing automation and cost savings. Thank you.
It is my distinct pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker, Dr. Dmitry Shapirsky. Dr. Shapirsky holds a PhD in physics and mathematics, earned in 2007, and brings over 30 years of software development experience to the table. Over the last decade, his focus has shifted towards the cutting-edge fields of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and augmented reality, applying his vast expertise to these innovative domains. Dr. Shapirsky's career spans from development to project management, addressing complex challenges in finance, utilities, and ISS-based experiment planning. He is a steadfast advocate for the Transparency Manifesto and champions in X and AI-powered software development lifecycle with an unwavering commitment to quality, security, and common sense. As the founder of ROYGBIV projects and co-author of the Pareto Shapirsky Principle, Dr. Shapirsky is dedicated to leveraging technology to enhance transparency and drive innovation. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Dmitry Shapirsky.
Okay, hello guys. Kiran, can you please share my presentation? Guys, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes,
Hearing
doctor.
you. Please.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm on the way. Sorry, guys, but yeah, I'm really busy with this project. What I'm aiming to share this for you, and I will try to be really fast and quick today. So yeah, the topic of today's discussion is AI-powered augmented reality solution for autism support and education. And honestly, my goal today is to sell this idea for you and try to find somebody who can help me, like experts, volunteers, and so on and so forth. So next slide, please. Let's speak several words about what autism is and why it's so important now. Yeah, next slide, Kiran. Yeah. So autism spectrum disorder is a some disorder where some people can't behave as normal people. Yeah, and really often these people can't focus on some topics. They can focus on interaction with their parents, and they often really scary of any strangers what we can see, for example, in shared spaces. Yeah, and on the other hand, these individuals with ASD may have unique strengths in different areas of science, culture, and so on and so forth. So now currently the main idea of this slide is what when I started this project, I was shocked at how many children with autism we have. Yeah, because it's according to the statistic in the United States, about 1 in 36 children have this ASD and have problems with behavior in our reality. Yeah, and the trend is growing. Yeah, and because we spent a lot of efforts now to identify these kids in early stage, because it can significantly improve outcomes and the quality of life. Yeah, when we deal with this problem in the early stage of life of these kids. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, so idea of this project and the business goals of this project presented on this slide. And the main idea is to develop and deploy augmented reality device that improves the quality of life and the learning experience for individuals with ASD. Yeah, and of course, develop a comprehensive methodology for using the device along with educational materials that enables users and other people to use the solution most efficiently. And of course, secure support and funding from organizations dedicated to supporting individuals with ASD and their families. And from a user perspective, the main goals is provide users with the ability to control social interactions and educational process through personalized visual and auditory perception, help users with ASD in recognizing and understanding the emotional of others to aid the socialization and adoption, and reduce feeling of anxiety and increase confidence in social and educational settings. And the main and our non-goal, this is a non-profit project, yeah. So we are not going to utilize some revenue from and some commercial gain from this solution. All software will be open sourced, and we will provide a lot of efforts and materials and guidelines how to deploy this solution on any clouds. And even we will try to run some instances of this solution for free for organizations who are trying to support and help autist guys. Next slide, please. So no, previous one. Yeah. So we have two main user stories here, and they're all idea based on two things. Yeah. First of all, as a parent of child with ASD, yeah, I want my child to see unfamiliar people as non-threatening objects. Yeah. So we will use artificial intelligence glasses, augmented reality glasses, and artificial intelligence to recognize images, yeah, and on video streams, and to recognize audio streams as well, and to filter video and audio, videos and audio in order to provide focus and remove all objects what can seems threatening for guys, for kids and for adults with autism, yeah. So, and the second one, user scenario and user story. As a teacher, I want to use technology what makes my presence feel more comforting and familiar to my students with ASD, increasing their engagement in the learning process. So we will use deepfake technology in order to switch and replace the face of teacher, which is unfamiliar for kids with autism, to face of parent, yeah, in order to increase engagement in learning process, and in some cases make learning process possible at all, possible, yeah. And it's important to say what we need to provide a lot of efforts in order to make deployment and configuration of this system not so hard and easy for parents and for individuals who can try to support autist, yeah, kids, because this is open source project, and we have no revenue from that, so we need to teach other guys how to deploy and support this system. And next slide, please. So we see several technical and non-technical challenges in these projects. First of all, this is a real-time processing. Yeah, we need to recognize faces and recognize full body in real time using the augmented reality glasses. And this is a challenging task. And to mitigate this problem, we are going to utilize edge computing solutions to minimize delays and employ efficient state-of-the-art machine learning models, optimize it to speed and accuracy. Now we are investigating the best candidates for this. Yeah, so we are on the architecture phase of this project and this application. Now we're investigating different models, how to recognize faces quickly, how to use augmented reality to switch video images and people from the video streams to other objects. So it's not so easy currently. And yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, of course, we already discussed it during 2 days of this webinar about data security and privacy. It's really important for us. Yeah, we will try to comply with GDPR and HIPAA in order to keep all the private data safe. Yeah, and of course, hardware integration. Yeah. Now, if you know, on the market, there are not so many devices what support augmented reality, yeah, and provide good quality of video streams when users use these devices, yeah. And currently, our main candidate, this is the MetaQuest 3. You can see a picture of this device on your screens now. Yeah, but we are searching for other devices in order to have diversity in this case. Yeah, and we are not going to be locked on only one device. Next slide, please. So, and of course, non-technical challenges. All these challenges, honestly, were discussed previously in many presentations during these 2 days. So first of all, this is the user adoption. Yeah. We need to provide a lot of information how to use this technology, how to use it properly. Yeah, we need to find and group users with specialists from psychologists and medical areas, yeah, in order to adjust our technology for such vulnerable people and kids. And funding and resource allocation, yeah. Securing sufficient funding and resources to sustain long-term development and deployment of the solution, because now we understand what this project might require a lot of efforts, a lot of researches. Yeah, it's not just to combine already created technology. Yeah, we need to adopt this technology, and we need to make this technology like battle tested. Yeah, and it might take a lot of efforts as well. Yeah, and of course, other non-technical challenges, regulatory compliance and ethical considerations, and all this was previously discussed as well. So I would like not to waste time for this. Next slide, please. Yeah, and our success metrics. So what we are going to achieve by implementing and providing this solution for guys who support autism. So measurement of anxiety reduction, yeah, among users through surveys and observations before and after product usage. We already contacted with several organizations, psychologist organization, and we are ready to help us to provide all researches and investigate is our future results is really helps to autism or not. So we are going to provide a lot of efforts for this measurement as well. Improvement in education engagement as measured by students and teacher survives on the education process as well. Yeah, we can compare, we can have several groups of users which will use this technology and not, and we can ask teachers, is it really helpful for them or not? And we will ask parents and kids, is it helpful or not as well. And assessment of social adaptation and comfort in various social situations as well, using surveys and feedback from users. It's really important for us to understand the effectiveness of this application. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you, Karen. So execution plan and milestones. Now we are in the research phase of our project. It will take 8 weeks for initial research of needs and technological capabilities. Yeah, we are working with psychologists in Uzbekistan and in Russia and trying to reach psychologists in Germany, where I'm living now. But you know, in Germany, it took a lot of paperwork and a lot of time to try to connect to somebody in this area. So it's more easier in ex-USSR to do all this stuff, honestly. Prototype development, this is the second phase. Yeah, 20 weeks for developing and testing the first working prototype or POC in order to test all our technology and to see how whole solution works and is it really helpful for autism individuals or not. First class is POC pilot testing. Yeah, we will form several groups of users. Yeah, some of them will use our application, some of them not, and we will compare. We will have all feedback, and we will try to understand what we can improve in our application. And this is the last phase, analysis and optimization. So 20 weeks for refining the product based on the user feedback, and we will finally release MVP. So approximately all projects should take 1 year from beginning to the end, from the idea to the most valuable product. Next slide, please. Yeah, and this is probably main slide of this presentation. Yeah, now we are in an early stage of our development, and we are calling experts, volunteers, and advocates to refine our approach to overcome challenges and to maximize our impact. Yeah, I would like to repeat it again. This is non-profit project, and we need some support from community in order to help kids with autism to make reality better reality than we have now. Yeah, so this is our chance to improve not people but improve reality for people. Yeah, to go from the other hand and from the other side of this problem. We need expertise sharing. Yeah, you can share your expertise in AI, augmented reality, education, or autism support. We need feedback and we need testers. Yeah, if you know somebody who have this problem and who are ready to be a tester of this application, some family, please contact me, and we are happy to provide our POC and include them to tester groups and advocate and awarenesses. Yeah, help to spread this idea of and information about our project. And we can have more impact on this, and we can solve this problem more quickly and easily. So my contact information is below, and this is all what I have. Next slide, please. We can go to to your questions. Do you have any questions? I see one hand. Chat, please.
Yeah, that's me. Okay, definitely when it comes, okay, I like your approach because dealing with people that have learning challenges is something that we need to tackle. I would say that this is going to be quite difficult when it comes to analysis because your data set is going to be inherently correlated.
Yeah, yep.
Definitely,
Yep, absolutely.
Please reach out. I can help you with that.
Okay, great.
In terms of testing, this is in terms of getting funding. There are projects within, but I'm not so sure because you're based in Russia if they would allow that from on this side.
I'm based in Germany, but
you're based in Germany. Okay, that's EU.
But I have to return to Russia, and I have to spend time in Russia because here it's more easily to find these testers, yeah, family with autism testers, because in Germany it's a hell. It's a hell to find somebody. It's a lot of paperwork. You can go to any doctor, they will say, no, it's not your business. Please don't think about it. In Germany,
Okay,
at least. You know
in
this in Germany.
Lisbon, in Lisbon, there is a school. There is a school that people that deals with autism. So I can
Okay.
probably reach out and see if they're willing to think. But even it comes in terms of how you approach the testing phase of it, I can help you with that, because if you define your research methodology well, we can actually get better insights. Please definitely reach out.
Yeah, okay. I will reach out to you definitely. Yeah, this was the goal of this presentation for me, to find somebody like you who can help in different stages of this project. Yeah, because this is I think you understand. This is difficult from technical perspective. This difficult for ethical perspective. Yeah, you know the meaning of society now about deepfake. Yeah, and I think this project like advocates deepfake. This is, from my opinion, this is the best appliance for deepfake technology what can be imagined. Yeah.
Okay. You can also research, it's a funding organization called EWAR, and they always fund projects and startups. So that's something, EWOR. You can check them as well. They usually help with startups. And I think because if it was the Russia, if it wasn't but definitely within the EU setting, I think they might be able to help.
Yeah, and I'm more. I've spent more time in Europe now. Yeah, not in Russia. And this trip in Russia now, I'm in Russia now currently, and this trip in Russia is only because I can't find testers in Europe. It's really difficult. Yeah, and I decided to start in Russia because I'm from Russia. Yeah, and I have some doctors, some psychiatrists who can help me and who already provided me a lot of information about this topic.
I also know people that deal with children with special needs. I can reach out to them back in my country, because he is the one that tested me as an adult and realized, look, you have this. And he does that with early childhood development. So I can reach out to him as well, and we could probably get some more people.
Yeah, great. It will be great. Yeah. So.
All right, cool.
Thanks
I think I took a snapshot of your details, but you feel free. I think they have my email as well, so you can reach out.
Yeah, and I will provide my contacts in the chat.
Thank you, Dr. Shapristi. It is my honor to introduce our esteemed speaker, Mr. Oluvol Fakor, who currently holds the position of Vice President of Data Science at ChangeBlock. In this role, he has been instrumental in leading initiatives to combat climate change using the power of AI intelligence. In addition to his role at ChangeBlock, our speaker is the founder of Redderly, an innovative edtech company. Redderly harnesses the capabilities of generative AI and gamification to enhance children's reading abilities, demonstrating our speaker's commitment to leveraging technology for educational advancements. Our speaker's contribution to the field of AI extend beyond his professional roles. He is also the author of the book TensorFlow Developer Certificate Guide, a testament to his expertise and dedication to sharing knowledge in the field of AI. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our distinguished speaker, Mr. Oluvol Fakor.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. Let me share my slides quickly and we'll start. All right. Yep. A second, just move this away. Okay, so today we will be speaking about navigating the future of learning, the double-edged sword of AI in education. Let's see. Okay, in this session, I'll basically be covering the role of LLMs in education, the challenges and opportunities, the application value of ChatGPT. I would probably interface between replacing ChatGPT and LLMs. They both mean the same thing, just in case you see that. Navigating the transition and the future of AI in education. Then we can look at maybe take some questions if there are any questions from the audience. Now, there's probably in every single seminar conference you go to, everyone is talking about LLMs, ChatGPT, generative AI, because these models are able to generate human-like text, and they would get better and better, as the day goes by. And the core the leading models which we can find solutions of LLMs from like GPT-4 from OpenAI and Cloud by Anthropy. The models are built around the transformer architecture, which has now become like the bread and butter of most models we have now. The core abilities, like we discussed before, is basically the ability to be able to understand the context of conversations, and now they also combine images, audio, so they're now more multimodal now in essence, and they're able to translate language, generate text, interpret visual images, and so on. So they have like far-reaching abilities. The journey has not been the same. It's taken some time to get here, but I think from May 2020, a lot has evolved, and we've gotten to a point now where these models are the capabilities we've now gotten to like the key moments where everyone around the world now knows about GPT-4, especially when ChatGPT democratized, when they opened up ChatGPT, and which was made available around sometime in March 2023, and everyone probably around the world knows about ChatGPT, from students to everyday workers to everything. We use it across different phases of our lives. Now, if you look at some of the challenges, because education is quite a broad topic, so I try to drill down into something we talked about in one of the papers I wrote recently, which has to do with challenges in the traditional grading systems. You look at the standard traditional grading systems in the educational sector, you see that one key issue is the problems around scaling. Because if you have like a large classroom, it's very difficult to be able to effectively grade and provide consistent feedback to these to students, and that could be very useful for their improvement, because it takes a lot of time and human effort to be able to do that. Then again, as humans, it's difficult to, even in the face of having Rubik's metrics clearly defined, it's difficult for us to clearly maintain consistency, even across just one individual. If you grade 10 scripts, there's a high probability that you're probably not going to grade them at the same level of consistency, because, for example, you might find out that students are struggling maybe after marking the first 3 scripts, and you begin to maybe perhaps mark with a bit of more sympathy in terms of how you grade grade students. And again, across different instructors, if you have 30 students in a class and you have 3 instructors who are going to mark 10 students each, the way they would apply the Rubik's system across different students is going to be very different. So you might have some instructors strict in their marking, and others are more lenient in the way they mark. Then again, the another key issue is the fact that it's difficult to be able to provide personalized feedback, especially in cases where you have a large sizes of students, especially what you find in university settings. So that's a problem. Another issue could be when you know the students and you know their ability, it's difficult. You might already have a preconceived opinion towards the student. This might not be intentional, but these things happen, so that's the problem you find in some of these traditional grading systems. Now, for students, ChatGPT is not always bad, because it could be very useful in terms of for research. As a research assistant, it can help you to be able to distill down very complex topics, help you to be able to like break down, unpack information. It can be very useful when you're using it to structure grammar, your writing style, improving your writing style, and things like that. Also, students can use it to be able to prepare for exams. For example, you could generate questions around your potential, maybe your tests you're about to take, and you could also use it to look at likely answers, which could be very helpful in your preparation for your exams, and that can be very helpful. For those who, if you're maybe a more science-based student or someone who works on programming, it could be very helpful, because you could use it to be able to learn how to write code better, how to debug, and how to perhaps, comment your code, and how to style properly. Those are things it can be very helpful with. Again, language learning ChatGPT is very useful because it has very good language capabilities, and it can help us to be able to understand other languages as well. It's a very useful tool as well for brainstorming ideas and putting them together. For example, you're preparing for a project, you could use it to be able to begin to create that first pass around your project and look at ideas which you can create. Then for teachers, it's useful because I think it kind of reduces the amount of work that needs to be done. With teachers, it can help you to be able to, either prepare your lesson notes, to be able to also critique your lesson notes and see where are the gaps, what can you do better, how can you make things better. So it's not always a bad tool to use. It could be very helpful in helping us to be able to continuously improve, Again, it could support across different educational spectrums. You could use it for to be able to create personalized learning paths for different students. It can help with grading systems, especially when we use it in a very collaborative manner. So those are some of the benefits it can provide to tutors. But again, just like everything, it always has the two sides, where the good side and some of the other issues. It's because of its ability to generate these high quality texts. There are a lot of issues around academic dishonesty, plagiarism that has popped up in recent times because of the ability because of democratization of AI, where everyone and anyone can access tools like ChatGPT and the likes to be able to use them on a daily basis. Then another problem can creep up, which has to do with dependency and over-reliance. It gets to a point where, as a student, you might always be sucked into always using it, even for the most simplistic tasks that you could have naturally done by yourself without having to depend on a third party. But now you're over-reliant on tools like ChatGPT. Then it could also affect the way we go after knowledge, the compartmentalization of knowledge, because students will now be more keen on focusing on how do I answer questions rather than gaining knowledge, rather than understanding the topic in a broad perspective. It just narrows down to just passing exams. And that's a critical problem that needs to be addressed. Then these tools, again, disrupt the traditional educational system. Yes, the traditional educational system has issues, but it's not everything that is bad about it. And this can really critically change it. And the fact that it changes the traditional teaching methods, we need to be worried a bit about it, because teachers are not moving at the same pace at which the technology is moving. And that's a problem in itself. Then again, we have issues around data integrity and ethical implications of using these tools in educational settings. Also, again, one issue that you might also find is the variability in students' response. Then you have the classical LLM issues around being a black box system. We don't have clarity. You don't have clarity about how you can hold it accountable. If the model that you use perhaps to grade a student's report makes a mistake, who do we hold responsible in that particular situation? We also know that these models are prone to hallucination, and hallucination can be really dangerous, especially when you use it for high-stake decisions like grading a student's mark for their graduation, and you fail a student just because the model actually made a mistake, And also, it's important to note that these models can also suffer from knowledge cutoff because they are trained to a point, and beyond that point, they do not have knowledge. Yes, you can use external knowledge bases, databases, and the internet to be able to draw information, but that is still a challenge in itself, and there's a probability that could go wrong, and that can affect the way it would impact on a student, either in grading or in teaching as well. So, well, teachers need to do a lot, because we can't, as educators, we can't continuously stay in the same way we have been in the past, because a lot is evolving. Whether we like it or not, change has come, and change has come to stay. So it's important to look at how can we adopt AI with clarity and optimism. We need to look at it as a tool, as a collaborator, not a replacement, because it would not replace teachers, but it will help teachers to be able to optimize it. Perhaps the way I kind of like to look at it is empowering teachers with superpowers to be able to help students. When you look at it as a collaborator or as a tool which you can use to help to improve the performance of students and to help them learn better, I think it gives the right kind of thinking and approach that we like to see, and I think is right with tools like ChatGPT and LLMs as a whole. Then the collaborations, once we continuously promote that collaboration, where we do not look at these tools as autonomous agents that will replace teachers, but will collaborate with teaching and help simplify the whole process, I think we are beginning to look at the problem and beginning to work towards getting the kind of solutions that will help in the educational sector in terms of the use of AI in education. Some key statistics which I found from Forbes, and I think they're quite interesting. And this was in 2023. You can imagine what it is now in 2024, where you have about 48% of students have used it for their home test. I'm sure that number is way much higher now. And 53% wrote their essays with ChatGPT. And there's a large opinion around universities and colleges to ban ChatGPT as of last year. And because the legislations as well are not coming quick enough, and no one really knows what to do in many instances, it now lies on it, probably in many of the universities and educational institutions, to take decisions on what can be done with these tools and what is not applicable and what should not be done. You know, so that in itself, it's a gap again in this particular scenario. But the awareness is growing, and I'm sure it was 82% of college professors were aware of ChatGPT, but now that probably should be close to 100, if I'm just speculating anyways, but I think that should be way much higher now. You have 72% of those out there of them are aware that there's cheating with ChatGPT. A lot of students are doing less and less work these days with these tools. So it's a big problem which needs to be addressed, and because the technology is continuously improving and evolving, even with tools that we use to detect AI writing and all that, it's still a problem. And that is why there's a continuous need to look at this topic, especially the use of AI in education and how it will impact on learning and education and the growth of knowledge, and in now and in the future as well. So, well, some of the in the future of education, some of the things I think is important is LLMs can really play a very significant role in grading, because if you look at the traditional grading system, it suffers from core issues of scalability, consistency, personalization, and feedback, which is very important for students learning and improving. Then we can use these tools to be able to continuously evaluate and give a balanced outcome for each student. And that's very useful, and provide feedback as well. And again, I think AI can provide them a wide-scale access to education, especially if you're from a developing country where education and the internet is still not at full scale. Tools like LLMs can also be useful, because especially when you build on the edge device learning tools where people can learn even without the internet as well. So these kind of tools can provide high quality feedback, can provide supportive learning for individuals across these countries, and can provide them in their native languages as well, which is very useful. Some of the early deployments have shown promising results. Some of the researches I've seen and I found, some of the works we've done as well at Ridley, has shown that yes, these tools can be very useful, and we can see measurable growth in performance of students, because we kind of did like a closed system research where we looked at a couple of students and looked at the performance without and with the use of some of these AI tools that we've put in play. Then beyond that, it's also important to address the bias and privacy, because these models are only as good as the data they're trained on, and the world is inherently biased. And the problem is, if we try to say we want to crush the bias or negate the bias in itself, the question is what is wrong and what is right. It's really hard. It's such a gray area to arrive at a conclusion at what is acceptable generally and not, because laws and opinions vary across countries and people and religious beliefs as well. Then, well, what is critical for me, I think, is we looking at these tools as a collaborator with teachers. Because the way I see AI empowers us to become superhuman, to be able to optimize as human beings, and teachers and educators should not be left out, because these tools can empower them to be able to help improve the way we learn as individuals, as students, and as educators and researchers as well. So that's my view. That brings me to the end of my presentation. If there are any questions, opinions, suggestions, please feel free. And you can as well connect with me on LinkedIn, or you can send me an email with my email right here. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oluwole.
Chad, it's good to see you.
I do have one. It's really a comment, more of a comment. Yes, I get this, but I think the idea behind the whole thing is testing. We need to change the way testing is done, because obviously this thing, because I mean, I'm in my 40s. So basically, when I went to school, you did the exam, but there was one class that I did absolutely great in. The one, yes, because you have the testing framework, we had to do assignments, we had to do final exam. But during that whole time, he guided us how to pass the exam and how to do that sort of thing. The grade was irrelevant. The issues is the techniques that we learned in that class. And that was the focus as opposed to that. So I think we need to move away from the whole idea that testing is what validates understanding. We need to be able to get insights and be able to apply it more. That's just my take on it.
I think we share the same opinion, because I see education as applied rather than testing. Because if you ask me what you've shown me, basically I'm just regurgitating what you've told me. You've not learned anything new.
Exactly.
But when it's not applied, and that's why I see that Elon Musk took his children out of conventional schools, and that's the truth, because the old ways of doing things have to evolve. The technology cannot continuously evolve, and we continue to remain the same way in the educational system. That in itself is a big flaw, because if you look at every other industry, sometimes we kind of blame it on funding, because you look at most of the industries, a lot of funding go into like finance, a lot of funding goes into healthcare, a lot of funding goes into sustainability, but education is not such an appealing environment for many investors, and I'll tell you why. Because it depends on students' interest, and education has somehow become something that students do not find enjoyable largely, and that's why it is something they want to do quickly and get off of it to go into something more enjoyable. And that's what most of the educational apps are trying to do. They're trying to make it fun. They're trying to gamify them. They're trying to make them interesting for students to enjoy them, because the moment you lose that engagement, students are off. So that's why it's difficult for investors to want to put in their money there, because once that goes away, the whole investment is down the drain. And the ROI cannot be compared to like fintech companies or health tech companies. And without those investments and support, it's hard for the educational system to catch up in the AI race with other sectors. And the traditional classroom system, we all know, it's unanimously agreed these days that it doesn't work, because it doesn't prepare students fully for the job market in itself. And the job market is going to continuously evolve and shift with these AI tools. In fact, I used to tell people in some of the presentations I make that in the next few years, you have more entrepreneurs than employees, because AI will provide so many autonomous agents to do so many tasks and empower us that become so superhuman that a company, a startup today, which in the past would have previously required maybe 10 to 20%, just needs one person with all these tools to be able to build solutions and to be able to solve problems that we could not imagine in the past. So that means we would now have more people building solutions on their own, even those without core AI expertise.
Yeah.
So that's where we are. And that means the education system has to prepare them for the world that they are going to step into, starting from now. So that's really important. Thank you for that point as well. Is there any other questions? Yeah. All right. So I would say thank you, everyone, and let's stay in touch. Please connect with me. We can take this conversation further, maybe through LinkedIn or by sending me an email, and you could also check our research paper on this topic as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce our esteemed speaker, Dr. Rosario Moscato, a seasoned expert in artificial intelligence with an impressive career spanning over 25 years, holding degrees in electronic engineering, internet software design, and advanced studies in science and trade. Our speaker's academic credentials are as diverse as they are impressive. His professional journey has taken him across Europe and Asia, where he has assumed various roles in technical and business development within numerous international companies. Recently, he has dedicated his efforts to harnessing the power of machine learning technologies to enhance business competitiveness, while also delving into the ethical and philosophical aspects of AI. An accomplished author, international speaker, trainer, and consultant in AI, our speaker's contributions to the field are manifold. Currently, he is serving as a Chief Technology Officer for a pioneering AI company based in Italy. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Rosario Moscato.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rosario Moscato. I'm an engineer. I've been working with artificial intelligence for really many years. I'm working as a CTO in a quite well-known Italian artificial intelligence company, and I am also the coordinator of the Neurobioethics and Artificial Intelligence in Ateneo Pontificio Regina Apostolorum University in Rome. First of all, thank you so much for having me in this very important event. And thank you so much for listening to me in the next 10-15 minutes talking about how to harmonize technology and humanity. I'm trying to explain why a global ethical standards for artificial intelligence are really very important nowadays. So the title of my presentation is Harmonizing Technology and Humanity. We are going to see why a global ethical standards for artificial intelligence is something extremely urgent. We have three sections. The imperative of ethical AI, so we are discovering why now, in this moment, ethics in AI is extremely important. We are discovering how the AI ethics is something multidisciplinary. And finally, we are putting on the table some ideas about a framework for global ethical artificial intelligence. So let's see immediately that, first of all, having or introducing ethics in artificial intelligence means finding a very good balance between innovation and the rules that are aimed to mitigate the risks. It's very clear that thanks to artificial intelligence, we are having a lot of benefits in our society. For example, we can talk about healthcare, education, environment, because analyzing these vast, huge datasets, AI can uncover patterns and solutions that can really improve the quality of our lives. But all this power from the other sides comes with some challenges. The challenges are, for example, related to privacy, security, employment, and the risk of perpetuating biases that are not carefully managed during the design and training part of the complete AI pipeline. So it's clear that we have benefits, we have challenges, we need some guidelines to find this famous balance to mitigate the risks towards the benefits. So it's clear that we have to establish a global ethical guidelines for AI. We want to ensure that the technological advancements align with fundamental human values and not infringe upon individual rights and freedom. Here the point at the human values, because in our globe there are billions of humans and values sometimes are not the same for everybody. That's why we need to sit around a huge table, talk everybody, and find a common field, a common set of values in order to build around this common set of values our guidelines for artificial intelligence. In order to find a way to look for these values, maybe we can have a look to the positive applications of artificial intelligence. Through case studies, we can observe how ethically guided AI applications have led to breakthroughs in various sectors, demonstrating the very positive impact of AI when aligned with ethical standards. The point, as we said a few seconds ago, is that we have diverse regulatory approaches according to the country. If we compare the European AI Act, the USA laws, and the Chinese approach to AI, we see that there are really different strategies in different nations, and each of these strategies is targeted to get a little bit different benefits. getting benefits addressing some implications. In Europe, we are putting the focus on the rights. In US, the focus is on the rights, but with a very good balance with business side. In China, the focus is on making AI a real strategy for the country, for the government. So it's clear that we need to harmonize all these challenges. And the obstacles in creating universal ethics standards are significant, given the diverse cultural, political, and economic landscape across the globe. Before moving on, just recall what are the core features of ethical AI. When we talk about ethical AI, first of all, we talk about bias and fairness. AI systems must be designed to avoid unfair bias, ensuring that decisions made by AI are equitable and do not discriminate against any individual or group. When we talk about ethical AI, we talk about transparency and accountability. AI systems should be transparent in their operations, and there must be clear accountability for the decision made by AI, allowing for scrutiny and redress where necessary. And finally, we talk also about privacy and security, because protecting the privacy and security of individuals should be a top priority in AI development, preventing misuse of data and unauthorized surveillance. AI ethics is something multidisciplinary. For this reason, we need an interdisciplinary collaboration. First of all, the development of ethical AI requires a blend of technological capabilities and ethical insights, necessitating collaboration between computer scientists, ethicists, and legal experts. After that, for sure, we need to involve a broad range of stakeholders, including policymakers, technologists, and civil society. And this involvement is essential to address the multifaceted ethical issues presented by artificial intelligence. The third point is that ethical AI must take into account the cultural and societal norms, so rules, of different regions, ensuring that artificial intelligence systems are respectful and inclusive of global diversity. And since these norms, these rules are different, country by country, region by region, the collaboration and the consensus must be really strong. How can we address AI ethics in practice? First of all, we can examine how AI is applied in real-world scenarios. We can better understand the ethical considerations that arise in practice and how they are being addressed. Second place, educational initiatives like this one are extremely important. Highlighting educational programs and initiatives that focus on the ethical dimension of AI can showcase the importance of raising awareness and building competency in this wide area. And after that, we have to look at policy and governance. Discussing the role of policy and governance in shaping the ethical use of AI illustrates the need for clear guidelines and regulations to ensure responsible development and deployment. Let's see what are the challenges in ethical standardization. The first challenge is the global consensus. Achieving a global consensus on ethical standards for artificial intelligence is extremely challenging due to the differing priorities and values across the nations. Another very tough challenge is the rapid technological advancements. the pace of AI development often outstrips the ability of regulatory frameworks to keep up, creating a gap between the practice and policy, because the developments are really fast and sometimes rules are not so fast to catch the development up. And finally, we need enforcement and compliance, ensuring that the ethical guidelines are not only agreed upon, but also enforced and complied with globally. It's a complex issue that requires international cooperations and oversights. Let's try to summarize and see how we can get a global ethical framework. In order to build a cooperative framework, first of all, we need a strong international collaboration. So the creation of a cooperative framework for global collaboration among various stakeholders is crucial to develop and implement ethical standards that are universally respected and adopted universally. For sure, a global ethical framework must be inclusive, taking into account the perspectives and values of different cultures and societies to ensure broad acceptance and applicability. The acceptance and applicability must be as broader as we can. And it's indeed understood that the role of international organization is extremely important. International organization can play a pivotal role in facilitating dialogue and consensus building among nations and stakeholders. So let's try to trace a little path forward AI ethics. First step, unified global effort. Advocating for a unified global effort to establish ethical guidelines for AI is essential to mitigate potential threats and fully leverage AI's capabilities for societal benefits. Second step, stakeholders' roles and responsibilities. Outlining the roles and responsibilities of different stakeholders, including governments, industry, academia, and civil society, in contributing to ethical development of AI. Third step, continuous evolution and adaptation. We have to recognize the ethical guidelines for AI, and we need to evolve and adapt in response to ongoing technological advancements and societal changes, considering that this technological advancement and these societal changes, day after day are stronger and stronger, and especially faster and faster. Emphasizing the importance of ensuring the technological innovation progresses hand in hand with ethical responsibility to safeguard human values. The point is that global ethical standards for AI can act as a catalyst for a positive change, driving innovation that is responsible, equitable, and beneficial for all. If the innovation is beneficial for all, the trust of people, the trust of the society in these new artificial intelligence technologies will get stronger and stronger. And this is a very huge catalyst for positive change. And finally, we need a call to action. Concluding with a call to action for all stakeholders to engage in the development and implementation of global ethical standards for AI, fostering a future where technology and humanity are perfectly harmonized. Thank you so much for your attention. Really hope that this short presentation about a proposal for finding together a common and shared framework for AI ethics can facilitate the willingness of sitting everybody all around the table and think and talk and find a solution for this kind of problems. If you have any question, any comments, or just want to talk to me, please, you can drop me an email at this address. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
And thank you. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker, Mr. Samir Ranjan, a product innovator, thought leader, speaker, entrepreneur, board member, and investor with a wealth of experience in creating data and AI-led products for various industries. Currently, Mr. Samir serves as a Chief Technology Officer and Director of Data Science at Catenate Corp, the creator of Maya Maya and Mira Mira. He is also the founder of Cognitive Sprints, a testament to his entrepreneurial spirit and commitment to innovation. In addition to these roles, Mr. Samir holds the position of board chairman of S3 Private Limited. His leadership and strategic insights have been instrumental in driving these companies forward. Mr. Samir holds a master's degree in data science from Dallas, demonstrating his strong academic foundation. He is an inventor with patents on AI algorithms and is an avid speaker on multiple platforms. His expertise and insights have been featured in magazines, and he is recognized as a thought leader at 3AI and CDAO Circle. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our distinguished speaker, Mr. Samir Ranjan.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the warm introduction, Monica. Thank you. I hope, I think it's good evening as well as good morning to the people joining from the various part of the world. And without a further ado, let's start our presentation. And okay, great. Okay, so let's start our topic today that I wanted to discuss with everyone is what is digital data twin and how it can help you transform the human skill transformation, right? There is a very simple strategy that we are going to follow, which is first we will understand what is digital data twin. Then we will basically see the applications of where we are applying these algorithms, these methods. And then we will see how we can use the digital data twin to find out how the human skill transformation will work. Before I start my presentation, I want to give a brief insight about why we are doing this. Right? You all might have seen how the world is changing. You all might have seen how the skill demand is changing. We earlier didn't used to hire the knowledge workers. We will hire people and will make them knowledge worker so that over a period of time we have if we hire 100 people, out of that, we will expect the 5 will stick back in our company, and those will be our long-term employees. But the current market scenario has changed, right? The long-term employees are people who work for at least 3-4 years in the company, right? Nobody is now trying or even thinking or looking to hire someone who can work for 20 years in a company. Reason because our technology, our skills are changing every day. And when these kinds of things happen, the one thing that everybody needs to do is to understand how to manage and how to find people on whom you can add more and more learning ability, and they are going to deliver. So, and there is no quantitative method to do it. Reason because you cannot do a lab rat analysis on something that has an effect on a very longer term. For example, until unless you don't do a bachelor's degree for 4 years, you cannot start your master's degree, right? And if you do bachelor's in chemical engineering, then you can become a chemist, right? You cannot become an architectural engineer because that is logically not possible, right? So to do all those things, we basically started creating something that we call digital data twin, which means a system of information which has the similar personality, similar soft skill, and similar technical skills of a person, and we try to put a stimulus to it, which might be new education, which might be new skill, and see how that personality and how the soft skill is reacting to it. And based on that, we can try to find out few more hidden elements so that we can start creating the knowledge worker. But before we start that, let's start with what is digital data twin, right? So there are basically 3 components to it, right? Which is there is first component is what it represent, right? And the concept of digital data twin came from the healthcare world. We all see the rise of COVID last couple of years ago, right? And we wanted a vaccine as fast as soon as possible, right? If you remember, it was a virus, right? The virus usually takes at least 10 years to show on a trial like what is happening, whether it is right or not. The efficacy of vaccine needs a long time to prove. But we were able to get vaccine in 6 months to 1 year time. Why? Because we were able to run multiple experiments on multiple use cases by creating digital twins, which is we will basically add all the health element in form of a data to a human. And then when we add vaccine in form of a data to it, we don't we don't have to have a guinea pig, we don't have to have a rat, we don't have to inject anything to anyone, and we'll be still able to see how the changes are happening. And the biggest help is it is cost reducer. It doesn't involve anyone dying. And the most important thing is it speeds up the process, right? And you can predict and you can try to find what can happen as close to the real world, right? You might have seen that there are a lot of integrations that is happening around the world, right? And that one thing that we call is internet of things, right? Which is basically our mobile is connected to the light is connected to the weather is connected to the thermostat. When everything is connected, why not our education should be connected to us digitally? And when I say that, I don't mean it is the digital platforms of the world where people can join online and study anything. I talk here about how to find what to study, because I think we live in a world where misinformation is a bigger problem than the information. We all have so much information at our disposal, we even don't know what is right and what is wrong. So how to justify that? Is there any method by which we can predict if we learn data science, we can become a data scientist? This is one of the issues that you all might have seen across the world, that every single person in the world wants to become a data scientist. Why? Because this is the coolest job in the world. But is it? And can anyone and everyone become a data scientist? Because I never heard that every one of us can be a civil engineer, or every one of us can be a mechanical engineer or a mining engineer, right? Or an electrical engineer. Because any and every kind of study is often related to what kind of person we are. And we need to understand those personalities. We need to understand who we are to find out what all we can do. Uh, you might have seen how the car design works, right? Nobody goes to the scrape mat, nobody goes and take the scrape metal and start creating the car. You always start with designing the element and trying to replicate as many use cases possible on that design element rather than the actual car, because the actual car costs you money, costs you time. But the design is the easiest part because it's something which is usually less costly and you can run experiments, right? The role of a scientist is basically running the experiment. And same way we should look at our skills also. Uh, we all have seen what kind of people come and work in our companies. We have all seen like what kind of skills are required to go into certain direction. But can we try to find out what kind of people we have who can learn those skills? You all might have seen the advent of AI in 2023 changed a lot of things, right? During COVID times, every company overhired, right? And when AI came into the play, the hiring needs went down. Now we don't need that many people, and that is the factual truth. We need people who are very agile, who are very quick, who can do end-to-end development. Do we have those kind of people? The answer is yes. The people who have job right now are those kind of people. But what happens to the 90% of the mass who don't have that skill? How quickly those skills can be developed? How should it be developed? Do we have enough data to understand what kind of people we have? And when we look at all these parameters, the answer comes back to that we don't actually care about the human skill part, rather than we always care about the technical skills part. right? We always wanted to hire the best Java developer in the world, but we never thought about whether the best Java developer in the world is the best learner or not, because he or she might not know the Java better, but what if Java is not existent anymore, right? You need something new. You need Python, right? Can that guy learn Python in 3 week time, in 4 week time, in 3 month time, 4 month time, so that that person can come back and start implementing it? The answer is most of the organization don't know this because they go with a gut feeling, right? You all might have seen that people come and say that improve your soft skill, and then they go and take a course on communication skills. But soft skills are a lot more than that. Soft skills are not just communication skill. It might be as simple as presentation skill to as complicated as adaptability. Adapting to a situation is a soft skill. But are there any method to judge it? The answer is yes, there are methods. But there are a lot of challenges that comes with it, right? Which is basically the ethical consideration. Do you think with the help of a digital twin, we can hire better, but there is also a chance we can fire better also. We can exactly find the people whom we should fire, right? And who draws the line there, right? A needle can be used to draw the blood also, a needle can be used to murder people also, right? It just depends on where you stand in your life, at what juncture, and what you choose as the truth, right? Ethics is always uh, depend. It always have a focal point from which some or the other is getting benefited, right? AI can do a lot of things. Can we add all the data of the internet and train AI on it and try to create a better system? The answer is yes, but do you think that whole of internet is filled with lot of wrong data and the misjudged data rather than the correct data? Who draws the line there and who finds out which is right and which is not? Okay, so this is the biggest challenge that we always had, and this is the challenge that we will always have with any and every kind of data framework. But it doesn't mean that we should stop what we are doing and then just pray to the God that one day we will create a framework by which we'll be able to solve all the problems. The issue is we still need to start with our experiment. We still need to move ahead with a metric system so that we can make sense out of the world rather than feeling helpless and hopeless. Now let's see where the application of digital data twin has came and why it has been successful. The biggest one has been in the healthcare, right? Most of the doctors do practice on the dummy system, right? It's not a real body. They'll come and they'll practice operations on it, right? We all might have played a game in the childhood that was named Operations, right? Why? Because if you are working on an element which makes sure that you learn the skill and nobody dies, that's the best form of learning that you can have, right? Now, most of the people being in IT, we always think that our worst thing is server crash, right? Our worst thing that can happen in our business is product getting delayed, right? But usually in the domains which are related to the human life efficacies, like healthcare, like defense, you cannot work on the chances that, okay, out of 20 times, 5 times it will work. You cannot have those kinds of logic there. So to do so, to increase your efficacy, we usually try to add a lot of data and create a system which looks just like human. And then you can add the medicine and the machine and different component of services like surgery in form of data to that system. What it does is data and data always react and try to find out a equation, right? Which is whether when you add a medicine to a data system, you will find that whether it might be reacting to the stimuli or it might not be reacting to the stimuli. Based on the reaction, you try to classify the reaction, whether it is a positive reaction or a negative reaction. Based on that, you can start finding what all element you need in a better medicine, and you are able to monitor what is happening and what is not happening in the system. one observation that people are seeing nowadays is that our average human life expectancy is increasing almost every year. The reason? Because we are able to do advancement in the healthcare. Earlier, if I remember correctly, 20, 25 years ago, we didn't used to have a better cancer medicines. But now we have a better cancer medicine. Why? Because we are able to generate a lot of data, and with that data, we are able to add a lot of mathematical computation in form of medicine and trying to find a better solution uh, for the cancer, right? And if we can do something like that, the education becomes a little easier to worry on it, right? Which is we all are seeing a new wave of schooling system, which is very personalized, based on how you look like, based on how you perceive information, based on what is your best mode of learning. We are trying to create personalized learning for people around the world. But at the same time, we need to develop our teachers also, because they are also part of this digital transformation. Do we have teachers who understand technology, and do we have teachers whose learning methods can be morphed into something which looks like technology? And if we can do that, can we look at how the students are reacting to it? uh, the normal the normal exams that happens after the end of academic year might not be the only solution, might not be the only answer that we are looking, because those are one-time thing. Can we create a continuous exam system, which is not like the traditional exam where nobody is mugging up, but we are actually assessing what they have learned and how much they have learned? If I'll give you a course on communication skill, and if you'll come back and say, yes, I did it, do I know on a scale of 1 to 10, your communication was 5, did it become 6, or did it become 7, or worse, it became 3 or 4, right? I don't have a metrics to do that, or I didn't used to have a metrics to do that, but now we have solutions. We have solutions which can help you out, basically understand where you stand in your life in terms of your skills, which is not technical. Now, most often in an organization setting, we have mentors. We have people who are there to guide us. The issue is all those people who are guiding us, they guide us on the basis of their gut, right? That this is the instinct that we are having, and let's go ahead and guide it. But we have seen usually, this is the data that we have seen, which is out of 10, 8 people usually give the wrong information, because they try to create the same pathway that they had for the mentees they are mentoring. But that is usually not possible, because there were other variables involved in how you grew up or how you attained those skills. Is there any way by which we can add those skills as the data parameters and try to find out whether we can actually create a pathway for them, right? We all aspire to have a greater career, and we all try to copy someone whom we love and whom we admire. But the issue is you cannot, because you don't know the other parameters that have affected the journey. But if we are calculating the data on the 3 legs of the tool, which is their personality and the soft skill and the technical skills, will be able to find the causations, right? We might not be able to find the exact correlation, but even if we are able to find the causation, we will be able to do something that we call performance optimization, because we will know when XYZ thing happens in someone's life, what are the 3 or 4 soft skill or the technical skills or the personality that changes rapidly. For example, someone might become a better storyteller after their heartbreaks. Is it possible? Maybe. Is there any data to support it? We don't know it yet. But is it a good hypothesis to check our statistics on? The answer is yes, because if somebody can collect all the data on it and try to find the inflection point, we will be able to understand how certain situation in our life affect our various skills. And the most important part is succession planning, right? We usually forget to nurture the people whom we are mentoring. We try to mentor them so hard that we try to create a pathway for them, and we try to enforce them to run on that pathway. But most often or not, there are multiple roads to reach the same destination. And that is only possible when you nurture the new talent, nurture the workforce that you have. And how to nurture them? By understanding them. Most of the people who join the organization, or let's say people who leave the organization, we always think, is it either a bad manager or a bad salary? But what if both are not the condition? It might be the bad mission that your company has. There might be people who just come into the company to work for the mission. They don't care about the salary. They don't care about the people whom they work with. How to find those people? How to understand those people? To do that, you need to understand who they are as a person. And when you do that, the management of workforce becomes easy, because now you are not dealing with your hypothesis. You are dealing with the real data assumptions. And the real data assumptions actually help you verify whether your assessment of that person is right or not. Now, digital data twin has been a huge part in sports also, which is basically for the tactical analysis, right? If you watch any sport, there are statistics which says that 80% of the players perform well if they have XYZ things, right? How we know it? Because we have enough data on it. We also know how much time it takes for a player to recover. If you have seen all the player management companies, they basically work on the point 3, which is how they can find out how quickly their players can recover and be available for the next match, because that's where the big money is, right? The money is always in the churners, right? How well you can keep your engine running. And when you understand that logic, the economics of the business becomes very easy. Now let's come to the last part of the section, and we'll take a couple of minutes to just summarize whatever we have I have talked till this point. This is basically everything and anything that we have requires two main important points, which is continuous improvement. Are we improving continuously? If we are not improving continuously in this day and age, most often we are going to lose the battle against the evolving technology. But believe it or not, nobody is going to stop the innovation. Innovation is going to happen. AI is coming to come and do all the things that it is supposed to do. But we need to understand, as the scientists, we need to understand as the leaders of the company, are we providing equal opportunities for all the people who are there? Are we trying to develop the skills that we need to develop of our workforce? And if we are, have we chose the right path for them? If we haven't chose the right path for them, we are basically going to fire them after 6 months, because we will find they're not suitable to our requirement when we even didn't know what we require. And to do so, we need to create multiple digital data twins in forms of technical skills, in form of soft skill, in forms of personality, and try to map out the reason, try to map out the sources to it, so that we can create a future ready people, right? Which is, they're not scared of changes and they are able to adapt to the changes much quickly than anticipated. Now, of course, the ethical consideration and the governance of data and regulatory and the transparency all come into the picture. And this might be very government driven, because every government has a different outlook on the ethical consideration. For some, missile might be a defense system, for some missile might be an attack system, right? So government has to come into the middle and try to define what they call upskilling, what they call data transformation, what they call workforce transformation. Then only we can have a system in which industry, the workforce, and the governance can be part of this singular triangle, and we can achieve what we want to achieve, which is basically a better skill development, a better learning platforms, and over and all, a better ecosystem in which growth is not scared of market change. There are a lot of challenges that we discussed, which is usually it comes down to the change management, because it's not easy to change a system which has been there for 100 years, 50 years, right? Because nobody wants to adapt to the change so quickly. But when that market is changing rapidly, change is the only option. If you don't change, you lose the business, you lose the job, you lose the people. And once you lose either people, you're not going to get back, because economic condition might be bad, but people who come and work for you, their success and your success depends on what kind of mindset they are bringing along. If they bring down a mindset where they're always scared of getting fired from the job, they are going to leave the job much sooner than later. That's all about my presentation. Thank you so much for listening patiently. And if you have any question, anything, please reach out to me.
Congratulations, Dr. Ranjan, for most beautiful presentation.
Thank you, Professor Dhamma. Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you, Samir. That's a great presentation.
Thank you.
Welcome everyone, especially those who love AI, to our panel discussion called Translating AI to the Hospitals. Today we are going to talk about the exciting world of artificial intelligence. It's a world that's always changing, full of new ideas and guided by important ethical rules. Our panelists are experts in their field as they are dedicated to shaping the future of AI. We are going to have some great discussions, explore new ideas, and work together to make AI better and more responsible. We are lucky to have three special guests and committee members with us. Professor Said Amal from Northeastern University, United States of America, Professor Dana York from the European Medical Laser Association, United States of America, Mr. Chad Watson from SAS Evolutions, Portugal. Thank you for joining us. Let's get started the panel discussion.
Thank you, Monica, and to all the speakers, and congratulations for your beautiful, brilliant presentations. We learned so much, and please join Kira and Monica and everybody to in person in Thailand in November in Bangkok. Would be a wonderful conference, and I wish at that time I'm able to give a real hug to each one of you for all your beautiful work and the love for science and sacrifice that you do. So congratulations. Now let's start the panel about hospital use of AI. And if I may, Professor Said, would you like to enlighten us?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for this opportunity. So I would say, like, I would start by AI. How do we develop AI tools and algorithms, models for healthcare, and what are the challenges, and how important is it to evaluate those models in order to be able to deploy them and translate this research into the clinic. So first of all, the data that we need to use, how do we acquire this data in order to train models? So as we all know, AI models needs data to be able to understand and to distinguish between cases. As example, if we talk about a disease, then we would like to see the history of patients, information about these patients from each of those stages, or whether the patient has the disease or not, so that we can understand, actually, so that the AI can understand and learn how to distinguish between those cases. So, so the first step would be acquiring the data. And for that, as we know, patient data is sensitive, and it's under the privacy of each one of these patients. And for that, in order to be able to use it outside of the hospital, first of all, to train these models, even before we go and deploy that, we need to first of all, the healthcare team or the hospital needs to de-identify this information before transferring this data to us. And the first step would be by having the IRB, which is the Internal Review Board, that would understand what are we going to do with the data, what type of data do we need, and what is the ultimate goal of the use of this data. So, and then we can see that after that, whatever is defined in this IRB, this is what should be done. And anything that is would be added in the future needs to we need to revisit the IRB and fix it accordingly and enhance it with whatever is needed. And then we have the data. We build our models that are specific based on the data modalities. So we can have data modalities that are textual data from the electronic health records that are data from visits of patients. Then we need to model it using techniques that can understand sequential data. If it's imaging data, then we would like to use techniques as convolutional neural network as backbone for this for the modeling of this type of imaging data. So even imaging can be, we might have high resolution images, then we need different techniques that can be also more efficient in terms of the scaling between the depth and the width of these networks so that we can understand this high resolution images. We have the omics data, which we have like the genetics, proteomics, and some other types of omics that we also need to model. As we know, the dimensionality is very high in these types of modalities, so we need to use techniques to reduce these dimensionalities. And then once we have the data and we build the model, we define the architecture. Then we need to build a model that we need to evaluate even before trying it in the clinic or as pilot. We need to thoroughly evaluate it with all the and calculate all the metrics that are needed to be able to understand what is the confidence that we have in these models and how robust are they compared to different types of in terms of different scanners, different like resolutions that can be caused by these scanners, in terms of different diagnosis that can be done from different pathologists. And then once we evaluate that, then we need to try it as again as a pilot in a very small number of patients that it could be used as to assist the clinician in the process of the diagnosis. And then we have the the other clinical trials, all the phases of the clinical trials that needs to be done till the end that it's approved by depending on the authority, whether it's FDA or CE, so we can use it actually in the clinic. So this is how the process of like developing models for the healthcare and medicine till the time where we want to translate it into the clinic and deploy it so that the healthcare team can use it. And as we see it, that the AI will be part of the clinical team, and it's will be in this loop of decision making that can assist the clinical team and the doctors in the clinic. Yeah. So this, and then we had like brief talk about that yesterday with Professor Dana and Mr. Chad. So if you want, Professor Dana, if you have from your experience, if you would like to tell us about your experience in terms of taking even like technology or into the clinics, or from your experience.
You know, as you go to the reception of the hospital and there is a panel there, right?
Yeah.
And then you got the panel and they gave you this hand in America, and you put the hand on and the hand recognizes who you are. If not, you put everything and click, you're in. They know you are there. You checked in, just like in the airport, right? I'm checked in for the doctor. He knows I'm here. That's artificial intelligence. It checks your hand and again goes boom right to the computer of the doctor. That's with another patient. And imagine the line to the receptionist, the doctor seeing, hanging out with lots of patients. The nurse is exhausted, but now start with the reception. Boom, we got artificial intelligence right there. And then you know how hard it is to carry a person. Imagine the person is 85 kilos or 100 or 120 kilos. Most likely a man paralyzed, something, paraplegic, would be, let's say, 90 kilos. And then there is this robot, a robot, and takes and gets the patient. And the lovely Filipino nurse is there manipulating, like a crane, up and down the hands of the robot to take the patient and put it in. Then, going back to the famous AI sexy nurse, right? AI nurse in Swahili for my orphanage in Tanzania, for the albinos mothers in Congo, for everybody. AI nurse is an addition to the lovely, sweet nurse in the hospital, because the nurse is the backbone of a hospital. And the AI nurse, you know how the AI nurse, the nurses are bombarded with information, are bombarded with stuff, but AI nurse, she's there to help, either with taking the blood pressure because the patient would be connected. And if I would be in a hospital bed, God forbid, right, knock wood, if I would be in the hospital bed, don't I want to be hooked up of any appliance, any machine, any AI thing that can be on the planet that will detect, prevent, announce my state, right? So imagine, that's it. AI nurse, each patient, one AI nurse. And then the monitor, what a private treatment we got. What a luxury. What a luxury. Now I really think all this AI is for Africa or for deep Asia somewhere. But for Africa, where is no healthcare at long distance, and then limited healthcare, and then you got these children, you got this population, and that would prevent pandemics of Ebola, for example, that would educate, that would do so much in the regions, in the tribal regions. Even in India, somewhere next to Bangalore, is a very big tribal region with problems. In the Maasai as well. And then AI help in the hospital would just be magic. And one thing, what happened, all those medical institutions, they're afraid, how am I going to learn this? Is this expensive for the hospital? Is this, but to be really, really honest, if you output technology, if you bring a artificial nurse, artificial handicap healthcare, reception, paper-free front desk and patient's file, paper-free administration, then you gain time, you gain money, you gain help for your medical institution, for the hospital. And then we got a very flexible life now of the healthcare, which is very good. We got a very educated patient in most parts of the world, which is very, very, very good. And the patient deserves the best. The patients deserve really the best. Another amazing thing that comes with AI, I think is the most important use of it right now, is in radiology, reading scans, reading x-rays in the radiology. Immediately it scans and reads and diagnoses. But then remember, always, with all this AI, we can always pull the plug. We can always pull the plug. And there is just us and our brain and our hands and our skills that we learn from school. And what does it teach us all these years in school? Dealing with lots of things that we like and lots of things that we don't like. It teaches us to go through troubled times. And life on its own gives us million 5-year or 6-year challenges with school, even more difficult than the university we've been through. And then the time we've been through at the school, with the good, with the bad. It's part of the world. But mostly stay out of trouble, don't fight with anybody, stick to it, follow your goals and your passions. So Dr. Ross Gidis, please add something to this, our wonderful chat here.
Thank you, Dr. York, and the former presenter. This is some wonderful information, and I just wanted to add a little case use scenario to some things that you mentioned. So the first thing I wanted to mention, and I put in the chat, is livindi.com. And if you look at that, this is a company that actually, they have a room that monitors, it collects video footage and actually monitors the patient. But what's interesting and important about this is, right, there's technology coming out through Microtron is a company that will be publicly available soon, but they actually have technology, AI, that analyzes the video. We were talking earlier about
Dr. Ross, we don't advertise private companies in this conference. We can talk about their what it is, the technology, but we don't advertise any names of publicity of companies.
I'm sorry about that. So there's a technology, right, that analyzes basically the patient behavior, and it can be programmed to determine if a patient is going into a seizure, right? If the patient fell in the room behind the bed or what have you. And then so also there's basically technology as well to, if the human being in the room fell, and can actually go over to the human being and roll them over in an appropriate position. So all of these things are currently available now. We don't have the sexy nurses yet, but a lot of the things that you talk about are available in one form or another. And it's the coming together of these different things is what the real AGI is, right? That general intelligence. So I kind of wanted to mention that about the technology, but then also you mentioned something about Africa and these environments, these populations needing and utilizing this kind of stuff. And I just wanted to mention, along that lines, we have used AI to actually come up with, we know that those individuals you're speaking of, especially the young ladies, deal with something called period poverty and menstrual stigma, right? And because of this, a lot of them at 13, 14, 15 years old, drop out of school, stop doing activities and all of these things because everything that's around this stage of maturity in a young lady's life. So we created a menstrual manual called M3. It's a menstrual management manual using AI and creating a program now for the summer where the young ladies will actually use AI and create their own personal version of these manuals and getting them familiar with the AI technology. So that's just another way we're trying to help a real world issue while introducing and demystifying AI technology. So I just kind of wanted to mention that.
Wonderful comment, wonderful, wonderful. I want to tell you something about in Japan. They have these children that they cannot move their legs. This has been there forever. So what they do photobiomodulation on their feet, and the nurse is the mother, and they video the children as they change, they are there in the hospital. It's very limited, the number of children. They are paralyzed from the legs. And what happened is they put the light, the regenerative photobiomodulation infrared light, and then they monitor on camera and they see the transformation of the child. Dr. Watson have the most amazing knowledge about this diabetes tracking and all his work. So let's hear him.
But I just wanted to touch primarily first on when you're talking about training the model. So when you look, especially when you look at the omics data, it's notoriously, as Saeed had mentioned, it's high dimensional, but understanding how to analyze TNSE plots, so knowing how to perform PCA analysis or those things is quite difficult. So knowing how to analyze the data, the models still need to learn that sort of thing. So if we don't...
What is that application for the hospital? What is this model application for the hospital?
No. When he was talking about training the model, those are things that we still need to look at in terms of being able to improve. In terms of looking at things that are already implementation, there's what I had mentioned before, where you take all the they take scans because when patients come into this is with the University of Dundee.
That's great. That's great. Dr. Florence is here. If you know Dr. Florence, she's wonderful. She's working actually with the hospital with the sickle cell patients. And what they do, she can tell us what she does with her beautiful work. I visited recently the two universities, one in the tip of India, in Tamil Nadu, and one in Ahmedabad. So when arriving in the hospital, every patient will take their shoes off, will instantly take their shoes off. And the shoes, they go in a rack of shoes. I think that's very healthy. And then having this large area for the hospital is amazing, to have all this giant space. But some of us, we don't have as much space. So because we don't have much space, then we got to limit. And from that, AI come really and help. Now, if you see all the neuroscience model and how AI will help in the neurologic treatments and in advancements. For example, when you have all the neurological tests for the patient after stroke, you can use the AI to quantify, to treat, to verify, to test. And that is just simple and great, the neurology use of treatment. Dr. Saeed, in your university,
Yeah. Yes.
tell us more about how you help the hospitals with your university work.
Yeah, so this is another kind of challenge, let's say. If you are in a university that doesn't have hospital, like if you're in I was at Stanford, so they have their clinics, their hospitals. So I was part of Stanford, and we were using the data. So it's kind of the data is more accessible. Still, you need to see it as a researcher, as he identified. But in terms of a university that doesn't have hospital, so what we do is we collaborate with hospitals that we both have, you know, shared interest in terms of solving problems that can be bottleneck for the clinical team. As example, one of the collaborations is based on prostate cancer that I talked about yesterday, and the shortage in pathologists, as example, in rural areas like Maine and some other states, it's becoming even more challenging because the shortage in pathologists is a challenge that is across the country, but still in rural areas, this would be a much more challenging area. So this is one of the things that we try to help in making the process more efficient by making the decisions or assisting in the decision of the diagnosis of grading the cancer, depending on the severity that we see. If we talk about biopsies, then we need to try and train the AI to find patterns in this biopsy that we would mark it up for the doctor to make sure that they focus on those areas, and then it will help them make the diagnosis in a more efficient way. And this would also help, as example, one of the cases that we see in ranking the cases. As example, as like everybody knows, when you make a biopsy or take a biopsy, it takes probably 2 weeks till the biopsy is delivered to the pathology organization, and then the diagnosis would happen based on the overload of the increased amount of biopsies. It makes also the pathologists take more time to diagnose this because they have a lot of biopsies that they can't really process in short amount of time. So what we do is we also one of the aims is to prioritize these biopsies so that the severe cases would be handled in a higher priority. Again, the severity is based on the AI, but still, if we identify a high severity case, then we would like to prioritize it in terms of making the pathologist perform the manual diagnosis as soon as possible. And we also do some other, in some cases, as example, if we talk about seborrheic keratosis that looks very similar and challenging with the melanoma. So in this case, the dermatologist would get a massive amount of those dermoscopy. And then what we want, since it's not cancerous and it's not risky, so we would like to identify those cases and take them off the dermatologist schedule so that they can focus on the more severe cases as cancer and like melanoma and some other severe skin cases. Other example that is also now evaluated and being piloted in the clinics of how do we early detect patients that will develop peripheral artery disease. So we take the electronic health records, we take the polygenic risk score with the SNPs that are associated with those with the cardiovascular disease. We built models that can model both the sequential data and those additional SNPs, and together with the polygenic risk score, and we perform early detection in like our AUC was 97.8. It's very high AUC, very high sensitivity and specificity, and it's very useful. And now we are evaluating that on different population. So we are evaluating that in the University of Chicago and some other clinics. So those are examples where, you know, the AI researchers from the university can meet the clinical needs, and that's how we translate these algorithms into the clinic. I saw that Mr. Chad had a raised hand. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same thing that I'm saying. Once we improve on the looking at how to train the model, we can ease the professionals and that sort of thing. So once we define how we approach the training of the models, so that we actually get it to be better able to predict and move out and be able to do that. There are lots of numerous studies that we're doing around where we do things like that already. So like I mentioned, I think I mentioned yesterday, you're looking at these scans and we're using that long to try and detect what patients would more likely present for dementia. So it's just a matter of knowing how to go about and to train the model to, so to speak, to do those things. But like with anything else, once we need to make sure that we're training the model well. So things when it comes to understanding how to analyze certain aspects of it, I think that's key, so that we able to build a better model.
Yes. Yes. Listen to this. Delegates dining room at the United Nations, 17th of October. 40 people, buffet, option 4, that is beef and chicken, and buffet 2, that is fish, outdoor patio, plus the guide tour. First Avenue and 47th Street. If you can make it here, we will have a nice party. And lectures at the United Nations here in New York on the 17th. I booked for the reception in the evening. I wanted you to know. And then we can visit some of the venues at my former institution, New York University. We can visit the medical school, the dental school, the Langoon, famous Langoon Hospital, which I think is the best in the world. They save lives and is our here next door. So when I compare with the other health care systems that I know, it's better. So that's what I wanted to tell you before I forget. Yes, it got approved. You know, it doesn't come that easy to have an event at the United Nations, and we have been approved. So one can only hope that we'll have as many of you. Please look for sponsors, look for grants, look for research grants, look for pay. And if you publish, just publish in Q1 journals and in score 3, Q1 journals with score 3 of research. Only there. Don't get fooled by other journals. It's very, 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 very important. And apply for any grants, as I told you before. That is also very important. Now, Now, I would like to ask Dr. Watson to continue with what he wants to say about the diabetes and the tracking devices, please.
Oh, I think I mentioned this yesterday. So it uses basically a normal anomaly detection algorithm. So once you basically fall within a certain range, you going into diabetic shock, it alerts the user. So sorry, it alerts the hospital. So then they can actually send out an ambulance. And so basically, instead of you injecting yourself with insulin, it has a device that monitors your insulin level, but it also feeds information back to the system. So obviously you have edge devices that uses those things as well. And it basically relays that information back to the hospital. So they're able to better monitor, because diabetes is something that affects a lot of people. And it causes so many things, from eyesight loss to not being able to recover quickly from other ailments. That's all I have to say on that regard, basically.
Professor Florence, would you please come into the panel? She just finished another conference and she joined, and that's wonderful. So I went and visited Professor Florence in Uganda. So what were we, then I've seen her research is wonderful. Just one microscope, and I got one for $17 on Temu. You can get your microscope on Temu. And then you prepare the slides with blood, and then you take the phone, and there is a phone application that detects the sickle cell. So Dr. Florence, Professor Florence, please come and tell us about the sickle cell. Now she's really into that. Why? Because a large population in Uganda might have, but in New York, a large population. Just here, what happened is we have Jason, one of our former students. He's a survivor. He's 45. He's a nurse at Bronx Lebanon Hospital. So we will definitely do research together. Professor Florence, please tell us more about your involvement in hospitals now, not about sickle cells, hospitals.
In hospitals. Yes, I'm Professor Florence Tushabe, and I am an associate professor in the School of Engineering here at my workplace at Soweto University in Uganda. I am glad to be here and very excited about the opportunity to go to New York and to present at the UN panel. As you know, I need a visa. So I'm requesting someone to send me an invitation letter, and then I can start the preparation of getting the visa. Otherwise, I will be there. So my work makes me work very closely with hospitals. And I work very closely with 2 hospitals which are around me. And one thing about those hospitals or the patients is that they really, really want to be researched on. You find that they really want to participate and they expect us to get solutions, especially how to manage their conditions. So I am active in sickle cell research, and right now I've come up with an app which can detect sickle cells in microscopic images of the red blood cells. And then also I have a team in TB research who have also come up with some biomarkers to diagnose or to detect pulmonary TB. Because in Uganda,
oh wow,
tuberculosis, yes, tuberculosis. In Uganda, many people have HIV, and TB is associated with the people who are positive. So we find many people have TB, and well, not so many, but because it is so contagious, you find that it's a health issue, public health issue. So because of that, you find that as soon as someone goes to the hospital complaining of cough, and they get so scared, and then they say, no, let us just start this person on TB treatment, even before they confirm that they have TB. Because by the time they confirm that they have TB, this person could have spread it maybe to other people. So that is one challenge we have here in Uganda on TB. And for sickle cells, this is genetic, that most people of African descent, the majority are the ones who get sickle cells. And really, this app which we're doing, or this work which we're doing for the sicklers, is very timely. If you can just Google, you'll Google one Kenyan man who wants, what do they call it, to commit suicide, but when the medical people have committed suicide on you? Is it what? Anesthesia and something. Have you understood that? Where you ask a doctor to kill you because you're in so much pain.
Assisted suicide.
Euthanasia.
That one.
Euthanasia.
That one. So now here in our country, here that law is not there which can accept such things. So if you Google Kenyan man who wants that euthanasia, he wants to go out so that doctors can kill him because he has sickle cells. He's a sickler and he has been suffering, he's in pain, he has blamed his parents, he has blamed everything, but he has reached a point where he's like, I'd rather die now than continue to live. So you find that in Uganda, most sicklers, by 15 years, they are dying. Then by 20, they are very few. The ones who can push on up to 45, like how Professor Dana was saying, they are within like the last 10%. So you find that really their life, can I say mortality rate, is quite low, or can I say high, and they are really looking forward to these solutions, which can try to, number one, diagnose the disease earlier, number two, manage the disease, and number three, if possible, even to treat the disease so that they can be healed. I don't know if it's possible to be healed, but with how I'm seeing AI and the medical fraternity, how they are advancing in medicine, I think there will be a day when it can also be cured. Having said that, I'd like to thank you so much for listening to me.
I have a question for you, Dr. Florence. One, so is your app available like on portable devices, like on the cell phone and stuff like that? So is this something that individuals can travel out and use, or do you have to come to a location or a hospital to use it? And then secondly, is anyone looking at the telomeres of these individuals with sickle cell?
Okay, and that's a very good question. Right now, we are still doing broader testing with the hospitals. We have finished our testing here internally. So we have the app, but we have not yet publicized it yet because our colleagues we're doing extended testing. But for you, between me and you, I can avail to you the link, and then you can download it and you can interact with it. But then officially, we're yet to officially launch it out publicly. Yes.
All right, and then
by November, it will have been launched out publicly.
Shabi, Uganda needs money. You have this research. You have to sell your app, even if it's $1 per download. You have to put it in the app on the iPhone or the other one and sell it. Sell it so we can get more research there in Uganda.
Okay, I'm going to do that.
So first finish it, because Uganda, I've been there, it's wonderful. And if you go to Uganda, I don't know if you can realize this is paradise. Uganda is paradise. Lake Victoria, the nature, the people. Uganda is, God bless Uganda. Uganda is paradise. And Uganda,
they call it the pearl. They call it the pearl of Africa because it is really so beautiful.
So beautiful.
Yeah. And I invite all of you to Uganda, really.
I've been there twice. I've been there twice.
Yeah.
And Professor Florence took me to the Congo embassy, and we hung out the whole day together then. And I've been teaching. I teach them the laser course. That was very nice. In road trips. And then I meet the most wonderful people, and I had oh my God, if you see the islands, the vegetation floating islands on the Lake Victoria, with the lake which is in between 5 countries,
Yeah.
it's just beyond belief beautiful, Uganda. So you think, what African country, what? You have no idea what is in there. It's gorgeous, fantastic. You must go. You have no idea.
And you didn't even go to the good places. You just went to the ordinary places. So when you come
Those
back
were
next time,
ordinary places I go. I will live there. You know, actually, I'm a Muzungu. You know what is a Muzungu? Muzungu is a white girl.
yeah.
So as a Muzungu, I got invited by another Muzungu in there to join his practice. I almost joined the practice to treat with the laser the lovely people. And we got friends. Don't we have friends, Dr. Florence? We have friends
Yeah.
in Uganda.
Yeah.
We have
Yeah, we have
friends.
friends.
We love Uganda. God bless Uganda. And
It's
you
true.
know what? Uganda is advanced. Uganda is umbilico del mundo. No joke. No joke. So then,
Dr. Florence, if you connect with me on LinkedIn, I think if we approach, because well, Dr. York knows with the whole UN stuff, what we should do, or what you can do, is approach USAID, USAID, and because with your app, we could probably get some funding to really, like you said, put it out there in the healthcare space for very cheap. And you can partnership with the USAID or probably even UNESCO if we do it on an educational health impact thing, and you can get some quick dollars to be able to help your community there specifically. So get with me on LinkedIn and we can talk about that. I can share some resources that I know, and I'm doing things in Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, so I'd definitely love to connect with you on that front as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I definitely am going to connect with you on LinkedIn.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good talk as well. Thank you.
I want to show you something else important to very important. From Uganda, for second time I went there, I said, okay, I'm here, let's go to Congo. So I went to Congo and chasing gender-based violence victims, right? So that's my shtick right now. I'm really involved in looking for children that are gender-based violence victims. And here I was in the airplane, and then a flight attendant tell me, this albino child got taken off from the family. The mother will take the child. The mother got thrown off the house of her husband, who said, this is not mine. And then also her own family took her out. So then she becomes a young mother, victim of violence. And I looked into it, and then I met in Congo 2 organizations, because apparently there is more and more and more and more and more. Now, what it is an albino? Albino is a person that lacks in melanin, right? And this is really new for me. I didn't even put it in the computer, it's all in the phone. So what happened is the albino child from an African family. It's a white child with light eyes, blonde, because it lacks melanin. And then the mother said, the parents said, this is not mine. The father said, this is not my child. But what he doesn't know, and I noticed by speaking with people, they did not know that an albino child comes from a mother that is in missing of protein P. Protein P, that's all. She did not get the nutrition to get this protein P. And because of that, she gave birth to an albino child. One second, I have an article that I just submitted for publication. I'm going to show it to you. So what happened with this albino child? The albino child then, she grows up and he is stigmatized. He is taking not fair in school. But then also what happened is that if they manage to go through life, oh boy, they become doctors, they become lawyers, they do their life just like anybody else. Just like anybody else. And they did, so we studied them. So what is their problems mostly? Their problem is they get very, very difficult skin cancers. They get very difficult skin cancers and they die because of skin cancers, and they get eye problems. And because of the eye problems, they get to have, cannot see at a distance. So from that reason, there is classrooms and they put the albino child in front so the albino child can really see and concentrate. And some organization I've been in contact with, very nice. Arcadia, he's an educated albino man, very tall and well in every aspect. And he talked about taking away the thinking of, oh, these are sick people and just marginalize them. No, they can go to school, they can advance, they can have normal children without the albino's disease. And then they need, they walk around with umbrella, they need sun factor protection, and they need sunglasses. They need everything to protect somebody that doesn't have melanin. Now what I noticed, and they didn't know, the mothers in Congo, they didn't know that I was actually there for them and not for the children. Well, for the children as well. Now, one good thing, one very good thing is that the Lions Club here in New York, they gave me glasses because that is one of the missions. So I went there, we talked with ophthalmologists and we got glasses. So we got glasses for the children. We did the testing and we check the glasses. So we give them glasses, which is very, 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 very good. Now, that is something that is important and is less. Do you know how it says charity starts at home? Please do your charity. One good charity that you can do is whatever is your better skill. For example, one very good charity that can be is taking the children from Swahili on the phone from Tanzania and teach them English. Give attention to those children and teach them to speak English. It's so little, and with so little we can do so much. Oh my God, we can do so much. One very important thing that it is now like so important and it's difficult, so difficult to get money for it, so difficult, like zero, impossible to get, is the children gender-based violence victims, right? So there is the agape. This is in in Chibo village in Tanzania, where children with gender-based violence, they get to be victims. And this is our Lions Club. And our Lions Club go around the world and think of that. So I'm very happy to be with that. Please come when anyway in this is me here over here, right? So one good thing what we did, we just collected gifts like, okay, I have those color pencils, you have some dolls, you have this and that. And we went to the oncology department at the hospital and we gave gifts for Christmas to the children. That's it. That's it. That's it. And you know what? Once you go to Tanzania, once you go to visit those children, you don't want to go ever in a restaurant. You don't want. Look at these beds again. I showed them to you yesterday. And look at my girls from the Himba tribe. Do you know they walk like this every single moment of the year? They never got dressed. And you know what? Though this tribe, they wear this little skirt and you see they sell the jewelry and they have those children and they use argile and they never get dressed. But the child got eczema, the child got problems. And believe it or not, this tribe is rich because they got cows. So in Africa, if you have cows, you are rich. Before that in Europe was the same. And I tell you, every single child that knows AI, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, every child, and even some adults, like most adults also, they need to visit Africa. They will came discipline, turn on the page, focus like nothing else. Because once you experience and you've been there to see what happens for real and how much need it is to evolve. Another thing that in Middle Eastern countries has been a big problem, and they face it in the hospital, in the gynecology department, is the genital mutilation of women. But I'm happy to say that in our orphanage in Tanzania, there is no such thing of, none of the girls. In the past, yes, but none of the girls now, they don't have AIDS, and there haven't been mutilation, which is very, 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 very good. Which is very good, because that's something. So what the problem is when they use knives and they do, so there are different sets, like they do, okay, just a little bit of cutting, or they cut everything. And then the woman probably died, and they suffer terrible infection, a terrible sequelae, you know, post-trauma for life, mutilation stuff. And it's still going on, less and less, it becomes illegal about some villages. And when you think the education that can be brought with AI in those villages is so much. So much. And then, yes, so if you like to come to Thailand in November, there is going to be a wonderful time. Now, I don't know if you know, to entice you to come in person. First, we will have a party and we will dance. That's a must. And second, Thailand got massages, $4 per massage. I know where to go. And there it is, a Berkeley Hotel also. And next to Berkeley Hotel is a big supermarket with 3 floors of massages. And I tell you, Bangkok on its own got the child of the father of lasers in medicine. His name is Professor Narong, and he is the first faithful student of Professor Isaac Kaplan. And he went to Israel and he learned from Isaac Kaplan to use the lasers in aesthetic medicine and surgery. And because of that, and I promise you, if we go to Bangkok, we're gonna meet Professor Narong in Thailand. We go to Calypso to see the boys dressed as girls without any private parts. And we're gonna go to have all these massages at Berkeley Hotel and at the Night Market. So Bangkok in real life in November. Oh, also, if you guys live in an area, we are not all of us as lucky as Professor Florence. If you guys live in an area with, how you call it? With cold, then in November in Bangkok, we are in for a treat because it's hot and wonderful, and all the hotels got swimming pools. And also, if we don't have much money, we can rent a very cheap Airbnb and something, and we can get there really, really, really well. So 2 future events, United Nations and then Bangkok. So I'm gonna be there definitely to enjoy. Another thing I want to talk to you about, okay, the victim of violence, the victim of gender-based violence, right? So let me tell you the last one. She's 13, she arrived pregnant, and her father and mother, they tried to starve her to death, pregnant by her brother, and they poisoned her. And this girl, what did she get? Post-traumatic stress syndrome. What are the 6 etaps, 5 of treating post-traumatic stress syndrome? Do you know? Let me tell you. Let me tell you. 1, protect the belongings. Make sure you protect the belongings, immediately belongings, long-term belongings, exactly to protect the income of that person, the goods, because it happens that not only she got this trauma, not only probably she's injured, but also she got lack of response. So what happened is, then we have first, protect the belongings. Second, remove from the area, remove that victim from the area where can she be targeted again, or he. Remove the victim from the region of that. Then third, boost shock of happiness. For example, intense dancing, a big hug, a surprise, a shock of happiness, a big party, lights, a beautiful, beautiful moment of happiness for that victim, a beautiful moment of intense happiness. Fourth would be surround that person with people that love that person. Surround the person with people that love that person. That's the fourth. And fifth, the patient have to be guided to do things that they like, and they will be that busy that they will forget that they ever had post-traumatic stress syndrome. They would get healed. So remember the 5 steps. Remember the 5 steps. That is very important, and that is part of healthcare, very important part of healthcare, very nicely treated in the United States, and should be all around the world. So with this, I am closing the panel discussion, wishing you all a wonderful, superb rest of the year, and wishing you all to continue with a passion with your research. I congratulate you for a beautiful, beautiful presentations and lectures of very high scientific value. And let's meet each other soon and keep in touch on any way. Each one of us is so available and so nice to talk to. So thank you. I made amazing friends, and I'm gonna see Dr. Ross this week here in New York. And then I'm gonna see Dr. Florence, which I love so much, and everybody else. Dr. Watson that I see again. It's been a privilege to be with you and listen to you. What a boost of knowledge. Do you know why I got the job to be chair? I tell you why. Because I went to school too much. I finished school at 41, and that's the reason I got the job. I keep getting those being a chair jobs, and that's so nice. That's so nice, and I enjoy it so much. So please, please think of coming to New York and to Bangkok. There's gonna be these beautiful parties. Parties, I mean, a gathering of us to speak about the science and share the bread together at the end. And why not also dance? Any other wisdom thoughts?
Thank you for a wonderful event. You was a wonderful host, and I met some new colleagues, some new friends, and I'm looking forward to fostering these relationships and that we can have a positive impact in our local community and globally in the world. So thank you for this. This is a great community. This is my first time, and hopefully it won't be my last.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to everybody. And I wish you all a beautiful, beautiful rest of the day. For me, it's 10:30 in the morning here. We started at 3:30 in the morning, and I'm gonna have now to do gardening. I'm gonna go to do gardening. So that will be not as nice as this webinar, but that will be super nice. Super nice. And let's change the world. Hey, let's just help the world. Let's just help each one. Local is the most important. General is also important, but local, to be a blessing, local is the most important.
Yeah, hello, Prof, before you close, I wanted you to inform us, how does someone get that protein P? And if someone is already an albino, can they take protein P and then they get back their color? That is one question.
The thing is the protein P is missing from the mother, and the mother have all the melanin, but she doesn't have this protein P, and then the child, because she doesn't have protein P, doesn't have melanin. So then the child needs melanin. So from the beginning, we have to go in all, because it becomes more often. we have to go through and see the pregnant African woman. We have to see the pregnant that doesn't miss the nutrition that she needs. And then we have to see all pregnant African women to make sure they don't miss protein in the diet, any protein, and particularly the protein in the diet. And then from that, we get to get a mother that got all the nutrition necessary, and she'll not give birth to a child without this ingredient that makes his life such difficult and her life. I tell you, those girls, the mothers with the children, they were traumatized. Oh, there is not autism related to the albinos. They're not autistic children. They're not autistic. The albino child is not an autistic child. And there it is, the nutrition is all about food with the pregnant mother. That's all about. It's not genetic.
For us here in Uganda, first of all, in Tanzania, they kill the albino children.
Congo
because,
too. Congo.
Because they believe that witch doctors say that if you bring me an albino person, then you'll get what you want. Then they kill them. So it's the witch doctors have put it upon themselves to kill albinos.
Oh,
but
no.
in Uganda, we don't kill them. However, they are so stigmatized. They hardly get married, or they hardly marry. They are usually single and isolated, and it is really bad. That's why I was hoping that maybe if we can know the foods which someone can eat, which have that protein P, then we would probably up the intake.
Yes, protein. They have to eat protein, meat, eggs, lots of meat.
The usual protein.
You see, in Tanzania, the girls, my girls that I know, from the gender-based violence orphanage, which I love, as they're my own children, really. Like we are a family. They were missing meat because being an orphanage is not much meat intake. They have fish from the lake. It's a lake. They have all the fish they want. They miss Fanta, and they miss of course, more research have to be done for the children with now, if an African family tells you, no, we don't have albinos in our family, they lie. Every single family in Congo, they have 2 albinos, 3 albinos. If a man says, like the bodyguard at the hotel, they didn't let us enter with all the children. We had the voice of albinos. We gave 100 glasses to children. They came from all the outskirts of Kinshasa, and they didn't let us enter. So it's true that we can take, there is research, we can take pea proteins intake, but how does the mother know how to take the pre-protein? It's all about, they can get, there is protein powder. So what you're going to do, you're going to go to all Africa and give protein powder to the pregnant population. You can research and see the pre-proteins, the structures, the classification, and then there is a test, how to test to them. You get it from algae, fungi, from stuff, and a well-nourished girl will not have this lack, but hunger is one of Lions Club most important battle. And hunger truly in Africa, is the main. These children are healthy otherwise, but hunger. So then from that you get lack of nutrition, and from that you get any other trouble. You get any other trouble of missing the protein P, and then you got a albino child, very sweet child, and one family, a mother got 5 children, she got 1 albino and the rest 5. But the problem is most mothers are uneducated, they become wives, and then because she got an albino child, the husband desert her, and now she have to make a living. So there are things like that. Do you know it takes a scholarship of $200 per year to keep a child in school in Congo? There is not free school. I went to free school. So it takes $200 per whole year to keep a child in school. It's crazy, right? It's crazy. That's one thing. We really try to do immediate, do whatever you can, but you know, for example, now I'm taking the clothes of my beloved mother-in-law and take them to all the clothes and shoes and take them to the local charity, put them in the car and take them there. That's one thing, that's free. She doesn't use them anyway because she passed away, bless her soul. So in the end of the day, the fact that we are putting our time and resources to come and do our research, that is really very good, and I thank you for that. And that is really, really, really very, very, very good. And one more thing, I just heard some really, really troubling stuff about this hospital. I'm not going to say where in the world. They kill old people in the intensive care, and my heart really goes to that, and I condemn the brutal, terrible hospital that kills. If just the worst, if the intensive unit that got only 24 beds is too busy, they take the oldest person and they kill the people. I'm not going to tell you where right now, but I just heard that, and it's really very, 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 very bad. Those are hospitals for you. And if with AI, one more thing, an AI nurse cannot kill nobody. That's something good for a hospital, right? An AI nurse, who killed the people in the intensive unit? Who? Actually, this hospital is in Bucharest, in Romania. It's called Saint Pantelimon. I am just furious. I am furious. And
is there a way to rescue these older individuals?
They killed them already. They killed them already. And I am just so furious because I was born in Romania and my father died in this hospital. And then at that time, I didn't know what happened. But recently, apparently 17 people got killed, and the relatives of those people in the same hospital, in the same intensive care unit, they got to be really upset about it, and they put a complaint for homicide. And again, coming to the AI will not kill AI nurse will not be a killer. AI nurse will not kill a patient, right? So if you Google Saint Panteleimon Hospital, they put a homicide investigation now. My mother was so disturbed because we lost my father there. You know, it's terrible what happened to my father, but let's see, because we didn't think much of it. And for me, as a doctor, not able to save my father, but okay, we romanticize now. Just going back to AI and going to this hospital, shame on them. And if it is that it happened, that people talk, and some of the personnel went and testify already, that means it happened. That means it happened to the sweet population of this lovely, wonderful town called Bucharest. Sector 3, where I was born, and this would be the closest hospital to the neighborhood where I lived when I was a child. And they killed in the AI. So going back, we say, oh, we are afraid of AI. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, let's protect our right against AI. But look at this. And I didn't even thought of talking about it before when we were preparing this panel about healthcare and AI in the hospital. There you go. Already the beautiful AI will not kill the patient. Dr. Watson.
Oh no, I actually just want to, it's one of my experiences, which is why I kind of wanted to build an app, is we need to take better care of our older people. I remembered when I visited this store in France, and the older guy needed help from the clerk to do something, and the level of abuse that this person gave because he had to show him how to do something, I was like, it's astounding. I just had to like say something about it because it's just things like that drive me bonkers. How people could, because these are people that have contributed, they have shaped the country before. You don't even know the situation, and they don't come. They're coming from English.
Dr. Professor Chukwuka Wemeka, 20 years ago, when the GPS started at the car, he called the GPS Lucy. So Lucy was so nice and charming. Lucy never answered back. Lucy never responded aggressively. Lucy was so smart, knew all the responses. So embrace AI. And remember, and please look out for San Panteleimon Hospital in Bucharest, in Romania. Follow and share to open the light to see who were the criminals, who were the killers, what happened, why these people in the intensive care unit were killed, and to hold responsible the people like that.
Question is, could the UN, does the UN, United Nations, have any jurisdiction to investigate? Because I imagine even when this is done, everything, there's data, things are recorded and using AI, right? You can
The local police, leave the UN. UN have other bigger trouble now. The local police, but it's good idea to show it to the UN. The local, everything can be local. And please, I beg of you, if you yourself, you become victim of violence, if yourself become victim of violence, if you know somebody that becomes victim of violence, if you know of a hospital violence, go to the police. That's the most important. Go to the police, local police. Just that's it, local police. And if it is doesn't go, then local DA in the region. And if this doesn't work, you go to follow up and ask organizations. But everything starts from local, everything. From the cleaning of the sidewalk and then to the rest. It is a beautiful world, though. I think it's a beautiful world, and we're gonna make it even more beautiful. We are, I think. It's a beautiful world, and we should leave the conference on that note. We should really think how to make this beautiful world even more beautiful with our applications, with our passion that is visible, with the voice that we got, not be shy, and loud, be loud and talk as much as you can talk. Yes, so please write down my phone number and keep in contact with Kiran. Again, big praise to Kiran because he is the bomb. He is the best in the world. Kiran knows to organize. He faces lots of problems. It's not easy for him. Well done, Kiran and Monica and everybody